they be, and would they best be
and once I
employed?
walked up to the house, I heard that you were ruminating about this with, what's it, David and the likes, right?
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, good piece of kit, a little bit outdated, great sensors, good gun, very versatile. Key aspect is the mobility and therefore its capability in hiding and being out there from hiding very quickly. So forces aircraft, which is already going on the hard deck, to actually have an emotional event, as other people have said. And it's quick. It is essentially a tool for something which Germany has never done, which is why phasing it out was, so to say, doctrinal compliant, because the Gepard is best when it's used for attack. If and when you want to attack an enemy position, take them out, circumvent them, whatever, but you have to mobilize and you have to be fleet of foot and protect the troops which are advancing, that's what you want to do. So you'll go along with mechanized infantry attacks when the IFVs are going forward. You have recce and main battle tanks advancing along a front face or piercing, have a, let's say, piercing movement through the lines. That's when you want to do this. And I think what I heard when I stepped into the house, we were talking about urban combat already, and I think we had this discussion with Michel Giroux and John Spencer once briefly, that essentially that gun and the capacity of that, the defective sensors are not as good, but the gun is very, very decent, and it can be used to support advancing infantry and clearing, say, block to block in urban combat. So it's a good piece of kit. It's very valuable, and if you have only enough for essentially, in this case, 2 battalions to advance, then you would want to have them there where it matters and where you're going to attack the next time, and where you need mobility. So that's the southern front, respectively. It's the northeastern front towards Kupiansk. Now you can select your target.
Herm, if you have a sub-question here.
Yeah, excellent. So the question I really had was Gepard versus drones. You mentioned that the sensor capabilities of that system isn't that fantastic, and yeah, I agree. That's probably designed in the 80s. So currently, can they take down Orlan 10s or something in that range?
Yeah, the Orlan is slow.
Think about the denial of artillery eyes of the Russian. Can they really make an impact by just denying the Russians operating drones during an attack?
Yeah, as I said, the Orlan is so slow. Yes, that's something which you can really work against. What I understand is that the Ukrainians are upgrading what is coming in country with additional kit. So there will be anti-drone capacity added to the Gepard, which the Gepard never had. So that's the interesting part of it. But then again, it's no surprise. The Ukrainians are upgrading pretty much everything they get.
What about the Iranian drones? Are they less vulnerable to the Gepard, or could they also be quite effective against those aircrafts that the mullahs are gonna supply to?
Well, if and when they function, yeah. Well, if and when they function, the Iranian drones, they're relatively high up. They have a different ceiling, a different flight ceiling. The Gepard can reach them. That's the good thing about it. But I think for that, the Iranian drones, if and when they actually get into theater, that's another part. So far, there's no evidence that they are in theater. So far, there's no evidence that they're going to come there in great numbers. So, and if and when there should be other tools in the Gepard addressing this. I'm not saying drone-to-drone combat, quite the contrary, but there are other air defense systems which are sufficiently mobile, which the Ukrainians do have, in order to deter those. I mean, they're already taking down the Orlan drones in absolutely massive amounts, and that's good. I would, in this case, actually highlight that there is a lot of Israeli kit, and there's more coming, a lot more now, and I don't think that we should worry about anything Iranian in that regard, or much about the Orlans any further. Just because they have so many of them doesn't mean that they can't be taken down.
You made Israeli kit, so thank you very much for your answer. That clarifies a lot of my question. I'm dropping down. Thank you, guys. Bye, fellas.
Thank you, Herm. I'll briefly just note on the Iranian drones. Iran makes a bunch of different kinds of drones, some of which have been reported by other operators to be very unreliable, and the news don't specify what kind of drones Iran might be sending. Right, not even what kind of purpose. Reconnaissance versus the bigger ones that look like Bayraktars or Predators with missiles on them versus loitering munitions / kamikaze drones. Right, so there isn't nearly enough information for anyone to cogently comment on it, so to speak.
What was this? What was this Beach Boys tune? That was a nice Beach Boys tune.
Was it
once.
bomb?
Yeah, something like. Yeah. Thank you.
Aaron, if you want to complete on the Iranian drones, and then we'll go to Nina, who's been very patiently, very graciously waiting.
Sorry, nothing to add on drone.
Okay, let's skip to Nina first, then, and then we'll go back to Aaron. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. You discussed this nuclear power in Belgium. I just thought that this is also a good example for Germany, as also Axel said, that other countries are actually doing something about this energy crisis, and Germany is sitting there and not doing anything. But I was just thinking that if other countries are starting to really getting active in this nuclear power, could they sell to other countries, like, for example, to Germany with a high price?
So, yes. However, there isn't that much extra capacity, right? So that's kind of the problem. And this is where Germany has been where successive German governments have made Germany as a country very selfish when it comes to energy generation. There is a pan-European electrical grid that connects basically all of Europe into one electrical energy market, right? So after energy is already produced, after electricity is already produced, you can go pretty much anywhere in Europe on the wires. It's a little bit more complicated than that because you're somewhat limited in how much energy you can transfer from one end of Europe to another, with how many wires there are and how big they are. I'm really oversimplifying things here, but that's because the greater detail doesn't matter right now. There are also something called transmission losses. The farther away you send electricity, the less of it gets there. Very simply put. And that's why you don't want to necessarily be sending energy very far away. Because of that, you don't really want to be trading energy too much between countries unless it's sort of border regions, etc. It's fine, you can do it, it's okay, but it's not great. The real problem is that Germany has shut off so many nuclear power plants for no good reason whatsoever over the last decade and a half-ish, that it has massively depleted the total quantity of power generation capacity in Europe. And that cannot easily be supplemented necessarily by energy generation elsewhere. Now, we are going to see coal power plants, either ones that have been mothballed or ones that are operating below full capacity, and there's quite a few of those, probably run at higher capacity, or maybe some of the mothballed one be reinstated. Hopefully, Belgium is going to keep more than just the 2 reactors, because those going additionally offline would be a bad idea. Hopefully, and this isn't happening, but really hopefully, Germany is going to keep the reactors currently operating, and the ones that have been disconnected, reconnected. Hopefully. That would help things massively. But these are... The problem with a lot of electrical energy generation infrastructure is that it takes a long time to set up. If you're building a nuclear power plant, that takes you a decade. If you're building even a coal power plant, that takes you a couple of years. Even if you're building a natural gas power plant, and those are the quickest to build, that still takes you a couple of years. You have to rely on what is already there in place generally when you're in a situation as Europe is now. You have to get things that you already have operational, because it's a lot quicker to get a power
Fire
plant
siren
that has
alert
been
update.
shut down or is in the process of
Dnipropetrovsk,
shutting down
all
back to
clear.
operational standard
Donetsk,
than
all
it is to
clear.
build a whole new thing from
Zaporizhzhia,
scratch.
all clear. This message
That's
has
why it's
been
so
generated
important to
with
save
municipal
these
data.
reactors that are currently still running in Belgium, for example. Nina?
Yes, thank you. Good. Thank you for your answer. So my next question would have been, but you already answered it, that actually the sooner they have to make the decision in Germany about this, the longer it takes, the more harder it will get to make this go up and running again, these nuclear plants. Is that correct?
Sorry, Nina, I'm very sorry. I got distracted for a second. Can you say again?
Well, I said that the longer Germany is waiting
Fire
for
siren alert update.
making
Dnipropetrovsk,
these
all
nuclear
clear.
plants,
Donetsk,
instead of
all
running
clear.
them down, they will
Zaporizhzhia,
start like
all clear. This
topping
message
them
has been
up.
generated with
But the
municipal
longer
data.
they wait, the more difficult it will get. Is that so?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Things take time. Things take people, very importantly, right? You don't just need stuff, you need people who are capable of doing things. It's a very good idea to be, how should I put this? It's a very good idea to do things earlier rather than later. Procrastination here helps no one. It just makes it more difficult for everyone and makes it more expensive for everyone in the end. Action now is better than action tomorrow. Action 3 months ago would have been better than action now. Large systems, especially large systems with considerable safety considerations, and note it's important that the safety considerations are there, and it is good that the nuclear industry is the most tightly regulated and tightly controlled industry in the planet, but it means that things take time. And it's only right that they do. However, it is important that that is taken into account and that things are planned appropriately. Now, with the sort of attitude that certain governments have been taking to nuclear power and to nuclear power plants, a very negative attitude, a very can't do attitude. It's very difficult to get things done then, because when there isn't sufficient interest and there isn't sufficient drive and there isn't sufficient dedication and determination, indeed, when there is the opposite of that, when there is determination to shut them down, when there is determination and dedication to ruining your energy generation capacity, it is very difficult to get that energy generation capacity saved, so to speak. Hope that makes sense. And that.
Plants that if yeah, can it have any like impact on the decisions about the nuclear plants, Uniper and Fortum? Are you sleeping? Martek?
Yeah, we heard Janina. I think Axel's away for the second. And I don't know how to answer your question because, unlike Axel, I didn't read the thing. But Nina, I would suggest maybe let's revisit that after that press conference, and I think Axel will be around then. After that press conference, and then maybe it will be easier for him to answer and answer better anyway. Hope that makes sense. Thanks, Nina. Talk to you later. And let's go to Aaron.
Oh man, did I see correctly that Germany has given permission to Spain for sending over the 10 Leo 2s to Ukraine?
I am unsure. I am unsure. It has been reported that Germany has given permission for that. However, the amount of reporting that has happened on those 10 Leo 2s, or the 30, or whatever it was initially, that have been in storage somewhere off of Zaragoza for the past 15 odd years, and that have already been in Spain for almost 30 years at this point, and were already used tanks at the time, I think. I have no idea what the current legal situation is. Now, I can tell you roughly what we thought a week and a half ago. Week and a half ago, there was some news that came out of Spain that the Minister of Defense is thinking that it might be a good idea to send them to Ukraine. However, at that point, it hadn't yet passed the Spanish cabinet, right? Because it's a government decision. The government decision hasn't been made yet. It's just the Minister of Defense or the Ministry of Defense that thought it might be a good idea. And then that would still have to then pass the German government approving it, and then they would still need to be upgraded or rebuilt or reconstituted or some such. So no, I don't know what the actual status of them are, and I would be very surprised if over the past week they had managed to agree everything with the Germans.
Yeah. I personally would send them to Poland and make Poland give Ukraine PT-91s instead. I reckon that'd be a better deal.
And the same goes for those Tvardis, right? The PT-91s. It is unclear whether they are indeed going to Ukraine soon-ish. But if they are, I think they're being backfilled by American Abrams anyway. So I think that's a pretty good option.
That's it for me at the moment.
Thank you, Aaron. Joseph.
Hello, Doman. How you doing today?
I am well. How are you? And what would you like to talk about?
Well, Doman, I guess, maybe we could do one of those like on a TV show, like previously on the Maria Report, right? And we cut to us talking about the Antonovsky Bridge. It's out of commission, right? We've talked about that. And one of the things we talked about is how crazy it would be to try to pontoon across that river. Wouldn't that be crazy, Doman?
Which river do you mean? Do you mean the Dnipro?
I mean the Dnipro River, yeah.
The Dnipro where? Somewhere in Belarus where it's still nice and small and only about 50 meters across?
I'm thinking more like Kherson area, somewhere like in there.
It's only like 350 meters wide there.
It's almost a kilometer. And each side is marshy.
They got
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say they got no chance.
No, I think it's a great idea. And actually, sorry, David, if you're listening, David Brookfield, we're talking about military engineering. If you'd like to jump up, I think this is your time to shine.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, what did I read this morning? But a headline, of course, I can't confirm it, but War Monitor, a pretty reliable source usually. Been wrong before, but I'd say 95% of the time, pretty accurate. Anyway, said, yeah, Russians are trying to pontoon across the Dnipro River to make up for the Antonovsky Bridge, which they can't repair, apparently. That's his take. So here we go. I think it's not possible for a variety of engineering reasons that we've already outlined, but maybe we could just like make it absolutely clear. And I want to call this like how big of a disaster this will be for them, because when it happens, I think we'll have a good time, huh, Doman?
I mean, yeah. Actually, David and I kind of touched upon this yesterday, right? And we were saying, well, if they do try to pontoon the Dnipro, that would be fantastic, because Ukraine can leave them nice and alone while they're doing it, and then they can they can go and hit it when it's full of armor all over the bridge, and the Russian submarine fleet or sub-riverine fleet, I guess that this would be, could be greatly amended this way. I mean that's really the best way to do it. Mykola?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Just wanted to comment on that, because we already saw what was happening in Lugansk, right, where they were doing the same pontooning, and in Kharkiv Oblast. And basically it resulted just to kind of Russians being wiped out completely from the place. So yeah, good luck to them. We are welcome to see them again, you know.
And this is like an order of magnitude more difficult. That's like what I think, Doman, we have to make clear, right? Like this, it's going to be a huge job to try to pontoon this river.
Oh, gigantic.
Yeah, but it can be done. Sorry.
It has been done previously.
Thank you. It can be done if the other side doesn't not have HIMARS. Precision. Exactly. If the other side doesn't have precision-guided ammunition and rocket artillery of the sort HIMARS represents. That's exactly the point. Other than that, if anyone has ever said that engineering-wise this can't be done, I refer you back to the 28th of August 1941 until the 2nd of September, because it was done under artillery and air suppression and close air support fire by the Russian Air Force, because the German Wehrmacht did it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Axel.
And they
when
did
I
it
say
at the
even
at the longer end. They did it at the longer end, to the east of the dam, about half a mile away from there.
Right, it's long range precision munitions that, because they can't do this under fire. Eventually, it will take them a long time to do this, and when they're done, Ukraine can just HIMARS it. Right, that's the takeaway.
Exactly.
Right. Go ahead.
100%.
Yeah.
It's going to be a term like Schulzing, HIMARSing things, or Gimlering. I think it's Gimlering actually at this point in time.
I'm looking forward to the videos.
Anyway, that's all I got about the bridge for now. Doman, back to you.
Thanks, Joseph. Yeah, I mean, it can be done. But again, it would be very funny if they went to all the effort of doing it and then it just got hit while full of stuff. And by stuff, I mean tanks and armored vehicles and the like. Mykola, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one more thing, because I believe the previous time when Ukrainians did it, they didn't actually have HIMARS. So the question is, could you do it with the artillery, or could you do it with the Caesars ones? Could you do
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I wanted to highlight. Even the HIMARS are not really required in this situation. And I think, what about the drones? Do the drones will be sufficient? I mean, will they do the job?
Well, if you take 4 Bayraktars, you could certainly have an impact on, say, a solid pontoon bridge. Yes, because it's not a pontoon bridge as in just floating on and about and being nothing. If you cross a river like the Dnipro, you have essentially a 2.5 to 3 lane bridge.
The one thing I also wanted to add to this, but we shouldn't forget that maybe to destroy, there is no actually a full kind of reason to destroy the bridge, because as long as the tank or BTR or something comes on top of it, and then basically you destroy the tank on top of a bridge, it's very hard for others to move across it, right? Because they have to, first of all, try to move the tank or any other equipment back to kind of free the space, right?
Yeah, you might lose the whole BTG that way, huh, Doman?
Yeah, precisely.
But yeah, so Bayraktar I know was used in the Bilharivka incident, but I think it was more for reconnaissance for M777. But Doman, any thoughts on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can use drones to some extent, but Bayraktar simply don't carry very large munitions, and it'd be a lot better to use high explosive. What? Axel, hot mic. It might be better to use something with a little bit more of a boom if you're trying to destroy the bridge and everything in said bridge, I would argue.
Doman, I wouldn't count fast air either.
No, I think that's a good point. Now, obviously, they would be protecting any such bridge with anti-air defenses, and they park some pantsers around and the like. But that's probably why you'd probably want to use HIMARS anyway. Like, why wouldn't you just use HIMARS? Like, one pod would be enough to destroy the pontoon bridge and make a very large submarine fleet out of whatever was on it.
HIMARS is a valuable asset. You don't want to be wasting it on a pontoon bridge when you've got artillery that can do it.
Maybe, but still. Axel, you still have a hot mic. Axel. There we go. Yes, possibly, but again, yes, it's a valuable asset, but if your valuable asset with a single pod dispenses with, 100 pieces of Russian Technica and a bridge, then I think that's a good enough use anyway. Mykola?
It's a question related to actually the macro picture, because the way how it looks like and the way out of this war and basically even previous wars, it looks like Russians never cared about Russian soldiers' lives. Could it be the situation that they, even if they try to do this pontooning, they don't give a shit about this, but because Ukrainians will have to focus on destroying this pontoon, it will give a moment, in Kharkiv Oblast or somewhere else? Could they just do this type of stuff? Because they're crazy enough to do even that. They don't care if 1,000 people die, on that platoon. But could they somehow, put the pressure and, give a moment to other regions?
I'm not sure what the smart move here is, but building that bridge is a waste of time because Ukraine can target it. There's just no question about it. They've already demonstrated that with this recent HIMARS strike. And anyone who says, it's a waste of a HIMARS pods aren't that expensive. Like, they could use one on a pontoon bridge, no problem, especially as Doman said, if there's like valuable stuff on it or in transit. I think you're right. Like, it is kind of going to take Ukrainian energy to deal with, but at the same time, like, it's not a smart move for them. Then again, it's tough to say what the smart move for Russia here is besides get across that stupid river, because I don't know what else they can really do. They've got two options to get across right now. They could go to Novakhovka or they could use the rail bridge. I would just get across. I don't see any way they hold this, and I think it's just sheer political stubbornness that they're trying. But they seem intent on trying. Doman, I don't know.
I'll just put it this way: one pod of HIMARS missiles costs like $1 million. $1 million for taking out, 50 to 100 Russian tanks and armored vehicles and artillery pieces. Maybe more than 100. That is cheap, especially if you're, destroying most of a kilometer's worth of a pontoon bridge as well. So, David, we're talking about a pontoon bridge that reportedly Russians are building across the Dnipro at Kherson, because the Antonievsky Road Bridge is now impassable for anything heavy. So, if you want to jump up and give us your thoughts as well, that would be greatly appreciated. Let's go to Vern in the meantime. Vern?
Yes, I just wanted to propose that the Antonovsky Bridge be renamed the Simon and Garfunkel Bridge, because it's certainly looking like it's a bridge over troubled water. Thank you.
And then it can be renamed the... what is it? Smoke on the Water? Who did that? They can be named
Fire
that
in
bridge.
the Sky.
There we go.
Smoke on the water, fire in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. So you have so many musical choices here.
But it does look like I'm just having a look at the cost of the MLRS rockets. It looks like approximately 140,000 per rocket.
Yeah, so just under $1 million for a pod of 6, right?
Они развеяли миф о непобедимой российской армии. Российская армия оказалась так вот.
Easily.
Look, they must be the Ukrainians must be licking their lips. This is playing out, I think. I mean, fancy building a pontoon bridge. Is it next to Antonivsky? Was that the report, or is it?
Yeah, apparently they're going to have it somewhere close there, maybe a bit further downstream, maybe closer to the city of Kherson. But whatever it is, everything is within the range of Ukrainian tubed artillery. Of course, it's within the range of HIMARS.
Monkeys learn faster. That's all I can say at this point. Thank you.
On a related point, Vern, I will note that for Ukrainians, this is very much a marshmallow test, right? One marshmallow hit the bridge while it's half constructed. 700 marshmallows if you wait a bit longer and wait for it to actually be in use.
Sorry, it reminds me of one of those bad AI military games from sort of the late 90s when the AI was not really that good, like first edition of Command and Conquer or something like that, and you'd just be looking at them building these things going, gee, that could be better. That could be better.
The program says I need to put an Air Force in the Chernobyivka airport, Doman. That's what I'm going to do.
What? Yeah, another base in Chernobyivka. I mean, the one thing that's kind of bad, right, about pushing Russians out of Kherson is that there will be no more Chernobyivka. Aaron?
Yeah, I was just going to say about, we had that pocket of Russian troops in Kherson that got surrounded.
At Vysokopilia in the north, just out of Kryvyi Rih. Just giving context for listeners.
Yeah, I think they've been nearly finished off by the sound of things.
Interesting. Very interesting. Those Marine infantry, right? If I remember correctly.
I think there's special forces and paratroopers in that pocket, but I'm not too sure.
Do you know there were a couple of strikes yesterday at Sverdlovsk, I think it's called. It's like not a city, but like a town on the coast, kind of near Kherson. I don't know. Just was Russia using like boats to resupply that?
No, they had a command and control center there and a small base, and I think a small ammo depot. So.
Right, I think that's where the radar was too, eh?
No, there was there was a radar there, but there was another radar in Nova Kakhovka, I think, somewhere in the city that got taken out.
Gotcha.
There's a bunch. It's really difficult to keep track because there's many ammo depots that went up. There's many S300, S400 batteries that got taken out. There is many command and control centers that got taken out. It's very difficult to say, yes, that is the command and control center. No, it's one of them. Right, it's always one of them, and it's kind of difficult to keep track of which is which and which did what, and so on. So yes.
Yeah, someone was mentioning like, oh, they might do a counteroffensive in Kherson to like stop all these shenanigans that the Ukrainians are doing, and it's just like counteroffensive with what? Like with what plan? They've all been blown up by HIMARS. With what ammunition? It's all been blown up by HIMARS. They're launching, as far as we can tell, them, they're launching S-300s as ground missiles. Like why else? We can't even understand why they would do that. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? Like, why do you think they're using S-300s as surface to surface?
Because they have lots of them. They have lots of them, and they have a relatively big bomb strapped to the end of it. And they don't care about being very precise because they just want to cause devastation in the city of Mykolaiv and the city of Kharkiv. Vern?
I had a theory that the teams in possession of those rockets are just firing them off so they can get the hell out of there and go home.
I am not against that theory, but I really think it's because they're just like, well, we need to shoot at them with something, and might as well. John Howard, thank you. Deep purple is what I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, I'm bad when it comes to modern music.
And Deep Purple is incidentally Medvedev's favorite band. I think he paid them a couple of times to come and perform private shows for him at one of his villas somewhere.
How does a civil servant afford that again?
Don't ask questions, please, Domin.
So, actually, Joseph, this will interest you. And Mykola, you're into economics and the like. Do you want to hear some good news?
Yes. Oh God, yes.
Is it related to Rotterdam?
Rotterdam? No. There
Okay.
it is. You can tell us about that in a second. It is related to wheat prices. Wheat prices have dropped back to the level they were before Russia invaded Ukraine in late February. So they doubled basically in early March compared to mid-February, and they stayed pretty steady there until late June. And they've been falling ever since late June, and now they are back to basically the same level as in mid-February, almost exactly the same number. And that is because the global grain harvest is the same as it was last year, pretty much, about 2,800 million tons. So major role, because you're looking at, less than 1% difference. Axel, have we mentioned something like this before, once or twice, about 75 million times here?
Is there no food crisis? Are we not going to starve, all of us? Do we not have to be saved by Mr. Erdogan and the United Nations of idiots? Oh my God! No panic! What is wrong with all of us?
What do these people who trade in commodities even know about wheat prices?
All these speculators, tossers, those terrible people. What do they know? Markets. Oh God.
Now, Doman, wheat question here. There's like a difference between summer wheat and winter wheat? Is that true or no?
So there's a difference, not on the market, I don't think. Where there is a difference is in the planting cycle. So the winter wheat you sow before the winter, and it springs up as early as it can, and you tend to harvest it depending on where you are. But say in Ukraine, you will start harvesting it already sometimes late in June, sometimes early in July. The wheat you sow in the spring, you're going to be harvesting in, say, late August, maybe, instead of early July, or maybe mid-August. So the reason why you will often plant, one or the other is to optimize your harvesting capacity. So if you're a farmer, you have your equipment, right? You have your tractors with various things on them, like plows and spraying, I don't know what they're called, various attachments, spraying attachments and the like. So you also have your combine harvesters. So what you want to do is you want to be able to use them efficiently and effectively. So you don't want to only use them for 2 weeks a year. And you will prefer to use them over a more spread out period of time, which means you need fewer all at once. So for example, in Ukraine, they mostly plant winter wheat because they also plant lots of other crops, which you can't plant early. So the wheat harvest is the first thing that comes in of the major commodity crops. And then, say, the corn is harvested a bit later, and things like sunflowers are harvested later still. In other places where you might only want to make wheat, you might plant about half of it to winter wheat, half of it to spring wheat, and therefore have half of your harvest through July and then the other half of your harvest through August, which means you only need half as many combine harvesters as you would if you planted everything to winter wheat and have to harvest all at the same time. Does that kind of make sense? It's about logistics. It's all about logistics.
Yeah, it does. All right. Maybe we got David here for some bridge stuff. Go ahead, Delman. Finish up on the wheat.
I can give you a wine example, right? So say that you have very many different varieties of grapes. Some of them bud and ripen earlier, some of them bud and ripen later. So in places where they have a lot of different kinds of grape varieties allowed, say Alsace, for example. Alsace is a good example. You will harvest different kinds of grapes at different points in the season. So if you're in Alsace or you're in parts of Germany, your harvest might be 2.5, 3 months long, because the early grapes are going to be ripe at the start of September, and then the last grapes, so the late harvest grapes, the Auslese grapes, you might only be harvesting at the end of November, right? So you might actually spread out your harvest over, say, 2.5 months, and that means you need a lot less equipment all at the same time. You need a lot fewer people doing the harvest all at the same time. So similar logistics approaches apply, throughout the agricultural sector. It's not just when it comes to wheat and other grains.
I got you. Thank you.
There we go. David, let's talk to you about the bridge.
Well, I laughed out loud when you messaged me and said over the Dnipro. So I'm looking at the map and going, well, where would they put it? Right, he's putting it right next to the Antonovsky Bridge, probably not that sensible. If they went a little bit further west, but you still got 700 meters to make, right? And
also look at the land each side.
No, exactly.
Even if you bridge at Kherson, at the city, you still have on the other bank from Kherson, you still have what basically looks kind of like marshland, right? You have all of these little rivulets and little inlets and little, the Konka River actually joins the Dnipro at Kherson and so on. Right? That can't possibly be very good.
It's just not sensible,
is it?
No, it's not. You wouldn't drive it that way. Their only route would be, because there is a road on both sides, right? So if you go a little bit west along the Dnipro, there's an area called Kovish, something like that. There's and there's what looks like a bit of a pier area. So if you built it there and you went across to the south side, then there's a road, but then you'd be driving your tanks right in clear view of everything along the road, because you'd have no ability to take it across the fields. As you said, you've got the Konka River. Oh, and then there's another little river before there. It's all marshy. I mean, I'm just all I can think is that they're doing this because they've got some troops who are sitting around not doing anything, and we should never forget that often armies don't like seeing their troops doing nothing, right? And also they're going, we've got to keep the lads happy and let them know we're doing something, because as said yesterday, that rumor control in armies, all armies, is as fast as the speed of light, right? So everyone knows that bridge is probably out of action. That story's gone out to pretty much everyone, right? And now what they're hoping is that the story will get round that they're building a pontoon bridge. But the thing is you wouldn't even need to use HIMARS, would you? You wouldn't even need to use anything that expensive, because if you take out one part of the flotation area, you've effectively sunk it. So if you right in the middle, put one artillery round, it's going to sink, and you've got 700 meters. Are you going to put one tank over at one time?
Or even say 300 at Kherson, right? If you go to the city, it's only about 300 meters wide. But that is still how many tanks can you put in 300 meters of a pontoon bridge? What, 100? No, sorry, no. That I'm over exaggerating.
No,
maybe 40 at a time. You might.
God, no. You could. No, that would be immensely stupid. No, you'd. You might only have one every. I would go less than 10. Right, because you've got to remember every time. So these things move, right? So once you've got one on there, we talked about displacement, for instance. So for every ton, you need 1 cubic meter of displacement, right? So the Russians have these pods that then go together, but obviously they have more displacement. So you don't want to be right at the river level, do you? But every time you go down, so when it's going over, it causes movement, and that the further down it's in the water, because you've got to remember the water's moving, right, and that's going to cause a lateral force on the pontoon bridge, right? It doesn't just go round it, right? So the lower it sits down, the greater the lateral force on the pontoon bridge. You've got to hold that in. So then you're thinking you've got the weight of the whole, the mass of the whole pontoon bridge, the lateral forces you have to take into account, and then let's just say you added 10 tanks, and for ease of sake, for the calculations and the rest of it, you just say that's 10 tanks, 50 tons each, so it's 500 tons, right? And you go, well, so I'm just. you talk
down
about...
at the city, direct from like across from the city center of Kherson, and there's a little road going parallel on the other side of the river as well. I thought that's where you were proposing to make it.
No, because I discounted that because there is no real road south, right, and all it is marshland. So I assumed that really you wanted to be further up, so that you could get onto something, some hardcore area, right, and you would be a little bit safer, basically. I can see the start of that road, right, but hang on, let me measure that. All right.
If you follow, David, that little road that goes from the Antonovsky Bridge all the way down the bank of the Dnipro, on the let's say Crimean side of the Dnipro, right, on the left bank, and you go right to the end of that little road. It goes past a bunch of houses that are there on the bank of the river. If you look across there's maybe 300, maybe 400 meters of river between. Just upstream from the Kherson Regional Universal Scientific Library of Oles Honchar.
Yeah, I see it. It's right, and then there's the area there. But I'm just going. But you've got these very heavy tanks that you've got to get over.
Yeah, I don't think that road is rated for a T80. I think that road is rated for a light truck, right?
No, exactly right. So you've got all of these problems, and I can only think that this is a morale issue. And the other one is no need for HIMARS. Artillery is in range, right? So you could just put a couple of bombs either side of it, right? I mean, even if there isn't a direct hit, right? It's close. That might be enough to puncture a couple of the pontoon pods, right, and then start it sinking. Well,
it takes so long to build this thing, over 12 hours, I would imagine, that you can literally wait for satellite images to come in, and then you know where it is, and then you can target it with HIMARS or basically Excalibur, something like that. But if they can manage to sneak one drone over there, they can get it with standard 155 even. They hit moving cars every day. So I mean that wouldn't be an issue. Go ahead, David.
No, and that's exactly my point, right? And you wouldn't even need that. You could get someone who's a spotter. They've as we said before, you've got an address. You just go, okay, right. Hit the middle of. We'll go for around about this area, middle of it, and then you just do the standard, up 50, right, 30, right, and then you don't need anything really technological because it's there and it's not moving. And the other part is you have to anchor these things, right? So if I don't know how fast the Dnipro's running in the summer, right? But just imagine there was a heavy downpour, because you have rain and the rest of it. Then that just might even sweep it away because it's such a huge, long distance. I'm a little bit gobsmacked, and if there was someone, even a local with an RPG could probably do quite a bit of damage to it. So you're very, very few numbers of tanks going over it. I mean, if me and my life is in its hands, I wouldn't want more than 10, probably 5 at a time. That might be a bit better. It would just take hours.
So you're saying throughput is very low on a bridge like that?
No, to the point where I'm thinking that there's not even an intention of getting tanks over it, and that the option would be just to put trucks on it and get the troops out of there quickly. But we know that they don't care about their troops. I can only think it's a morale issue. Stop the Russians from who are around the city and the rest of it from legging it, going, it's okay, we've got your backs covered, lads, we're putting in a pontoon. I can't think of it being any use otherwise, really.
Okay, David, sorry. Warning, warning, warning. This space is probably going to collapse because it's been running for just over 24 hours. There is a host connection issue. Please, everyone, follow Maria Report. Maria Report, the host account in the top left corner of the space, and we will be back up and running momentarily. Axel, I hope you're hearing me because you'll need to be restarting the space probably momentarily.
Yeah,
Excellent, thank you. Just making sure.
I saw the warning same time as you did.
Perfect, excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will almost certainly be restarting momentarily here on the Maria Report with more of David and more about pontoon bridges and how crazy it is that Russians are intending to possibly do this. And I have more questions for you,
just
David.
Wait until the crash occurs.
We can, but I mean, it is going to crash in, I don't know, 15 seconds probably, I would guess, because it's been running for over 24 hours. And yesterday it crashed to like 24 hours and 7 minutes, I think.
All right. Well, then, there you go.
The rule is the moment we stop talking about the crash and go back to what we were talking about, it'll crash.
Let's try that. I like these urban legends.
A moment. If you want to know how much Putin trusts the army, look who he put in charge of it. The Emergency Services Minister, Shoigu.
Можна озвучувати на даний момент.
Ну, так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І з те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі.
Далеко-далеко у зеленой реки, где не знают холодного ветра, собирает цветы, оставляя следы на горячем песке. Лето где-то, где ты? Где ты?
Осенью где-то ты проснешься одна, ты откроешь окно и увидишь мое лето.
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие.
останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там де були бої. А також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше, у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені, тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Максима.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
Сосед, топишь меня?
Забал, чисто.
Цель была создать суету среди мирных граждан.
Ага. А каким образом?
Образом стрелять в магазины, русскую помощь, в паспортный стол и в супермаркеты.
Нечим тот не вдарив, десь ногу.
Ну, то це файно. А то коли я вийшов на машину.
Колю у машину в горі.
Я люблю тебя, мама.
За мной прошла ты этот путь.
Ты ведь верила, знала.
Терпение и воля все перетрут.
Мама, как ты
Я влюбился, я шел до конца.
Мама, мы победим.
Я верил, я знал, что так будет всегда.
Через тернии звезда.
וואו, יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה.
מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק
А то смотрю, что-то Путин сдох уже, по-моему. Чи резервы закончились, чи что-то уже, я так понял, воевать уже никто не хочет уже. Так что,
Ничего и не хотел.
что поначалу
По-моему, надо. Все уже. Да, все сказали, вот эти, которые с февраля месяца, уже скоро нахрен все поразбегутся, и что вы с ними сделаете? Потому что у людей уже нет причин, ни возможности, ни желания никакого нет.
Да я за россиян
относиться к людям.
Я вообще за россиян
Ну,
говорю.
россияне.
Там уже они сливаются уже, я же говорю. Они вот на нас все повесили.
Здесь. Вперед. Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Всем привет! Сегодня 13 июля 2022 года. Мы находимся на высочайшей вершине африканского континента, пике Ухуру. Высота 5895 метров. И в этом сезоне мы первые россияне, кто поднял российский флаг на высочайшую вершину Африки. Также передаем привет нашему городу Кубинка и всему Одинцовскому району. Привет! Всем привет с вершины Килиманджаро!
Выдвигаемся на позиции самоходных артиллерийских орудий, которые
города Северска.
Почему ты встал на защиту Донбасса?
Ну, это мой долг, можно так сказать, с двух сторон. С первой стороны, потому что я являюсь...
וואו, יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה. מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
Здесь. Вперед.
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках, вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Ναι. Nečim tot ne udaril, zdaj se noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bilo je v čudnu mašinu.
Коли у машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Se si zabrali danes, Azul.
Выдвигаемся на позиции самоходных артиллерийских орудий, которые сейчас будут вести огонь по противнику в сторону города Северска.
Почему ты встал на защиту Донбасса?
Но это мой долг, можно так сказать, с двух сторон. С первой стороны, потому что я являюсь военнослужащим Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, можно сказать, служу в одном из элитнейших родов войск, это ракетные войска и артиллерия. Ну и еще есть такая пословица, знаете, как говорят, где родился, там и пригодился. Так вот, я родом с Донецкой области, ну, соответственно, значит, здесь и пригодился.
Стой!
Обнаружена противотанковая мина. Что мы можем сделать? В первую очередь доложить командованию, обозначить место минирования. Саму мину я трогать не буду, потому что под ней может быть мина-ловушка. Аккуратно укручиваю взрыватель. В дальнейшем мина будет уничтожена накладным зарядом.
На таких скрытых позициях реактивная система ГРАД стоит уже с полным пакетом. Это 40 снарядов, они выпускаются примерно за 20 секунд. И вот сейчас экипаж ждет очередной команды на выдвижение к огневой позиции. Ну вот, поступили цели, это координаты позиции вооруженных сил Украины, и наш синоптик, реактивная система ГРАД, выезжает на позицию. Здесь, на боевых позициях, еще нужно успеть угнаться за реактивной артиллерией, потому что
Зачем развернули на границе 4 дивизиона? Зачем? Зачем вы нацелились против нас? И мы сейчас видим, что по нам бы нанесли эти удары. Там две позиции, по-моему, была точка У. а это 120 с лишним километров. Россияне наносили удар своими ракетами, по-моему, искандерами, я не помню, для того, чтобы обезопасить свои подразделения. И тогда они ввели 20 тысяч своих ребят, войск с территории Беларуси, которые были на учениях. Это Восточный округ, даже не Западный. Это вон с Иркутска и Дальнего Востока вооруженные силы были. И они вынуждены были их ввести туда. Вот почему с нашей территории. Но это не значит, еще раз говорю, что я оправдываюсь. Я поддерживаю Россию в том, что они вас упредили. Если бы военные России проморгали этот момент, они вынуждены были бы встретить массированный удар со стороны войск НАТО, не Украины. Сейчас не Украина воюет, сейчас вы там воюете. Ваши наемники и ваше оружие. Так вы же еще больше агрессоры, чем я. Ну так слушайте, ну давайте уже исходить из одинаковых принципов и критериев. Вы больше агрессоры, натовцы, чем Беларусь.
Всем привет! Сегодня 13 июля 2022 года. Мы находимся на высочайшей вершине африканского континента, пике Ухуру. Высота 5895 метров. И в этом сезоне мы первые россияне, кто поднял российский флаг на высочайшую вершину Африки. Также передаем привет нашему городу Кубинка и всему Одинцовскому району. Привет! Всем привет с вершины Килиманджаро!
На таких скрытых позициях реактивная система ГРАД стоит уже с полным пакетом. Это 40 снарядов, они выпускаются примерно за 20 секунд. И вот сейчас экипаж ждет очередной команды на выдвижение к огневой позиции. Ну вот, поступили цели, это координаты позиции вооруженных сил Украины, и наш синоптик, реактивная система ГРАД, выезжает на позицию.
Возле стадиона Речевец, ну как, даже к нему подъезжаем. Когда-то он был целый, я занимался тут вольной борьбой, но сейчас я тут могу только уборкой заняться. Максимум. Вон там вещи сами для тебя.
Знайомий телефонує, каже, на Сєвєродонецькому українські прапори.
Talk that shit. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. That's her keys, yo. Ah! Roll! That was wild.
Не. Нічим тот не вдарив, десь ногу.
Ну, це файно. А то коли його і чорну машину.
Колю машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Все забрали Івана Зазу.
Сусід, топиш мене?
Направо, чисто.
Цель была создать суету по среди мирных граждан.
Ага. А каким образом?
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае здесь висел флаг ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон «Донбасс». Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше, кроме как флаг Украины, над Попасной других флагов не висело.
Зачем развернули на границе 4 дивизиона? Зачем? Зачем вы нацелились против нас? И мы сейчас видим, что по нам бы нанесли эти удары. Там 2 позиции, по-моему, была точка У, а это 120 с лишним километров. Россияне наносили удар своими ракетами, по-моему, искандерами, я не помню, для того, чтобы обезопасить свои подразделения. И тогда они ввели 20 тысяч своих ребят, войск с территории Беларуси, которые были на учениях. Это Восточный округ, даже не Западный. Это вон с Иркутска и Дальнего Востока вооруженные силы были. И они вынуждены были их ввести туда. Вот почему с нашей территории. Но это не значит, еще раз говорю, что я оправдываюсь. Я поддерживаю Россию в том, что они вас упредили. Если бы военные России проморгали этот момент, они вынуждены были бы встретить массированный удар со стороны войск НАТО, не Украины. Сейчас не Украина воюет, сейчас вы там воюете. Ваши наемники и ваше оружие. Так вы же еще больше агрессоры, чем я. Ну так слушайте, ну давайте уже исходить из одинаковых принципов и критериев. Вы больше агрессоры, натовцы, чем Беларусь.
Сусед, топишь меня?
Добавь, чисто.
Насколько мне стало известно, Запад принял решение и договорились слить режим Зеленского до начала зимы. Нужна новая группа, нужны новые переговорщики, нужны компромиссы. Нужно останавливать боевые действия. И это сегодня становится очевидным для всех. Поэтому могу поспорить, что команде Зеленского осталось существовать несколько месяцев. Кто не верит, пишите в личку. Готов забиться.
すいません。大丈夫ですか？
ツルッツルの脇。
Talk that shit. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. That's her keys, yo. Ah! Roll! That was wild.
Нечим тот не вдарив, дивися ногу.
Ну, то це файно. А то коли я вийшов на машину.
Колю у машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Все забрали Ивана Зазу.
Зачем развернули на границе 4 дивизиона? Зачем? Зачем вы нацелились против нас? И мы сейчас видим, что по нам бы нанесли эти удары. Там 2 позиции, по-моему.
יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה. מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק
Знайомий телефонує, каже, на Сєвєродонецькому українські прапори.
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае здесь висел флаг ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон «Донбасс». Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше, кроме как флаг Украины, над Попасной других флагов не висело.
Максиме, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба боротися.
Насколько мне стало известно, Запад принял решение и договорились слить режим Зеленского до начала зимы. Нужна новая группа, нужны новые переговорщики, нужны компромиссы. Нужно останавливать боевые действия. И это сегодня становится очевидным для всех. Поэтому могу поспорить, что команде Зеленского осталось существовать несколько месяцев. Кто не верит, пишите в личку. Готов забиться.
Стой!
Обнаружены противотанковые.
Але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес можливих перемовин, про обмін, про стан родин? Ну, якісь деталі, факти, які можна озвучувати на даний момент?
Ну, так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І з те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі, і навіть декілька днів тому останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там, де були бої. А також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що то нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені, тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Максиме,
Зачем развернули на границе 4 дивизиона? Зачем? Зачем вы нацелились против нас? И мы сейчас видим, что по нам бы нанесли эти удары. Там 2 позиции, по-моему, была точка У, а это 120 с лишним километров. Россияне наносили удар своими ракетами, по-моему, искандерами, я не помню, для того, чтобы обезопасить свои подразделения. И тогда они ввели 20 тысяч своих ребят, войск с территории Беларуси, которые были на учениях. Это Восточный округ, даже не Западный. Это вон с Иркутска и Дальнего Востока вооруженные силы были. И они вынуждены были их ввести туда. Вот почему с нашей территории. Но это не значит, еще раз говорю, что я оправдываюсь. Я поддерживаю Россию в том, что они вас упредили. Если бы военные России проморгали этот момент, они вынуждены были бы встретить массированный удар со стороны войск НАТО, не Украины. Сейчас не Украина воюет, сейчас вы там воюете. Ваши наемники и ваше оружие. Так вы же еще больше агрессоры, чем я. Ну так слушайте, давайте уже исходить из одинаковых принципов и критериев. Вы больше агрессоры, натовцы, чем Беларусь.
すいません。大丈夫ですか？
ツルッツルの脇。
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих.
Насколько мне стало известно, Запад принял решение и договорились слить режим Зеленского до начала зимы. Нужна новая группа, нужны новые переговорщики, нужны компромиссы. Нужно останавливать боевые действия. И это сегодня становится очевидным для всех. Поэтому могу поспорить, что команде Зеленского осталось существовать несколько месяцев. Кто не верит, пишите в личку. Готов забиться.
Ne. Nećem tot ne udaraju, gdje sam noho.
No, da si fajn. A to kolega koji čuru u mašinu.
Колю у машину гури. Решено, блин.
Se se izabrali danas, Zazu.
Выдвигаемся на позиции самоходных артиллерийских орудий, которые сейчас будут вести огонь по противнику в сторону города Северска.
Почему ты встал в защиту Донбасса?
Но это мой долг, можно так сказать, с двух сторон. С первой стороны, потому что я являюсь военнослужащим Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, можно сказать, служу в одном из элитнейших родов войск, это ракетные войска и артиллерия. Ну и еще есть такая пословица, знаете, как говорят, где родился, там и пригодился. Так вот, я родом с Донецкой области, ну, соответственно, значит, здесь и пригодился.
Стой.
Обнаружена противотанковая мина. Что мы можем сделать? В первую очередь доложить командованию, обозначить место минирования. Саму мину я трогать не буду, потому что под ней может быть мина-ловушка. Аккуратно укручиваю взрыватель. В дальнейшем мина будет уничтожена накладным зарядом.
Зачем развернули на границе 4 дивизиона? Зачем? Зачем вы нацелились против нас? И мы сейчас видим, что по нам бы нанесли эти удары. Там 2 позиции, по-моему, была точка У, а это 120 с лишним километров. Россияне наносили удар своими ракетами, по-моему, «Искандерами», я не помню, для того, чтобы обезопасить свои подразделения. И тогда они ввели 20 тысяч своих ребят, войск с территории Беларуси, которые были на учениях. Это Восточный округ, даже не Западный. Это вон с Иркутска и Дальнего Востока вооруженные силы были. И они вынуждены были их ввести туда. Вот почему с нашей территории. Но это не значит, еще раз говорю, что я оправдываюсь. Я поддерживаю Россию в том, что они...
Максиме, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба про ці теми говорити дуже обережно, щоб не нашкодити, але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес можливих перемовин, про обмін, про стан родин? Ну, якісь деталі, факти, які можна озвучувати на даний момент?
Ну так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І з те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі, і навіть декілька днів тому останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там, де були бої. А також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес, там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені, тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові.
Не. Нічим тут не вдарив, дивися, ногу.
Ну, то це файно. А то коли я вийшов на машину.
Колю у машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Все забрали Івана зразу.
Вперед.
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, ну, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а
Вот
в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом, ну, патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Не. Нічим тут не вдарив, дивися, ногу.
Ну, то це файно.
Суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес, ну, складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Максиме,
А то, смотрю, что-то Путин сдох уже, по-моему. Чи резервы закончились, чи что-то уже, я так понял, воевать уже никто не хочет уже. Так что,
никто и не хотел.
что поначалу
По-моему, надо. Все уже. Да, все сказали, вот эти, которые с февраля месяца, уже скоро нахрен все поразбегутся, и что вы с ними сделаете? Потому что у людей уже нет ни сил, ни возможностей, ни желания никакого нет.
Да я за россиян говорю. Я вообще за россиян говорю.
Ну, россияне.
Там уже они сливаются уже, я же говорю. Они вот на нас все повесили. Так что я же говорю, хохлам еще и памятник поставить. Они развеяли миф о непобедимой российской армии. Российская армия оказалась так вот
Вперед.
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, ну, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом, ну, патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Гаси укропов, сука!
Кому гранаты нужны? Так. Оп. Давай. Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я буду пока.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Ne. Nećem tot ne udaraju, gdje sam noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bolje koji čurnu mašinu.
Максиме, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба про ці теми говорити дуже обережно, щоб не нашкодити, але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес, ну, можливих перемовин, про обмін, про стан родин? Ну, якісь деталі, факти, які можна озвучувати на даний момент?
Ну так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І з те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі, і навіть декілька днів тому останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там, де були бої, а також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше, у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені. тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Стой!
Обнаружена противотанковая мина. Что мы можем сделать? В первую очередь доложить командованию, обозначить место минирования. Саму мину я трогать не буду, потому что под ней может быть мина-ловушка. Аккуратно укручиваю взрыватель. В дальнейшем мина будет уничтожена накладным зарядом.
Всем привет! Сегодня 13 июля 2022 года. Мы находимся на высочайшей вершине африканского континента, пике Ухуру. Высота 5895 метров. И в этом сезоне мы первые россияне, кто поднял российский флаг на высочайшую вершину Африки. Также передаем привет нашему городу Кубинка и всему Одинцовскому району. Привет! Всем привет с вершины Килиманджаро!
Nečim tot ne udaril, zdaj se noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bolje koji čudno mašinu.
Максиме.
Я люблю тебя, мама.
За мной прошла ты этот путь.
Ты ведь верила, знала.
Терпение и воля все перетрут.
Мама, как ты учила.
Я верил, влюбился, я шел до конца.
Мама, мы победили.
Я верил, я знал, что так будет всегда.
Через тернии и слезы
יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה. מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק Гаси укропов, сука!
Кому гранаты нужны? Оп!
Давай.
Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я пусть побыкаю.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Stop that shit. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. That's her key.
Кому гранаты нужны?
Давай.
Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я пусть побыкаю.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Жива.
Рельса, гля.
Це балкон.
Кому гранаты нужны?
Давай.
Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я буду по бокам.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Знайомо телефонує, каже, на Чернонецькому українські прапори.
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае
Fuck that shit. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. That's her keys, yo. Ah! Roll! That was wild.
Гаси укропов, сука!
Кому гранаты нужны?
Давай.
Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я пусть побыкаю.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон Донбасс. Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше, кроме как флаг Украины, над Попасной других флагов не висело.
יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה. מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק
Здесь. Вперед.
Знакомый знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, ну, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом, ну, патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Ne. Ničim tot ne udaraju, gdje sam noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bolje da koji čurnu mašinu.
Колю у машину гули. Що роблять?
Se se ovaj zabrali vana sa zu.
Вперед.
Максиме, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба про ці теми говорити дуже обережно, щоб не нашкодити, але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес, ну, можливих перемовин про обмін, про стан родин? Ну, якісь деталі, факти, які можна озвучувати на даний момент?
Ну, так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі, і навіть декілька днів тому останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там, де були бої. А також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше, у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені, тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Не. Нічим тут не вдарив, десь ногу.
Ну, це файно. А то коли я чую машину.
Колю у машину вгорі. Він що робить?
Все забрали Івана Зазу.
Знайома телефонує, каже, на Сєвєродонецькому українські прапори.
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае здесь висел флаг ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон Донбасс. Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше, кроме как флаг Украины, над Попасной других флагов не висело.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done.
Всем привет! Сегодня 13 июля 2022 года. Мы находимся на высочайшей вершине африканского континента, пике Ухуру. Высота 5895 метров. И в этом сезоне мы первые россияне, кто поднял российский флаг на высочайшую вершину Африки. Также передаем привет нашему городу Кубинка и всему Одинцовскому району. Привет! Всем привет с вершины Килиманджаро!
Насколько мне стало известно, Запад принял решение и договорились слить режим Зеленского до начала зимы. Нужна новая группа, нужны новые переговорщики, нужны компромиссы. Нужно останавливать боевые действия. И это сегодня становится очевидным для всех. Поэтому могу поспорить, что команде Зеленского осталось существовать несколько месяцев. Кто не верит, пишите в личку. Готов забиться.
Talk that shit. Yeah, back up, back up, back up. That's her keys, yo. Ah! Roll!
And in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
וואו, יש בולען בבריכה, כפרה. מישהו צילם את זה? מישהו צילם את זה? הטיקטוק צילם. מה?
Talk that shit. Hey, back up, back up, back up. That's her keys, yo. Ah! Roll! That was wild.
Стой.
Обнаружена противотанковая мина. Что мы можем сделать? В первую очередь доложить командованию, обозначить место минирования. Саму мину я трогать не буду, потому что под ней может быть мина-ловушка. Аккуратно укручиваю взрыватель. В дальнейшем мина будет уничтожена накладным зарядом.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
Ne. Nečim tot ne udaril, da se noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bilo je guičo v mašini.
Коли у машину в гурі. Що роблять?
Все забрали, Ивана, сразу.
Внимание граждан Донецкой Народной Республики, физические лица, а также предприятия, учреждения, организации, пострадавшие в результате украинской агрессии, вправе обратиться в Международный уголовный суд для признания их потерпевшими с целью возмещения причиненного им материального и морального вреда. Для этого необходимо зайти на сайт общественной организации «Справедливая защита» в раздел «Заявления в МУС». Далее в раздел «Подача заявления», ознакомиться с имеющейся здесь информацией и выбрать одну из форм, по которой они могут обратиться в Международный уголовный суд. Программа для заполнения в электронном виде заполняется на электронном устройстве и вместе с копиями подтверждающих документов отсылается на электронный адрес секции секретариата МУС, ответственной за участие жертв и возмещение ущерба ВПРС. Форма для заполнения вручную распечатывается, заполняется черными чернилами и вместе с копиями подтверждающих документов отсылается на почтовый адрес Международного уголовного суда. Лица, которым известно о фактах совершенных военных преступлений, могут обратиться на специальный портал Международного уголовного суда и сообщить об известных им фактах. Для этого им необходимо перейти на портал и заполнить соответствующую форму, указать контактные данные, краткое объяснение, почему вы решили обратиться к следователю и подать соответствующую заявку. Далее записать номер регистрации. Если вам необходима помощь в заполнении форм заявлений, вы можете обратиться по адресам: ООО «Справедливая защита», город Донецк, улица Щорса, дом 47Б, комната 103. Телефон для справок +7 949 304 07 37. ОД «Донецкая республика», город Донецк, улица Университетская, 19, первый этаж. Телефон горячей линии 45 045. А также к представителям проекта «Правомобиль» согласно графику.
Блядь. Ого. Отак і ходи, блін. Клубніку їсть з малини. Надо переміщатися. Щось дуже рядом. 26. Зле місто. Ощущение незабываемое.
Знайомий телефонує, каже, на Сєвєродонецькому українські прапори.
Не. Нічим тот не вдарив, дивися, ногу.
Ну, це файно. А то коли я вийшов на машину.
Колю у машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Все забрав Івана Зазу.
Внимание граждан Донецкой Народной Республики, физические лица, а также предприятия, учреждения, организации, пострадавшие в результате украинской агрессии, вправе обратиться в Международный уголовный суд для признания их потерпевшими с целью возмещения причиненного им материального и морального вреда. Для этого необходимо зайти на сайт общественной организации «Справедливая защита» в раздел «Заявления в МУС», далее в раздел «Подача заявления», ознакомиться с имеющейся здесь информацией и выбрать одну из форм, по которой они могут обратиться в Международный уголовный суд. Программа для заполнения в электронном виде заполняется на электронном устройстве и вместе с копиями подтверждающих документов отсылается на электронный адрес секции секретариата МУС, ответственной за участие жертв и возмещение ущерба ВПРС. Форма для заполнения вручную распечатывается, заполняется черными чернилами и вместе с копиями подтверждающих документов отсылается на почтовый адрес Международного уголовного суда. Лица, которым известно о фактах совершенных военных преступлений, могут обратиться на специальный портал Международного уголовного суда и сообщить об известных им фактах. Для этого им необходимо перейти на портал и заполнить соответствующую форму, указать контактные данные, краткое объяснение, почему вы решили обратиться к следователю и подать соответствующую заявку. Далее записать номер регистрации. Если вам необходима помощь в заполнении форм заявлений, вы можете обратиться по адресам: ООО «Справедливая защита», город Донецк, улица Щорса, дом 47Б, комната 103. Телефон для справок +7 949 304 07 37. ОД «Донецкая республика», город Донецк, улица Университетская, 19, первый этаж. Телефон горячей линии 45 045. А также к представителям проекта «Правомобиль», согласно.
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае здесь висел флаг ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон «Донбасс». Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше, кроме как флаг Украины, над Попасной других флагов не висело.
Когда-то он был целый, я занимался футбольной борьбой, но сейчас я тут могу только уборкой заняться. Максимум. Вон там вещи, Саня, для тебя.
Гаси укропов, сука!
Кому гранаты нужны? Оп. Давай. Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем. Лего, снимай.
Что, отходим или что? Я буду побыкаю.
Сейчас я отработаю.
Ne. Nečim tot ne udaril, zdaj se noho.
No, to si fajn. A to bolje koji čurno u mašinu.
Коли у машину гури. Що роблять?
Se si avete bravi, Ivana, sta su.
Далеко-далеко у зеленой реки, где не знают холодного ветра, собирает цветы, оставляя следы на горячем песке. Лето где-то, где ты?
Максимо, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба про ці теми говорити дуже обережно, щоб не нашкодити, але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес можливих перемовин, про обмін, про стан родин? Ну, якісь деталі, факти, які можна озвучувати на даний момент?
Ну так, безумовно, ми намагаємось тримати зв'язок і з рідними, і з близькими, тому що для нас все ж таки це одна велика родина. І з те, що придає певного оптимізму, це те, що нам вдається і досі, і навіть декілька днів тому останній раз відбувалося, це забирати тіла наших загиблих героїв з Маріуполя, з Азовсталі, з Волновахи, з поряд населеними пунктами, там, де були бої. А також певного оптимізму, безумовно, придає те, що нам вдалося обміняти поранених. Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто
Не. Нічим тот не ударив, дивися ногу.
Ну, то це файно.
і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані, все це, на жаль, використовується, точніше, у всіх цих процесах використовується такий ресурс, як полонені, тому що їм легше за все шантажувати. Росіяни прекрасно розуміють, що для нас дуже важливі наші люди. В той час, коли їм там на своїх плювати, вони знають, що вони можуть пригальмовувати цей процес або там навпаки робити вигляд, що вони більше міняти не будуть. Я думаю, що найближчим часом ми почнемо бачити, як будуть відбуватись суди в якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Знайома телефонує, каже, на Сєвєродонецькому українські прапори.
Військовим вдалося звільнити Попасну з другої спроби 22 липня.
Це перший гімн, який пролунав у Попасні після звільнення.
В 2014 году в мае здесь висел флаг ополченцев Донбасса. И был такой интересный момент, когда 22 июля зашел батальон Донбасс. Здесь на площади стояло 2 БТРа, и бойцы нашли местного хлопца, который залез на этот столб, к этому фонарю снял этот флаг, и уже больше...
Вперед. Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом патроны. Это так, на ощупь. Здесь. Вперед. Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Стой!
Над Попасной других флагов не висело.
Ты, блядь. Ого. Отак і ходи, блін. Клубніку їсть з малини. Треба переміщатися. Щось дуже реально. 26. Зле місто. Ощущение незабываемое.
Вперед. Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, ну, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага, а в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом, ну, патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Насколько мне стало известно, Запад принял решение и договорились слить режим Зеленского до начала зимы. Нужна новая группа, нужны новые переговорщики, нужны компромиссы. Нужно останавливать боевые действия. И это сегодня становится очевидным для всех. Поэтому могу поспорить, что команде Зеленского осталось существовать несколько месяцев. Кто не верит, пишите в личку. Готов забиться.
Ты топишь меня?
Забрал, чисто.
Цель была создать
Жива. Рельса, гля. Це балкон.
Гаси укропов, сука!
Кому гранаты нужны?
Давай.
Легай, да, еще разочек отработаем.
ты, блядь.
Вперед.
Знакомый попросил спрятать оружие, передал, в мешках оно было. Мы с друзьями забрали, ну, приехали вот сюда и закопали его.
Ага, в мешках вот в этих, да?
Да, вот.
Ага,
вот
в мешки ты заглядывал, видел, что там вообще было?
Нет, в мешки не заглядывал, но на ощупь в одном мешке там были автоматы, а в другом, ну, патроны. Это так, на ощупь.
Не. Нічим тот не вдарив, десь ногу.
Ну, то це файно. А то коли його і чорну машину.
Колю у машину вгорі. Що роблять?
Все сьогодні забрали Івана Зазу.
Ще близько.
Сосед, топишь меня?
Направо, чисто.
О, отак і ходи, блін. Клубніку їсть з малини. Надо переміщатися. Щось дуже рядом. 26. Зле місто. Ощущение незабываемое.
Mm-hmm.
Далеко-далеко у зеленой реки, где не знают холодного ветра, собирает цветы, оставляя следы на горячем песке. Лето где-то, где ты? Где-то, где ты? Остывает луна, ты стоишь у окна и глядишь на зеленую вербу. У рояля весна, но мелодия ясна на горячем песке. Где-то, где ты?
Но однажды зимой, или может весной, или может быть осенью где-то ты проснешься одна, ты откроешь окно и увидишь мое лето.
Стой!
operations and distribution networks, which have been retained within the either directly as city property and a division of the city, then it's the city works, or they have been segregated in a GmbH, meaning a limited liability company, into the city works. And those distribution energy companies provide then electricity and heating often enough to their customers, or provide also, if they're not segregated out, water services, classical municipal operations. And these municipalities are now having to deal with higher gas prices, which will ultimately mean that they will use the price adjustment, which comes up in September and October for their clients, where they then allocate higher prices as to the gas procurement to their retail customers. Mr. Scholz has then highlighted, as per the calculations of his ministries, that the impact for households who are ultimately customers of that chain of gas procured by Uniper would be anywhere between 200 to 300 euros per household. That, of course, is an average. This is, of course, subject to consumption, size of the household, size of the house, likes, all sorts of things, energy efficiency, and it's just an indicator. However, he also then said that the government would provide for additional rebates, respectively support payments. So yet again, it's not only that the state invests taxpayers' money in this, but it also defeases the cost, then passes it on to another taxpayer-funded operation in CityWorks, and then at the very end takes a large part of the cost, or at least part of the cost, off the retail customer, yet again by taxpayer money. So all in, first they tax the people and then they spend the money on procedures and processes, which are ultimately the result of the specific strategic gas dependency Mr. Scholz and his party elders and previous party and predecessors have actually created. So thank you very much. That's what it is. And in that regard, Finland is getting off the hook.
Wow. Thank you very much, Axel. But this sounds like Scholz is moving things around just to avoid any possible move towards nuclear power. And thank you for explaining in such a detail. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome, of course. But it is, it's consistent with what I indicated yesterday. I didn't want to preempt any of these outcomes because I would not have known by that time as much. I mean, just because there were rumors and the likes, I could not have said much anyway. And it was extremely likely that we would have today that kind of resolution prior to the weekend, because there were a number of deadlines to be made. And they had to actually act if they wanted to do that capital raise before the weekend.
Thank you for explaining all of that, Axel. And thank you, Nina, for asking, because I was very curious about what happened as well. And see, this way we all got it cleared up by somebody who actually understands all of this stuff very well and speaks German to boot. Thank you, Axel. David, what's up with that bridge then? The bridge that probably doesn't exist, possibly, but it's still interesting to talk about.
Well, I when you asked those questions, I thought, well, yeah, I should probably find out some detail, right? Because we were just making some guesses, right? So I was looking at. So important for people to know as well that the Russians do have a concealment factor on their pontoon bridges, right? And that was so that they could, when they laid them, when they put them in place, the river can go over the top of it, right? That's normally used for attack purposes. They would lay it at night, but obviously wouldn't be in something that would be very, very long, because you might not even finish setting it up over time, right? But the idea would be that if it was something like that, you would lay it down. If you were doing concealment, you might even lay it weeks beforehand if it was, the area you're in. But where we're at here, so the Russian pontoon bridges, so they've got some weights and some maximums here. So for a 60-ton bridge, which would be one that would take over tanks, there's a maximum distance that they have is 227 meters. I'm assuming here that there's quite a bit of leeway, and in war things change a little bit as well. But they have a maximum distance for 20 tons to take a 20-ton weight of 382 meters. And the thing to note is that when you put these pontoons out, you'll have tiny little tugboats out around them, and what they do is they need to be on the other side from where the flow of the river is, and they just push against the pontoons. So the pictures I've been looking at, right, they've had the image I looked at, there was 7 tanks over a distance of probably between 200 and 250 meters, and they had 20 tugboats, and this was a slow-moving river. I have no idea how quick the Dnipro can get, and also there might be a confounding factor here in that where the Dnipro is it tidal at that point? It could very well be, couldn't it? Do we know? Does anyone know?
Axel might know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that Axel? Are you there?
I missed out on this. I just returned back to the phone. I have very unfortunate timing, David, today. I'm so sorry, mate. Would you mind?
I would. Do you know, is the Dnipro tidal?
Tidal up to Kherson specifically.
Yeah, which is right next to
I think
the delta,
it will be. Yeah, there must be residual tide all the way up to the dam. Do I know this at the moment? No, but I can find this out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was typing it into Google.
And I can give you the details then as to what the shall we say, the tide into the estuary is significantly lower, thanks to the dam and the counter pressure coming out of the dam, and they've regulated it. And then you have this rather vast biosphere delta which soaks up a lot of it. So I don't think that you will see a lot of impact if you were to pontoon across.
Okay. So then that answers the question.
I can get you some data.
That would be wonderful. So that answers the question, because obviously in some rivers that can be quite tidal, right? So even in London, the water flow can be quite high in both directions, right? So if that was the case, then you would need to double up on your tugboats, right? Or you'd need some anchoring point on the.
So, David, I think the Black Sea, being as closed as it is, has very minimal tides in the first place.
So then we're saying no, right? So
I wouldn't worry about the tides, right? Because if you think of where you get the biggest tides, the biggest tidal ranges where you get, on the edges of big oceans, right? So London, for example, has quite a big tidal range. Down on the English Channel, there are many places on both sides of the English Channel that have or is it the French Channel for the French? I never know. That have quite a significant tidal range, right? Around Mont Saint-Michel, for example, it's a huge tidal range. But where you're, say, in the Gulf of Bothnia or the Gulf of Finland, far away from the ocean in a fairly closed-off sea like the Baltic, or in the Black Sea, especially in the northern edge of the Black Sea, I don't think you would be expecting much, if any, tidal range. Your maximum tidal range might be on the order of 1 meter or something like that, and that just means there isn't that much flow in and out as well.
And so my point, so I understood that. So I was adding the detail that if there had been a decent flow of water in both directions, you would at that point have needed to double up on your tugboats, right? So because the flow of water changes. Now, there's some interesting little bits about it. They can make these pontoons into two.
Hey, folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID. But I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done. And in the meantime, thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
Really is that John Houth was saying was about logistics. Do they have enough of this equipment, and how do they even get it in? How do they get, let's just say, for instance, argument's sake, let's just say it's 40 tugboats they need, right? Where do they get those tugboats in from, right? And do they have them close by? This is going to be a really, really interesting question. And if only there was some method of being able to see what they were doing, right? Is anyone here? Is Osent around? Has he been able to get any satellite photos to see what they're doing? Really,
I don't think as yet, and I mean we're really going off of I think one report, one tweet out of War Monitor, and I think there were some notes somewhere on somewhere on the internet, probably some Telegram channels saying that they might be trying to do that. Who knows? Maybe what they're really trying to do is set up like a ferry crossing point, and it looks like they're, doing preparing the banks for a pontoon, right? Because the banks need to be prepared, right, David?
Yeah, exactly, right.
And maybe it just looks like maybe somebody misinterpreted the strengthening of banks for a ferry, for the preparations for pontoon bridge. That's I would suspect something like that.
I have like a source. Right. So Ukrainska Pravda, right, says Russian media reported armed forces of Ukraine struck the bridge, etc. Russian state publications, blah, blah. Quote from collaborator Kirill Stremisov. Most likely we'll close the bridge to traffic. We'll find ways to connect with the left bank. We will build pontoon bridges. I'm convinced the bridge should be closed now. And then it says basically like he closed it to everything except civilian traffic. Freight has to go through Novokakhovka now. So I think it's real. Like if that's what we're asking, if there's like any valid source to say.
So they're not building it. Somebody said that they're gonna. Somebody on the Russian side said they were going to, but nobody's actually building it. So we couldn't see anything on the satellites anyway. Okay, that clarifies things. Thanks, Joseph. So they're considering it at the very least.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? So if you think about it in the distances, I mean these when you've got the tugboats, that you can direct a couple of those pontoons. You could stick something on it, couldn't you, and move people, right? And obviously, if you've got a tugboat that's operating a bit like a ferry, right, then that's going to be a harder target than just a stationary bridge, right? If there was incoming artillery fire, so the tugboat could just drift down water a little bit. They could go up water
David,
a bit.
A friendly listener has found out that the maximum tidal range in the Dnieper-Buch estuary is 18 to 19 centimeters. So 1.8 to 1.9 centimeter. Here we go.
Okay. But my local streams
isn't this also seasonal? Isn't this also seasonal? That, for
Oh,
example, in
of course.
springtime, they have high tides for about 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, but basically what we're getting at is relatively tiny, and it's not something that would, it's not like in the Thames where you end up with a 3-4 meter tide, right? Or even more sometimes in case that it times together well with a storm that could destroy your bridge. Anything that's 10 centimeters, who cares? 20 centimeters, who cares? It's not significant, really.
And importantly, it means that if it's the water's slow moving, then you don't need quite so many tugboats on each one of the pontoons.
Exactly, and I don't know what the current situation on the water level in the Dnipro is, but I can tell you that the Danube is about half of its average for July, and I'm guessing that similar, possibly just about, might apply to the Dnipro as well. It might be that the water level is quite low at the estuary as well. So, yeah.
However, one thing though, it does mean there's still a lot of kit needed to complete this.
Oh, absolutely. It's an insane amount of kit. That's why I'm just suspicious that they're probably not going to be doing it. CJ, what do you reckon? Would you want to be...
Well, I was going to say, you brought up a great point, which is we've seen artillery used against sort of tugboats and, sort of small ships and riverine forces in this war already, I believe, outside of Mykolaiv. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing that more often. I guess my question is, maybe for David or someone else, how far advance warning would the Ukrainians get? Let's say the Russians kept it tight-lipped that they were building a pontoon bridge. I mean, I feel like they'd have to, basically boat these supplies to one part of the river, probably maybe coming from sea or land. I guess I'd ask David, what's more likely where we'd start seeing them being pushed up? Like, what is that process like for not just doing I'm very familiar with like military bridging over a short, wet gap crossing, but this seems to be on a much larger scale that's going to require their Navy and riverine forces. Could you just briefly explain how that would look?
It's a much, much bigger distance. And in fact, the UK, we just don't do it, right? So we would have, we've got these pontoon bridges that you can know a bit like ferries. They've got an engine in all the corners, and you'd move them, you'd move a tank like that. We just don't make pontoons this big. So the only place you could really make it from is from the south side of the river, because that's where you'd be setting everything up. And then you've got the problems of getting it onto there. I mean, there would be a very, very long period of time in which you would be seeing this go in. It's not something that you could put in an hour. It's probably something you couldn't put in 8 hours, depending on how many troops you've got. And obviously you would be able to see all the equipment coming in, right? So that would be coming in from the east, right? So anyone who's watching those roads would just see that equipment rolling in. It'd just take a very long time. You would have, for an artilleryman, you'd have hours and hours to know that this is happening, and you would get loads of notice as to when it was about to be completed.
Yeah, and I imagine as well that, what really the question then becomes, what kind of areas are suitable for this? Because if it's not that many, then they can be pre-targeted, and what kind of distances across the river there are, because that'll dictate how much time you have to conduct your artillery missions. Do you have any idea what kind of distances
we've just measured that. That's about 300 meters. There's an area downstream that would take them. It takes them out onto some marshy area. But if they were going to do it where there was a road, right, that's about 700 meters, which is way beyond anything that I'm reading about their ability. But 300, there is a spot that's 300 meters. The river is 300 meters. Yeah,
that's people might think, that's not even at least in America, a quarter of a mile, but that is a lot of way across a giant river, especially with heavy vehicles too, because that's what it comes down to. Is they're not just trying to bring supplies over; they're trying to bring reinforcements.
Yeah, it's a very odd proposition, right? CJ, while I have you here, sorry, Nina, but there's something I wanted to ask CJ and that I've been asked all morning and I don't really know how to answer. Those 105mm towed howitzers, CJ, that the UK is sending, that I believe they bought from New Zealand. What are they good for? How would they be employed? Obviously, the range isn't quite as big, the shell weight isn't quite as much, but how do you expect Ukrainians to very constructively be employing those 105mm towed howitzers?
Doman, if you could give me 2 minutes, I'll get you a nice long answer. How about that?
Excellent. Perfect, CJ.
Does it only 2 minutes to jump out of that plane and arrive?
It's a low altitude jump, clearly.
Oh, those are short. Yeah, 2 minutes. That's very short.
Nina, let's go to your question in the meantime, and then we'll swing back to CJ later. Nina?
Well, I'm a little bit delayed. This question about this is not. I know this space is not about like a meteorological space, but you were talking about the tide in the Black Sea and tide in the Baltic Sea. And so I just want to say as a how it is here, the water level is, we don't have any tide. It depends completely on the weather, if it's high pressure or low pressure, and in the summer there is often high pressure, so the water level goes down, and it can go down quite a lot, and let's say maybe maximum 30 centimeter, and in the winter and autumn it can go up even over a meter. We have had water on the Helsinki, in the port, on the square, so it varies a lot, and I don't know if this is the case in the Black Sea, that it depends on the pressure of the air. So just I will stop my forecast here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, absolutely. There's other big things that can cause variation in water levels, but it's not the regular tidal flow, right? And that's why we're none too worried about the tides on the Dnipro estuary.
Yes, and also the rivers, they can dry up really a lot in the summer, so yeah.
Absolutely. CJ, I reckon that was about 2 minutes.
Yes, that's perfect timing. Okay. So let's talk 105s briefly here, just so I don't bore everyone, but just give you enough information that since Doman, you're on the space, 10 to 14 hours a day. If any New Zealanders or Australians or Brits come up to ask you about what their precious weapon systems are doing, you can give them a good answer. So the 105 millimeter howitzer is a very old caliber of gun, right? It's been pretty much around since World War I. And at that time, it was considered sort of heavy artillery, but now it's much more considered on the lighter side. But, it was basically the workhorse through World War II. And it really was the perfect balance between a system that could shoot much further than mortars and more accurately and have a bigger explosion, but not be so heavy as to be pretty much immobile and not good for light operations. And so where we find ourselves now is the LH-119 and 18, or in the American nomenclature, the M119 Alpha 3. And so it's a 105 millimeter howitzer, so it's sizably smaller than the 777, not only in the round type, with the 777 round being about 100 pounds, and this round being about 40 pounds. The other difference is weight, and by a long shot. A 777 with all the bells and whistles weighs between 7,000 and 9,000 pounds. This one weighs between 2 and 4. You can actually push it with a crew of 6 guys because it's on wheels, and so that offers a lot of advantages.
It's basically a family car. It's a family car instead of like a big Ford truck kind of thing, right? That's the difference in weight.
Exactly. Yeah. It's basically, if my memory serves, around 1,000 kilograms, which for military stuff is very light, and so it can be towed by a Humvee or a pickup truck, which is a gigantic difference from a 777 or any other artillery piece in Ukraine, which has to be towed by a very large truck if it's not self-propelled. So what does this all mean for how it can be used and what it's good for? Well, I think the number right now is 30 we're given, and they train certainly a lot of people on it. Basically, the way these things can work well in Ukraine is as the rainy season, comes upon the country, a lot of the roads and areas where you could put self-propelled guns and towed howitzers are going to basically be untenable at that point. However, with a 105 and a truck, you could still get artillery in there. Granted, the range is much less than a 777. It's about 60 to 50%. So with the, rocket-assisted propellant rounds, you can reach about 22.5 kilometers. But without it, it's about 14, 15 kilometers. So that's not too far, but I will say, that's very good against a D-20 or D-30, which are the two main Russian towed artillery pieces. And it's also good against any mortar system. And so all you need is, these very small, very cheap artillery pieces with a good drone, a good crew, and you can wreak havoc on systems much bigger than it. So moving forward, some people have sort of theorized that perhaps these systems, which are much lighter, will go to the National Guard or the border guards. That could certainly be the case. I do not know for certain how Ukraine is reorganizing its military. They're going through some changes, but that's one option. Another option is to, eventually get to the point one day where you can, take these by helo assault. Again, maybe not likely with Russian air defense being so strong, but as long as Russia's using S-300s and their ground-to-air missiles against Ukrainian ground targets, then I guess anything is possible. And last but not least, you could put these things inside of a truck. You can hide them much more easily. So really, they're good again in light and mobile operations.
After the counteroffensive, maybe, because it is so much lighter, because it does move so much quicker. And how long does it take to, park it, aim it, shoot it, pack it back up and go?
So it is between 5 and 7 minutes, which sounds like a long time, but is actually much quicker than the 777. Again, it's still not going to be as fast as a self-propelled howitzer, but compared to other towed howitzers, it's much, much quicker. It can be useful in counteroffensive as well for deception fires, right? So, basically Russia's about to be in the defense, or they're transitioning, and they've got their radar set up and they've got their trenches set up, and they get basically a hit on their radar that there's an artillery piece firing at them, and they try and do counterfire against them. They move their forces, and lo and behold, it's just two 105 millimeter howitzers, right? So they expended ammo, they expended resources hunting this thing down, and oh, what's this? It's 18 German howitzers, it's 18 crabs, and that's a gigantic upgrade in firepower. But in terms of their counterfire radar and what they have to plan for, they can't tell the difference due to just how the radars work. So you can use these things to deceive the enemy, suppress the enemy, and much, much more.
Thank you, CJ. And that's excellent information. Thank you very much. Cajun, do you have possibly a question for CJ or David?
Yeah, I do. CJ, it's also my understanding, if you look at the specs, that, as you said, the Russian 122 millimeter or Soviet standard 122 millimeter round is essentially the same range as the 105, and also the size of the explosive charge in the 105 and the 122 millimeter is supposedly not that dissimilar. So that even though the 122 millimeter round seems like it's much closer to the 155, it's actually not. The 105 and the 122 millimeter are actually quite comparable. Is that your understanding as well, CJ? I want to make sure I'm not missing.
Yeah, in terms of the ballistic effects and also the damage it can do, it's very similar. And it defies a little bit of logic, because to me, I look at the size, the width of the round, but the reality is it has much more to do with the length of the actual part that's the projectile, which the 105 is longer, so it compensates for being a smaller caliber. So it ends up being, as you said, pretty much the same.
So we end up with a more mobile platform, which has effectively the same firepower as a 122 millimeter bigger, heavier gun.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to get the ammo in. You don't need a giant pallet truck. You can put them in the back of a Humvee. The logistics becomes easier. I will say, though, you are introducing a new round type, which can get a little bit tricky. But, I think if the 152, which is the Soviet ammo, has been kind of phased out of Ukraine, then they can probably support two ammo types. A lot of militaries do it. Although I did just see the UK gave Ukraine 50,000 more 152 and 122 rounds, so I guess it might be still up in the air for the time being.
Yeah, well, the two rounds
in the air
the Soviets typically used were 122s and 152s, so I'm sure the Ukrainians are running low on 122 millimeter rounds as well. So if you can replace those with 105s and the 152s with 155, all NATO standard, things get simpler after a while.
Yeah, I know. Right now they're running at least 4 artillery ammunition types, which is, not ideal per se, but they have enough systems now that they have a lot more flexibility than they did initially. I remember talking to Konstantin and other Ukrainian battery commanders, and basically in the first couple of weeks that the 155 weapon systems were there, it was really a struggle because they only had 152 ammo and this very limited 155 amount at the beginning. And so if they put, for example, a 777 battery in the wrong place at the wrong time and the ammo got destroyed, sort of everyone's ammo across the front would be messed up, because not only would that basically 777 ammo not get there, but the 152 ammo that could have gone there was going somewhere else. And so you had twice the problems. And sort of if you reverse that, that's kind of the problem that Russia is having now, trying to plan forward with, their systems being destroyed and ammo dumps being destroyed. I've just seen a report now, according to the U.S., and again, it's always kind of a guess with these things, but since HIMARS have started, that they've hit 100 different succinct targets, whether they be ammo depots or command posts and everything else. We know for a fact that the United States gave Ukraine about 600 HIMARS rockets to start. They said 100 pods, so about 600 rockets. So right now we don't know if more have been given. I sure hope so. I seem to think there's no reason to think that they haven't gotten at least another 600 more, if not much more. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, ammo is couldn't be more important, I think, in this fight.
Joseph?
So, CJ, I've got two questions. I guess the first one is, so in terms of the 155, we hear about all these special fancy shells, right? Like Excalibur and Bonus and all that. So is there like anything special in terms of a 105 shell that any country has made?
Yeah, so at least in the NATO inventory, they have a couple options. The first is a PGK fuse. So basically, it kind of screws on the front and it turns it into a mini Excalibur. It's not as accurate, but it's, if you want to take out a piece of infrastructure or really hit something exactly, it can do the job. There's also DPICM, of course, which is the cluster munitions you can shoot from 105. The U.S. and other countries haven't signed that ban, so we still have them around. They're not used very often, but in this situation, they would be good. And then, of course, all your different Illum and smoke rounds, which are pretty standard. But really just DPICM and PGK are the two notable standouts that I'm aware of right now that could make a difference. And, of course, RAP. So the rocket-assisted propellant to actually get it out to, much further than 20 kilometers, which is pretty great considering how small of a system it is.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then I guess my second question, you might have covered this, but just maybe I lost it. If I just nail a tank with one of these things, CJ, from the top, a T7, if I nail a T-72 from the top, is this going to do the job or no?
More likely than not, no. I mean, to give credit to Daryl there and all the tankers, the way artillery rounds work, right, is they're designed for fragmentation. So they're designed to, kill basically small, like fleshy bodies out in the open. But the thing about shrapnel and fragmentation is that it's not very good against a tank. It can shred some comms gear. It can shred radars or very light metals, but it's not going to get through a tank hull. Now, if you get top down and you put it on a delay fuse, you might be able to get enough burrowing where it can, delay a millisecond or 0.1 milliseconds in and then burst. And then you could feasibly maybe kill the crew, but that thing hitting directly the top of a tank without some sort of precision guidance kit would be a 1 in a million shot. However, if you're in a tank depot or you're in an assembly area and you have 20 tanks and you're just sitting there and you come under a barrage, that's a different story because the quantity of ammo fired at you in that sort of fire mission is so large, and the chances people are going to bail out or something's going to go wrong, that's where you could really use artillery effectively, or at a choke point, like David was saying, crossing a bridge, a known area where they have to go through. Now you can start maybe doing delay fuses and shredding the tank tracks, and that means they're effing done for the day, right? And now the crew has to get out at some point. So there is ways to use artillery effectively against tanks, but it's not necessarily a one-shot, one-kill thing and trying to take out the crew, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. And I guess maybe my last question for you, CJ, like if you were in a Ukraine situation and you had one of these guns, like it was your job to use one of these guns, what would you use to tow it that you think could do the job, but get you off-road and have like a light thermal imprint? Would you want like a small pickup truck, or what would you use?
Yeah, I mean, I've only used them ever with Humvees, and that seems to work just fine, especially the armored Humvees, because then you get a situation where it can take 50 cal, it can take shrapnel. The problem with a light pickup truck is you would really need like a heavy pickup truck, because again, it is a substantial amount of weight, and you'd like your what we call a prime mover, or the vehicle that's moving this truck, to be able to carry ammunition as well, and maybe your crew too. So you kind of tend to go on the side of like a Humvee or a bigger vehicle, so you can get all three of those things. Otherwise, you need more vehicles to accomplish that mission, and now you got more vehicles, you got a much bigger signature, and it kind of goes up from there.
Thank you, CJ. No further questions. Back to you, Doman.
Thank you, Joseph. I think Nightlight might have a question for CJ. Nightlight just coming up. I don't want to interrupt the artillery questions. Nightlight, if you have an artillery question, go right ahead.
Yes, I do have an artillery question. So, a lot of the post-Soviet gear is like 152 millimeters versus our 155. They have 122 millimeter cannons versus our 120 or whatever it is. Outside of a difference of 2 to 3 millimeters, what is the difference between the shells? I mean, how much do those extra millimeters matter? Or is it not about the millimeters at all? Like if you were to take a 152 Soviet style 152 versus a NATO standard 155, what is the actual difference in that in terms of the effectiveness?
Yeah, so great question. So it was confusing for me actually until this war started, because I had always heard in the military that the Soviets used different artillery tube and mortar tube sizes so that they could fire our rounds as well if they captured it. I mean, there's no real evidence to support this, but it's like a good story to say the least. So when I dug into this as the war started, I know personally about the high quality of the 155 rounds used in all the different artillery types. But I didn't know much about the 152 shells. And really what I came to find out is, the 152s are a little bit, like if we're talking about the specifications, they're a little bit lighter, a little bit less explosive potential. But the real problem is the machining in terms of how well they're quality controlled. Because not only do they have different amounts of explosive in them slightly, but the machining can be off, the rifling can be off. Just the kind of the quality of them is so bad. And it's kind of hard to say how they stack up against each other until you talk to people like Konstantin, who has talked to numerous Ukrainian artillerymen, and they will tell you. And even Roman, before we passed, talked about this too, was that it basically one 155 shell counted for 20 152 shells, not in terms of like sheer explosive power, but just in trying to hit what you're trying to hit. And so that's why, the Russian strength is, if you're going to put 1,000 152 rounds downrange and very quickly, it doesn't really matter how well they're built or machined or precise they are, because you're basically overcoming the problem of quality with quantity, which is what is their doctrine. And that's, like, to be clear, like, this is how Russia plans to fight a war generally, is, they will overwhelm with fire support in order to create the conditions for infantry to come in and just mop up whatever's left, as opposed to, again, how America does it, which is, the infantry asks for what artillery support to get, and then they work kind of more together, but with infantry sort of deciding at the end of the day. So all this means is that basically, like, Ukraine does not want to go back to their Soviet system. So in one anecdote, when they ran low on ammunition for the Krab, they were thinking about going back to their 2S3s or their Soviet ones, and they said they would rather wait for the ammo and not be able to shoot, because it was just a waste of their effing time to use any of those things again. I mean, the Krab is one of the lesser as self-propelled guns that have been given it. They don't like it as much as the Caesars and the other ones, and so even like the lowest quality one that has been given is loads better than anything they had before. So I think it really comes down to just the precision of just the unguided rounds is just so much better due to better quality control.
All right, and just a quick follow-up on that. Like, let's say I'm taking, Soviet era 152 millimeters out of storage. They were made, 30 to 50 years ago. Does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, so there is technically an expiration date on ammunition, but neither side really follows it. There's some reports that Russians have been using quote-unquote training rounds that were more than 50 years old for their Grad rockets, which is pretty crazy to think, because that's pretty dangerous. But artillery production hasn't changed too much over the last 60, 70 years, really, since World War II. So, for example, even today, the United States Army uses, Vietnam-era rounds in combat with no problems. But I don't know if the same can be said about the Soviets with the amount of duds and misfires. In some situations, it's up to 40% of their rounds are not activating, as we would say. So really not a great sense that they're using the best ammo.
Thank you, CJ. Let's run to Gurney, Luca, and Leonard, and then back to Nightlight. Gurney.
Hey, thanks, Dome. CJ, quick question, or maybe not a quick question here, but artillery question for you. When we saw the bridge there, Antonovsky Bridge, and that got me thinking, just to ask you a question here. I know a lot of us sort of are having this sort of renaissance of artillery, so we're asking a lot of questions about artillery. So my question to you is after seeing those HIMARS rounds go through that, punch through that bridge, that reinforced structure, and then the structure underneath of it. Question for you is in terms of regular 155 artillery, is there anything that is sort of similar, not similar to a HIMARS, but is there anything that sort of punches through reinforced concrete, even if it's a much shorter distance? I'm not familiar.
And so that's why, like, for example, a lot of bunker busting bombs from the sky actually have their fuse in the back of the round, so near the fins, and that way when it hits the basically the target, it doesn't immediately activate or shatter. So I don't want to draw too much internet hate and say definitively it is HIMARS. I personally think it is, based on the fact that it was 6 rounds landing. It was the fact that if you look at these underneath portions, which I know David's brought up a couple times, like the amount of damage underneath is much more significant than you could do with shrapnel. And by that I mean, especially the Excalibur round, due to the precision and due to the fragmentation patterns, it really doesn't. It's able to kill people very well because it shoots out small pieces of metal. But small pieces of metal don't really necessarily do damage against concrete with rebar in it. What does do a lot of damage to concrete with rebar in it is explosive potential, or blast, which comes much more from HIMARS, because that's 200 pounds of explosive potential, not so much with the steel and the fragments, which is why HIMARS aren't really a good anti-personnel weapon. They're a good anti-material weapon, as we've seen with the 30, 50, 100 ammo depots blown up. But that's the long way of answering your question in terms of, basically they use delay fuses on Excaliburs if they want to get people inside of a building. But there's really, to my knowledge, no like bunker busting artillery round, because the artillery rounds generally come in less than the speed of sound. And so the kinetic potential of when they hit a building is pretty low. And so what does that mean? It means that even if you had like the hardest tip or anything like that, when it actually hit the building, it still really wouldn't penetrate at all. And that's why these sort of bunker busting bombs that are rocket boosted and can get a faster speed going into a building are much more preferable.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. I'm with you on that. I'm more familiar with the GBUs type of that. You're talking something that's in excess of 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds with a hardened penetrator. That makes sense to me. It didn't make sense to me hearing some of the artillery arguments for whatever the weight of the 155 was, punching through that. Not just explosive potential, but just lacking the weight, lacking the ballistic potential, like you mentioned. So I thought I'd ask that on 155s. I don't know if you've seen anything in development in the pipeline that has some sort of like discarded Sabo tip or anything like that in a 155, but maybe it doesn't exist. But is there anything out there you think? Not for the bridge. I mean, just indirect question.
Yeah, well, think about it. The way I would phrase it is, it's not really needed, and by that I mean, think of like what kind of building you'd be asking to reduce, right? If you're going to ask to reduce or destroy a building that's within artillery range, it means you're pretty close to them, right? So you're within, let's say, 30 kilometers of this so-called, whatever target it is. And if you're within 30 kilometers, then the threat to you isn't probably that high. So if you follow this logic down, it means you could probably, if you could bring one artillery piece to shoot it, you could bring 6 or 18 or 54 or whatever kind of scale of artillery. And so then the question becomes, well, do you really need, one very expensive artillery round to do something? Or, well, what if you just had 1,000 or 2,000 very cheap ones, and you would get the same reduction over time? You know what I mean? So I think that's probably goes into the calculus. Now, for something like, I'm drawing a blank on them, but the small diameter glide path bombs, where you need to get inside of a bunker, and basically by shooting a flying pencil straight through it from a plane, that type of thing is still going to be in high demand to make that better, because you're using aircraft to enter an area where you can't get to by ground. But I think in terms of the conversation of bringing ground forces there, if you can bring one artillery piece with a fancy round, you could also bring 18 with unfancy rounds and do the same job. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, CJ, it totally makes sense. I was trying to give you a sort of a roundabout way to sort of put to bed some of the conversations about 155 being used on the bridge, but also maybe try to open up some job opportunities for you. But no, it makes totally sense. It makes total sense. I say that tongue in cheek because we're very focused on artillery in this war because of the role the unique role it's playing, right? But I think it's important to note the limitations. You're talking about just like you said, if you're that close enough to the target, what can you do? Cost per round. If the weight's lacking, et cetera, et cetera. It makes complete sense.
Thank you, Ernie. Thank you, CJ. Luca Leonard Knight William. Luca.
Hey guys, yeah, sorry. Visokopilya, I just read that the encirclement is complete. Maybe one, but up to 2 BTGs are stuck, and I heard that the Russians are asking for a green corridor. Any confirmation of that?
Nope, doesn't exist yet. We do not have any real tactical picture at this point in time. There's indications, there's rumors about rumors, and furthermore some rumors and some insinuations, but no statement. We're watching it, and as soon as we know, I'm quite sure CJ, Yehuda, others will come out with proper data when we have it. We would obviously hope that the salient which was indicated actually has been closed and the encirclement is complete, but we do not know.
Thank you. I knew that if someone would know, that would be you. So thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Axel. Leonard.
Thank you, Doman. Just a quick question for CJ, and it's with reference to what you said regarding the quality or quality control, if you will, on the Russian hardware. I just wonder to what extent these kinds of efficiencies or this relative inferiority, say, of their design or manufacture process. To what extent was this known before, and is that something you got exposed to, for example, in your training, or is this something that now is kind of rewriting or will be rewriting some of the, say, the textbooks and the policy manuals, etc., at say Royal Military College in Kingston or Sandhurst or even at West Point? Is this somewhat of a revelation, or is this something that was more or less anticipated in the higher echelons and sort of calculated into the equation, if you will? Or is this coming as quite a revelation as far as you can tell? Thank you.
No, great question, Leonard. From my point of view, having trained with actually Ukrainians in Germany and training with other countries from Central Europe and Eastern Europe that use this ammunition, right? I mean, Ukraine was still buying, or however you want to call it, getting ammo from Russia, up till at least 2014. And so there's also Bulgaria, Romania, there's NATO countries that use it. And so its capabilities were pretty widely known, right? But sometimes it's difficult when you see people doing badly or doing well, whether or not you can really attribute their success or failure to the gear being used, the training being used, the conditions. So, it was definitely somewhat known that that the ammunition was just not very good and that the guns were just not very good simply by their age. However, and this is a big however, what was not really quite known was Russia's ballistic missile fleet. Everything from their Toshkas to their Iskanders to their airdropped calibers and all of that sort of things we see on Ukrainian cities and on the Ukrainian front 24/7. This was not really as widely known because when they used them in Georgia and Syria and Chechnya, at least in the cases of Georgia and Chechnya, there wasn't a lot of war reporters there. It really didn't make the information about it didn't necessarily get out to the West. And in the case of Syria, you're talking about a war with at least 10 sides at any given point, and not a massive usage of these Russian weapons. It's pretty sporadic comparatively to what we see now. Like, this is the unknown factor: was how good are with the Russian missile fleet, because they make up for the fact that their air force is not very good compared to NATO with a lot of bombs and missiles. And so what have we seen, or what is the lesson to take home? Well, it's that they're not very good. I mean, this is the thing, you'll see people talk about all these like massive instances of Ukrainian civilians being killed, and you have to ask yourself, it can only be one of two things, right? Either Russia is deliberately targeting them and them only, and that's uniquely horrible, or they're trying to hit something else and they're just so incompetent that their weapons cannot allow them to do that. So either way, it's not good for them. But what it means is that basically we shouldn't build them up to be a boogeyman in terms of how well they can use these missiles. And that really just goes to show you that there is no substitute, and maybe Gurney can back me up here. There's absolutely no substitute for good close air support, which again is not in the Russian doctrine right now, because when you are trying to launch a missile or anything from more than 200 kilometers out and you got no one there to see it go in, it's really all bets off, no matter how good the weapons platform is or how bad it is. But that is kind of the important thing, is that if you want to be effective on the battlefield until UAVs are everywhere and they're growing, then you need to absolutely put, a pilot or someone in danger to make sure it goes well. So I don't know, Gurney, if you have any thoughts about that in terms of like what takeaways you could take from Russian tactics.
No, I've got nothing to add to that. I've got more artillery questions for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, CJ. That sheds a lot of light on the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Nightlight, William, and then back to Gurney. Nightlight.
Thank you very much. One thing I've seen is talk about basically different fusing types for artillery, and some of it's multi-fuse, and it sounds like it's one fuse and they can just turn a dial or whatever on it, or otherwise you just putting different fuses into the shell. So I was wondering, how do the fuses work, and what is the actual anatomy of a artillery shell? What is if you have like 155 millimeter, what is the explosive content with that, the burst charge versus the metal casing on that, and really anything else to know like the anatomy of a shell?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think it's relevant to your sort of secondary question there. So if you think top to bottom, right, let's just, kind of visualize one or look one up. At the top is the fuse. It normally screws in. And so, you can also screw out the one that's, comes with it, the MOFA or the multi-option, variable fuse, and put in a different one. But generally, most modern fuses, at least with NATO ones, come with the ability to do variable time. So basically they have radars built into them, and they'll detonate at about 7 meters above the ground to inflict maximum damage on people. You also have point detonating, which is also known as quick fuse. And that means that once it hits something, it'll blow up. And then last but not least, delay. And, that's what you think of it, where it kind of burrows in and then blows up. If you have something like a SMART or a bonus round, or Excalibur, it's a very different system, but every artillery shell will still have a fuse, regardless if it's like a SMART or bonus round, and the fuse will actually just blow up at a certain point in the air, and then that will release the things that are inside to hunt tanks down. So next part that you have is the actual projectile itself, or the main body. And so the fuse actually has an explosive train, and it's like, when we say explosive train, it means basically a series of explosions or a detonating tube in the middle. So the fuse will explode first and send, let's just say fire down into the projectile itself, which also continues the explosive train. But inside the projectile, there's a lot of options, but long story short, part of it is going to be high explosive, and part of it is going to be just steel or titanium or whatever, tungsten or whatever else. And so basically that detonating chain will go down to the actual main explosive, and when that is ignited, that'll launch all the steel out in a bunch of different directions. So again, if you think about, if the fuse isn't going to go off until the whole thing hits the ground, then it's going to be a big explosion at the ground. If it delays, it'll be a big explosion underground. And if it's variable time or time setting, it'll explode in the air and rain down shrapnel. The last piece, which is often overlooked but still very important, is the propellant, right? So in 155, the propellant comes separately. In 105s, it comes in a self-contained thing. But basically, those are those big white and green bags you see people putting in after the projectiles. And how many of those you put in will dictate how far the round goes. Additionally, you can put in, wrap propellant and some other things to get further range. But this is sort of the gunpowder, if you think of it. And so these three things, the fuse, the projectile, and the propellant, all work together to shoot the artillery round. So you have to know a little bit about all that if you want to be, putting them together. But I feel like I may have missed your main question. So if I have, let me know.
No, that covered it. That covered a lot of it there. I guess kind of a follow-on question to that is one thing I saw some of the artillery nerds be really excited about is some sort of base bleed shell or something that was supposed to offer a lot more range than a standard one. And what does that really mean? Because it sounds like it's something to do with the aerodynamics or something like that of a shell. But when we talk about a base bleed or a boat-tail shell or something like that, what is that?
Yeah, so basically, if you think, instead of the projectile having explosive in it and steel, at the bottom of it, you can, in loom rounds or white phosphorus, the explosion happens at the bottom and it shoots out white phosphorus. Well, some people put together, like, what if we put basically a rocket booster at the bottom of the shell? And that's what base bleed means. And so basically, not only does it shoot out much further, but then it carries itself another 10 kilometers. So you get a lot more range. Granted, it's a lot more inaccurate. So you typically need a PGK precision guidance kit.
Рельса, гля. Це балкон.
The results of this war, but it's definitely pretty interesting.
All right, thank you very much.
Gurney, do you have a point on this?
Yeah, quick follow-up. CJ, hey, on this same subject of sort of the 155 shells or just shells in general, I guess to make both a comment and a question to you, in my era, maybe it was a little bit more underappreciated by at least myself or by most. We thought of artillery as, it is what it is. It's great. It's effective. It's there. But maybe I didn't have the appreciation for the technology within it because it didn't seem, as high tech, even if had a basic understanding of fuses and such. So my question to you is talking about something, as I look into these shells and I'm like, wow, there's some fantastic stuff built into it. So I'm going to ask you a question here about a driving flange or a driving ring, a brass one, a rotating slip one. Hopefully that makes sense.
You mean the flange?
Yeah. So my question to you, CJ, with that specifically, but how many of the artillerymen under your command have a really good grasp of the technology in the rounds? Because from my perspective, not being artillerist, I'm having a newfound appreciation for not just the simplicity of the 155 shell, but sort of a renaissance of there's a lot of evolutions packed into. I'm coming to the understanding there's a lot of small evolutions packed into the current 155 round. The NATO standard round that I'm having an appreciation for, even if it seems low tech. It's had a bunch of evolutionary upgrades to make it more accurate. So if you could speak to those two things, just the driving band itself, and what an average modern artillerist, what understanding they have of how that interplays with the gun, the technology of the projectile itself plus the gun.
So it's interesting because when you start out in the artillery, you have your very specific job, right? Which is you're a forward observer, or you're a gun crew member where you're just loading pretty basic stuff, or you're a 13 Juliet, you're a fire direction guy doing the charts manually on big boards with a slide ruler and all that good stuff. And so you stay in your lane to kind of start, but as you go up the ranks, you start to realize how the three of them interplay with each other. You realize that if you know more about the different types of fuses and how they fly through the air, you can call them in better as an observer. You realize if you maintain the propellant temperature and you have better checks on the muzzle velocity variation, you could be a better cannon crew member, and so on and so forth. But really, I think to specifically answer your question, the people that, in my opinion, that should know the sort of ballistics and the pieces of both the artillery and the rounds are used are the fire direction members. And this is something that I have not seen much of in this war, but I would like to see more, especially since it's my job currently. But long story short, it's the people that do all of the math required for shooting artillery in battle, whether it is, they're getting the target information from the front and they're translating that target grid into an actual workable fire solution for the guns, right? Because without this key centerpiece, the guns can't. It takes a lot of math, a lot of time, and a lot of training to get this right, especially to do it quickly and accurately, because there's a lot at stake, right? Once the fire direction gives the thumbs up to the gun line, they're sending maybe 18, 20,000 pounds of explosives downrange, and if you may get it messed up, you could kill a lot of your friendlies, you could miss, you could let your guns be vulnerable to counterfire. Like, nothing can, in my opinion, could be a more important job. So that's the kind of point in time where you learn about the obscurating band,
how the rifling works, because you have to understand exactly how the gun and the round is affected by what we say is internal and external ballistics, both the factors in the gun and the factors that can affect a shot outside of the gun, which are quite substantial. And so that kind of training is really important for that job. How the weather or the curvature of the earth affects the round isn't going to really affect the guy calling it in or the guy putting it in the tube, but it's going to affect the guy doing the math in the middle.
See, just when you said math, that terrified me. Then the idea of doing it under fire was even more terrifying. Sorry, Gurney, back to you.
No, thank you, CJ. It's just I don't want to say it's something we would take for granted or we took for granted, right? But because if you're talking across a wider military culture, you assume something that is predominantly older. You can make these sweeping generalizations about it and not study it further. So my question to CJ, that was great, CJ, to hear that answer. Just who retains that knowledge, who works on those skill sets, someone like a fire direction officer. And that's just great to hear because, sometimes we don't realize how much goes into a simple decision-making process, a not so simple decision-making process. So that's just, fantastic to hear that in the coordination. So kudos.
Thank you, Gurney. Let's go on to William, and then Knight, and Big Papa, and Raver. William.
Hey, thank you so much. And I think just following up that last comment, I think it really shows the American fighting style, the difference between the way we change our training, and I think a lot of NATO countries. It's not just out there, shooting cannons off anymore. I think like how the Russians are doing it. It takes a lot. It's a very complex. It's a lot of technology. Grunts aren't just grunts anymore. And I think it really, artillery is for one thing to show that off. But I mean, the technology that's being used by our just regular soldiers these days is really spectacular. And it's something that you have to really think about. I want to just kind of say two real world things to back up CJ to talk about the strikes on the bridge. For folks who haven't heard, I'm an infantry soldier, fought multiple deployments in Iraq. We used Gimlers quite a bit in Ramadi, especially in the beginning of the Battle of Ramadi during the surge. And in Ramadi proper, there was quite a few, multi-story, large, square, reinforced concrete buildings, whether government buildings, but it was a large built-up city. And when we would have to engage them with those, with HIMARS or with Gimlers, what we would see is that reinforced concrete on the first levels, if we were doing a direct top hit, it would cut through it, and it would cut through it just like the video or the pictures coming out of that bridge. And then it would, the massive explosion would happen in the lower levels, whether it's the second or the third floor or the second floor. And that would cause a lot of the devastation. But you would have those very unique punch holes in the roofs of a lot of these buildings, the ones that weren't big enough to be completely taken down. And then secondly, during our first deployment on OIF-2, it was kind of when the first the insurgency wave happened, and we were still fighting pretty large, regular-scale Iraqi armies, it seemed like, that just kind of took their clothes off. And we were in Samarra, and there was a bridge that we needed to resupply to go into the main part of that city in that area. And they would be able to dial it in with either 80s, 60s, or 120s when we would be doing our supply runs when it came to mortars. And a mortar isn't a high piece of heavy artillery, but a 120 round, landing on a reinforced bridge, didn't do very much when it came to actually penetration. A lot of spray out of it, but you would not see much of an impact zone. So just kind of backing up CJ on that, on just a few real world examples of those two weapon systems and how it really relates to that bridge attack.
Yeah, and I would just ask William, if we still got him here, did he ever get a chance to see Excalibur in action? Because this is not something I got to see at all.
I didn't, and I think that's one of the big things. We had a battery of Paladins in Samarra. Ramadi, I don't remember us shooting any artillery into the cities. That was kind of farther on when we were trying to be a lot more precise. I know there was some rounds fired from our 155s in OIF2, so early on. And I do not believe we had any Excalibur. So I don't think I would know that either. I was probably just a private back then. So I wasn't quite a private or a specialist in OIF2. So that being said, I don't think we really thought of the 155s as great as I think we're seeing now. And the reality of it is technology is, drastically increased in the last 20 years coming out of Iraq.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you, people were kind of hitting the U.S. for giving sort of these drones and javelins and some other pieces of equipment which hadn't been used in the large-scale combat or against armor before, and people were upset that perhaps the U.S. was, pushing untested items into the Ukrainians' hands. And I tried to explain from the beginning when I could, HIMARS and GIMLRs and
I think we lost him.
what he thinks about how it's doing in a large-scale conflict. I would say much better than anyone could have thought.
I mean, the reality of what a javelin is. We had javelins and we didn't use. I don't think we shot a single javelin while we were in Iraq. But we used javelins, the thermal imagery sites, every single night, every single day. So it's a force multiplying weapon. With just the technology is just out of this world. When you're able to, be able to carry around a thermal imagery site and create, overviews and overlooks, it just is a game changer when it comes to it. So these new technologies, it's not, a division of tanks, battle tanks, but I can say that, we learned how to fight small and smart. And I'm really glad Ukraine took that on, quite a few years ago with that. I've had a lot of friends helping train those soldiers right now.
Did CJ drop?
I fear CJ has dropped. He says he'll be back in a couple minutes. Right. If
Next
anybody...
jump.
Yeah, this one's from higher up because it's 5 minutes, not 2 minutes. If any of the people who have their hands up have a question that isn't to do with artillery... No? Everybody's artillery? Because you're going to have to wait for CJ, is what I'm saying. If anybody wants to ask something about pontoon bridges, we've got David here. No? No about pontoon bridges?
I'll ask a pontoon bridge question.
Excellent. Just check. David, are you online?
Yes, I'm listening.
Perfect. Excellent. Nightlight, go ahead.
So, two quick questions. One, not pontoon bridge, but it's just a vocabulary question. I've heard the word salient come up quite a few times, and I'm a little iffy on the meaning of that. I'm sure others might be too, so I was curious if someone could provide a better definition for it. And two, on the pontoon bridges and the Aronofsky Bridge or whatever it was in Kherson, could you just put up basically a pontoon bridge? Could you basically a bridge, a hole, or a gap in a bridge with a pontoon bridge? How would you span that gap?
Oh, sorry. Can you say the last question again, please?
Yeah, regarding the bridge around Kherson that was introduced to some form of artillery and has a lot of holes in it now with that beautiful shot grouping. Could you basically lay a pontoon bridge on top of, basically a damaged section of a bridge? Could you bridge a gap in a bridge with another bridge?
Yeah, I mean, look, so depending on where the damage is, you could just put, you've seen those, the Russian tank laying machines that have basically got an extendable bridge that's on top. You could just put that over the top. Of course, you'd have to add that to your calculations because that has a weight, has got its own mass, etc., etc. But you could push it over. Depends on where the damage is, etc. I mean, where in this bridge is concerned, of course, the tensioning cables are broken on one side, but we don't know if they're broken on the other. So it may be you just be able to use the other side to transfer vehicles over. But yeah, stick another bridge over the top of it. You could, If it was the UK Army, for instance, you could just roll out a thing called MGB. You would build it and push it over, right? And you'd put it over 30 meters, for instance, so that hopefully that would be between two spans, and then you would roll everything over the top. And
so when you look at that bridge damage, does that strike you as like, okay, we can't use the bridge, or does that strike you as more of an inconvenience until combat engineers show up?
Well, I was thinking I probably wouldn't want to be going over it unless I was walking or in a Land Rover or something like that. I certainly would not want to be sitting in something that was 50 tons, right? So if someone said, I'm going to take my tank over it, I'd be going, go for it, see what happens. I wouldn't be thinking I want to get on that and go with them.
Thank you.
But to answer your question about a salient, basically it's just a piece of land or fortification that basically points out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Netlet. Thank you, David. Let's go on to Big Pop.
I'm not a big military historian, but every picture I can remember seeing of towed artillery is they tow it by what I would call the feet or the legs, I guess, where the truck's pulling it and the gun is pointed backwards. But I noticed on the 777 that they put like a pintle hitch or some sort of hitch on the barrel itself, and they're towing that by the barrel. Now, is this as big of an innovation as I think it is? Where it seems like to me it would make it way more simpler to pull, and then possibly have your driver say, hey, when you get to the spot, point the truck south by southeast and drop it there. Am I overthinking this, or was that a big innovation, or is it something that's been around?
No, you bring up sort of a great point, which is, I mean, I could talk about it all day. I don't want to bore anyone, but basically what you pointed out is the fact that they're towed by the barrel, which is really because the 777 barrel is much longer than the other barrels for the other American guns, and so what you have if you're towing it by the barrel is that the center of gravity is kind of back under the truck, as opposed to way back by the legs. So, for example, if you were to tow a 105 by the barrel, which sort of can be done but is not advised in any situation, basically it will flip both the truck and the gun, and it'll be catastrophic, right? So this issue seems like, well, how is this relevant to the Ukrainian war? And I would tell you, long story short, like military accidents, especially with artillery and vehicles, are very commonplace. You're not hearing from for due to OPSEC and other reasons, but this kind of stuff happens all of the damn time. So to make whatever sort of safety methods are being employed, nothing could be more important to me as like a leader in the field artillery to make sure everything is done safely, because the last thing you want is a soldier to die. But the thing below that you don't want to have happen either is to someone die in training or in transit, not to enemy fire, because that's always in your control to a large degree. So I would say, yeah. So basically it's towed by the barrel, because that's where that allows for the center of gravity of the whole apparatus to be more centered, as opposed to if it was towed the other way, if that makes sense.
Sure. I just had never seen it before, and I was wondering if it actually increased the drop time because you're not having to back or turn around when you get to the location.
No, it can definitely increase the time, but that's like a trade-off that they would rather have it transit safely, because whenever we have a loss of a howitzer in training, it's almost always due to a rollover because it wasn't hitched up correctly or not. So basically they decided, with the 777, because we're going to be towing a lot of these things, and 777s make up at least 2/3 of our towed artillery. So like we would rather have it be a much safer driving it around than having it a little bit quicker employment. So definitely a real risk for the Ukrainians, but for the Americans with that many systems, it's probably going to save more lives to have it that way and be a little bit slower.
Very good. One last thing for your suggestion box. I know they use scoot and shoot. I suggest you keep that term for the self-propelled, but then we could rename the towed artillery drop and pop. What do you think?
Unfortunately, Big Papa, you may have not heard my rant against scoot and shoot, which is not a military term, and I absolutely hate it. But that's fine because it does sound silly and it is fun to say. I agree with you there.
Okay, very good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Big Papa. Raver?
Hey, good morning, everyone. So a comment about the bridge and then a question for CJ. So a comment about the bridge is it doesn't matter how well or how fast the Russians can fix it. Bridges don't move, and the Ukrainians already have the range, so they can just knock it down again. My question for CJ is you had talked about meteorology. So I know as an amateur storm chaser, we look at hodographs and SQTs to get an idea of what the wind is doing at height, what way it's moving and how fast it's moving. Do artillerymen, those fire direction officers, do they study meteorology, especially like the SQTs and the hodographs, to know what their rounds are going to be flying through as they transit to the target?
Oh man, you're really hitting home here, Raver. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Just for everyone's awareness, so we don't bore everyone to death, at least from my end, because
No, please go with great detail.
Well, okay, so it's called MET, right? So meteorological data, and as Raver pointed out, the weather in the atmosphere is remarkably different as you go up higher. Not only does the wind change directions, but it changes speed, the temperature drops, and also the atmospheric pressure changes, which has a significant impact on the amount of drag. You think that, basically in an orbit, right, when you're in low Earth orbit or anything like that, if you were to get an artillery round up there that high, which again, you can't, but just for, the sake of this sort of explanation, there's no atmosphere, therefore there's no drag, and so it'll fly endlessly around the Earth. But the atmosphere at ground level is pretty high, so there's a lot of drag near the Earth. But if you get something 10,000 feet in the air, it's a whole different ball game. It's why planes tend to fly at 30,000 feet, because there's much less atmosphere, much less drag, much more efficient to fly. And so basically, Raver, what you have to do is you have to get MET or weather data every couple hours, because as you know, it changes throughout the day. So not only does it change at different altitudes, but it's constantly changing. And so, the U.S. Army used to have weather balloons. There used to be a bunch of different ways to do it. Long story short, it's basically all done by satellites now, which makes it pretty easy. But in terms of what the Ukrainians are using, there is a couple methods to kind of get it pretty accurate, because, at the end of the day, it's only going to change around by maybe 50 meters. So not a significant amount in the grand scheme of things. And even if you don't have weather data, if you have a drone that's observing, you could just adjust and you could get the end result you want anyways. But, and it's a huge but, if you want a precision guided rounds, you absolutely need that information. Otherwise, you're not going to get within 50 meters. And that's what the whole point of precision guided munitions are. So how the Ukrainians are doing that, I have a couple theories, but you can kind of let your mind wander, that they probably talk to countries with good satellites to make this happen. But yeah, super important, because not only does the weather change as the round is flying through the sky, but the Earth is rotating underneath. Sorry, flat earthers, there's no room for you in the artillery community, because if you have a round in the air, especially for like 40 kilometers, the Earth will move 50 to 150 meters underneath you. So you have to account for that if you want to be accurate.
I bet the Ukrainians are still using a lot of weather balloons. I know NOAA still uses a lot of them, and that's how we get our daily SQTs and hodographs, especially during storm season.
Yeah, and I bet, I honestly, the United States Army doesn't use open source for, correcting of targeting gear, but I bet there's enough information out there, especially with NASA and everything that's released, that they could probably get a pretty good solution without, a lot of sort of fancy equipment.
Thank you, CJ. Raver, do you have a...
I was just going to make a little quip. The science of war.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nothing, not that other branches don't require a lot of training, but in terms of technical study, artillery is one of the most heavy for that in terms of the relationship with, ballistics and everything like that. So, yeah, exactly, Raver.
Yeah, no, and my last line here for you, CJ, with sort of a comment on the artillery and sort of the renaissance we're seeing. You reminded me of a specific incident, and this is kind of funny because I haven't even thought about it in many years. My actual first run-in with an MRS with an M270 would have been in 2005, and the irony of this is I remember passing this is so 2005. This is Iraq. Remember somebody that I don't think they were organic to the brigade or anything. We had two of these 270s show up, and they just sort of parked on the fob. I think they might have put up a sunscreen canopy, trees to the other side, maybe 20 meters away from it, so they could get shade both days. But I remember walking past them pretty much every day. Now this is an era of, paladins and artillery gun lines. So I remember thinking to myself, wow, that's a pretty cushy gig here. Those are unguided, cluster munitions. This is a counterinsurgency. There's no, it's not Gulf War. They're not taking out, rows and rows of tanks. So I thought, wow, those guys are just going to sit there for, 12 months or whatever. So I underappreciated completely. And I remember even actually counting now because I remember looking at the shutters on it thinking, this is an old, not having much appreciation for it. No, and it's in my head thinking it was an older system. It's got I thought it had the blast shutters on the front, the louvered metal over the glass. So I remember actually chuckling, like, never see this thing fire, never see this thing shoot. It must be in someone's budget just to put it out here. The crews sit in the cab, rotate through shifts, never seen it fire. But now that I think back at it, I think that would have been the first introduction, and that wouldn't have been an unguided MLRS. Those would have been precision guided. So anyway, so the king of the battle here that's sort of winning this, I actually remember walking past those thinking, wow, what's that scrap heap of metal doing just sitting there not really getting any fire missions? Why are they only sending 2 of it? I think I even remember counting in my head, wow, they've only got 12 pods, and I don't remember if they had anything sitting next to them, but it just jogs my mind and thinks, wow, that's funny how underappreciated it was, or how we underappreciated what it could provide, because it was changing over at that point, and in my head we were thinking, we don't need this old crappy unguided system. We're not trying to take out a square kilometer of armor. But funny that this conversation sort of jogged my memory to think about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the thing about Iraq. Obviously, as you know, it's a pretty gigantic country, but especially if they had ATACMs, almost everything was within range from the FOB. So while you kind of saw them as maybe just sitting around not doing much, they probably were shooting at night in support of, let's just say, Tier 1 operations. So they didn't seem like they were having much of an effect. But if we get William back or someone else here, it probably was a huge effect. It's just, the lifestyle of a 13 Mike, or basically a U.S. Army Rocketeer, seems very relaxed, but the impact couldn't be much larger. So one of the good things, not that there's many good things about this war, but one of the positive aspects is just the resurgence of the rocket artillery, which is, so far as to say, this branch this part of artillery didn't get a lot of attention before this war. Except for those who were like strategic thinkers and those who were thinking ahead. So, the Army was prioritizing, and it's number one. And I mean, number one in the U.S. Army Futures Command priority was long-range precision fires through the PrSMs and the hypersonic missile battery and all these other things. And so some people, General Rafferty among them, knew that this would be very important in a large-scale war. And, everyone, not that everyone poo-pooed them, but it was more like people couldn't really visualize it. And I think now with this war, they can kind of see why it's such an important part of any future conflict.
Thank you, CJ. Let's go on to Knight, and then I'll have a question from the audience that's been pending for a while for you, CJ, and then to, Vern Watchful, Raver Papa, I think. Knight.
Thank you. prior to the MLRS coming into service, the U.S. Army was operating 8-inch mobile artillery. I know that's something that's been retired, but the Russians and the Ukrainians have both been putting that to very good use. So kind of looking at that, do you think that might still have a role in the Army? Does there need to be something between 155 and MLRS? Is that something that you think maybe we should bring back? And another question.
Yeah, sure. Keep going. I got an answer for that, but I'd love to hear more.
Okay. Yeah, other question, since we're talking MLRS again, or GMLRS, hold on a second, would be, well, actually, go ahead. Go ahead on that.
Yeah, so the 203 millimeter and any sort of those large platforms, Ukraine is able to use them, the 2S7, and obviously Russia has them as well, in addition to a 240 millimeter mortar, which I believe is the 2S4. The problem with these systems is that they're slow. They can't fire fast. Yes, they have a huge explosive potential, but they're very inaccurate. So the only real combat use you have for them in a war like this is really in rubblizing a city, because as I've seen at least 3 specific cases of Ukrainians with just M777s, right, a much smaller frame, taking out Russian 2S7s, because they, the Ukrainian 777s are much more accurate and much more mobile, generally speaking. And so when you get to the sense like that a Brimstone or a very out of the box, and light missile system can kind of outrange and outgun your gigantic artillery platform, it doesn't make too much sense to have that. Additionally, we have HIMARS and GMLRS already, which are good for long range. And you always have to remember at the end of the day, NATO, if NATO is involved in large scale war, missiles, but they can also do a bunch of other things like shoot down planes, shoot down ballistic missiles, etc. So I don't think necessarily that we'll devote much energy and attention to longer range artillery, but I think longer range rockets would be a different story, because if you could hit something on the ground from 500 kilometers away, you're now in a situation where you can outrange aircraft, and especially in areas with high air defense. If our short, Mike 31 GMLRS, which can shoot maybe 80, 90, 100 kilometers, cannot be shot down by S-300s or S-400s, then you have to wonder what our more advanced rockets can do, and it's probably the same thing. So that's how I see the future of it, but I could be completely wrong. But for the time being, the Ukrainians are still using the 203s quite effectively.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nate. CJ, I've got a question here for you from the audience. Could you give us an overview of the Crab, please, the Polish howitzer? It looks really fast. How good is it? How far can it shoot? How well protected is it against shrapnel or small arms fire? How good a self-propelled gun is it? In various ways that you can describe it and I can't ask about.
Yeah, so I mean, it's okay, I would say. I mean, I think one of the only problems they really had with the system is that it was just so new that there was a lot of testing that hadn't been done. It's fast, which is good. And really the main benefit of the Crab is that it can shoot the 155 ammunition, everything from Excalibur to Smart Bonus, all the sort of fancy ammo that Ukraine now has available. It can shoot that. It can move in quickly, conduct survivability moves. In terms of the exact specifications, I think maintenance is a little bit of a pain. I'm not sure how well made they are, but for the time being, really Ukraine just needs more platforms that can shoot 155 and more 155 ammo. And then after the war, they can decide how they want to move forward. But, at the very least, we know it'll be within NATO standardization. So I know Ukrainian battery commanders and artillery officers that have used both, Soviet self-propelled guns and the Crab much prefer the Crab, but they all much prefer the Caesar and the German howitzers and even the M109s just a bit more, because they're a little bit more well-made. They're a little bit more battle-tested. Yes, they're older, but they've also gone through enough modifications to really work out a lot of the bugs that I think the crowd still has to work through.
Thank you, CJ. And I was going to ask something. I forgot what. Never mind. I think it will come to me later on. Vern, you had your hand up. You were supposed to be next in line. You dropped your hand. If you want to go ahead now. Otherwise, we're going to Watchful.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I've come in a little bit late, and I'm sorry to inconvenience the listeners, but I understand that there is some footage of the pontoons being deployed near Andreevsky Bridge. Is there any way to see these images?
Can you share the footage? Because we'd love to see it, and we are so happy to hear that, because you have no idea. David and I have been looking forward to them pontoons being brought out, because it's the best possible opportunity to trip them and send them all to hell.
That would make my night. If I could get cast my eyes across some of those images before I go to bed. Thank you.
David, did you hear this?
Yes, I did. I was busy laughing. I was going, I desperately want to see some pictures of this. I really want to. Where is it?
So Vern, if you have it, please share it.
I don't have it. Sorry, the name of the fellow escapes me, but I understand that there were some images that were showing the deployment.
Well, but I heard the rumor as well, but we haven't seen anything yet. That's why David and I were so keen on it.
Okay. So I misheard. I'm sorry to have taken your time and
no worries.
Inconvenience to listeners.
The rumor has been no inconvenience. The rumor has been out since the morning that they are somewhere amassing those pontoons, and we haven't seen anything yet, because it's so utterly beyond belief that they'd be trying that. But we'd love to have them try.
Oh, would we? Okay. Fingers crossed. And yes, I will wait. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Vern. Let's jump on to Watchful Eye. Watchful Eye.
Hello, good day, everyone. Fantastic conversation and really riveting. Question for CJ. CJ, is there any correction to account for the massive recoil that these platforms, are subjected to after every round? Because if you're looking at the ranges, if you're not shooting bullseye every single time, just the recoil would and displacement of the platform would send your rounds astray. So, can you share what's done to account for that? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So basically, every artillery piece, really since World War I, has a sort of a battery recoil system. So basically, using a combination of gases and sort of rubber and lubricants, it basically goes back to what we call battery or in position every time. You think of before World War I, if you saw cannons, they were on wheels and they flew back 6 or 8 feet. It was pretty dangerous and also pretty inaccurate. But now with optical sights, basically what they do is you have basically like a scope, is the easiest way to describe it, on the artillery piece itself. And so when the gunner goes up to get ready to shoot again, they look through the scope and see if it's still aligned with the the distant aim point or secondary independent check, or so basically whatever you're using, hopefully a collimator, more precision. But basically when you get ready to shoot again, you look through the scope, make sure you're still aligned, and that alignment point is a static pole. It's a static object that's not going to move regardless if the gun moves, and so you basically recalibrate it every time to get it back on track. So there's a couple ways to mitigate this, of course. If your 777, for example, is dug in, the spades are all the way in, it won't move too much anyways. But basically, there's a bunch of checks designed now to make sure you're shooting at the same place every time. And with a self-propelled gun, not only do they also dig in, but they have GPS systems on them as well to make sure they're in the same place. But yeah, it was a problem previously, and it's slowly being reduced by better sort of metallurgy is really the key factor there in making sure it's shooting accurately every time.
Thank you very much for the great explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Raver.
Yeah, this is, I'm going to segue a little bit because CJ's here and hopefully some people with better information are also here. So apparently there are reports of a Russian regiment brigade-sized group that's now encircled. Obviously they're going to be in range of Ukrainian artillery. So what do we know about the situation there and what's going on with them? Because I'd love to see 2,000 Russians go into the bag.
Yeah, Raver, we've discussed this a couple of times earlier today and about 45 minutes ago again. We currently have no verification of that yet. There have been rumors, there have been indications, and there were some sentiments, so to say, uttered by a variety of people. However, there is no independent verification or no statement from the Ukrainian armed forces as of yet. Everything which we've seen so far is not verifiable. So it's difficult to say anything at this point in time. Whether there was supposedly a salient developing as the Ukrainian armed forces were advancing and supposedly going around a lake to the east of that position. And by that means finding a way to crack into the lines and pierce through the lines of the Russians who supposedly were not as readily, say, moving backwards to the rear on time, seemingly due to logistics failures and maybe because they didn't have enough gas, who knows, or trucking capacity. But then again, we do not know enough at this point in time, so we'll have to wait a little.
Gotcha. So hypothetical, CJ, you're Ukrainian battery commander and you've been tasked to close whatever road the Russians might use to exfiltrate or break out of a possible encirclement. How would you go about doing it?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So what we know, I would hope they're encircled. I'm not sure if we have confirmation that they're encircled, but there at least is a pocket forming. And so, 2,000 soldiers, right? It's not necessarily 2 BTGs. It actually might be 3 or 4 that are in that pocket, because basically, if you look at where this is, north of Kherson, this is a key junction between the sort of northern front of the Kherson battle and the western front. So this is like, this, in my opinion, this spot is very operationally important because it links together this sort of northern defense that Russia had set up, kind of facing Kryvyi, and the western side facing Mykolaiv. And this is the point in time that is currently contested. So, let's say it is actually 2,000 soldiers, which is what some of the reporting suggests. I mean, this is, even conservatively, maybe 10% of the whole Russian defense there. In artillery speak, if you were to lose 10% of your forces, you would be neutralized. It doesn't seem like that much. If there's 20,000 Russians and 2,000 are surrounded, you may think, well, that's not too many. But the actual reality is, there's probably only 2,000 or 3,000 to their east, and there's, the rest of the 10,000 to their south. So the loss of 2,000 here would be a gigantic problem for the Russians. What the thing about it is, in terms of what I would do, or if I was Ukraine, what I would look at is, I don't have the map right in front of me, but there's basically a town southeast of this, about 5 or 6 kilometers, which is kind of the key juncture or supply and really transport hub going north to Kryvyi and going west to Mykolaiv front there. And basically, they've been shelling it nonstop, preventing Russia from moving reinforcements either north or west. And so if you look at, what's going on, Ukraine doesn't necessarily have to, they don't actually have to encircle all these troops here. They just have to prevent Russia from redeploying either either north or west. And so by putting pressure on the transport hub, they can now move their ground forces up. And again, in the past couple of days, we've seen a significant increase in the amount of Ukrainian armor here. And so now they're in a situation where, these guys the Russians have to either break and run, either to the northern front or to the western front, or risk being captured or killed in this sort of pocket. So, Ukraine, as much as it's terrible that the war is ongoing, they have time on their side, right? They can play with the time in terms of they can encircle them, they can just shell them. They really have no, obviously the motivation to go quickly is to save Kherson and liberate the territories, but they're doing it smart. They're not rushing in like the Russians did. So I would just focus on the transport hubs. I would get armor in place, and I wouldn't attack until I was completely ready. But, the composition of these 2,000 soldiers I've seen is they're light on vehicles. They're running low on artillery ammunition. So, if they can force a surrender, that's probably honestly preferable than anything else, because it means more Ukrainian lives will be saved if they can do it that way.
Thank you, CJ. Let's get to Big Papa and then Nightlight, who managed to reconnect, and then Mr. Pickle. Axel, do you want to complete?
I was just about to say, how about more fertile ground surrounding that city for sunflower seeds?
Yeah, I think they're famed for sunflower oil production up there, aren't they? Okay, Big Papa.
Yeah, I just had a question about some of the I guess Gimlers or whatever. Everybody, I think they've got 12 HIMARS and a few 270s in there now, and we're all waiting for the TACMs. I've heard a lot of comment about that, but I've also seen that there's another round. It's fairly new, and I guess my question is, do they have that round? I think it gives it a 150 kilometer range, kind of like an in between. And I was just wondering, one, is that round available, and two, would they possibly get it? And I guess for CJ, I was wondering how much of a force multiplier would that be? I know we need the ATACMs there, but just especially in the 270 where you can fire 12 rockets. If you had a 12 rocket, salvo with 150 kilometer range, wouldn't that also be worth more than just more launchers if you only had the regular version?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The ability to shoot that much quickly is a huge factor, and based on Ukrainian and American reports, from both defense agencies and security services, the M270s are present in Ukraine. They've been firing for about a week, but we haven't seen really many pictures of them. I've offered a case of beer to anyone that can show me them in action, but I think realistically they're probably in Kherson, if anywhere else, because these things are on a Bradley chassis. And so unlike HIMARS...
Case of beer, you said, right?
A case of beer or whatever liquor of your choosing. But, the HIMARS, the M142s are very... they're not distinguishable from the other trucks that were given. So, for example, the U.S. gave Ukraine 130 some odd of these heavy tow trucks, which can tow 777s, and that's why they were given. But they look, to a passerby, almost identical to...
So you think they do have this new extended range? I don't know the name of it, but the other one they said was 70 to 80 kilometers, and this one they're talking about has a 150 kilometer range missile. Do you think they have that, or is it available even?
Big Papa, I'll be right back. I'm sure Axel can answer that well.
I reckon they probably only have the M30, M31 thus far. Axel?
I just got spanked because CJ knows that I can't answer that well.
Can I jump in?
Go for it.
Yeah, Ukraine only needs one or two 150 kilometer range rockets. They don't need even a whole pod. Just hit one or two targets that deep, and it's going to throw a whole great big bag of monkey wrenches into Russian plans because it extends the depth that they have to defend and be on guard against. So something with that type of a range, you don't even need very many of them. You just need the fact that they're there in some sort of a credible form, and you take up the enemy something fierce.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Nightlight?
Yeah, thank you. I think what he was talking about there was extended range GMLRs, and then you have like a precision strike missiles coming. So basically, instead of like an ATACMS, there's one in the tube or one in the pod. Now this would be like two. It can theoretically go out to 500 kilometers, but that's several years out. Well, not several years, but at least a couple years out. The extended range GMLRs, I think that's something that's just coming into service now. So I wouldn't expect that would be in Ukraine. But I mean, the brochure says about 150 kilometers, so they tend to underrate things by about, now it seems like 20-25%, considering how much further the GMLRs are shooting versus the brochure. So I would expect the same on that. So, you know, it would be nice, but it would be nice if the war took place in 2024 instead of 2022. But I don't think that's something that would be available at this point.
No, exactly. Probably not, right? It's most likely that all Ukraine will have are these sort of 80-ish kilometer range GMLRs until, hopefully, they get a good number of the ATACMS, and then the Russians are... Well, we know what Russians are. Right. Omar.
Good morning, Dumaine and Axel and everyone, and Gurney. Seems like a great morning all around. So yeah, I mean, it took 2 Neptunes to basically scare off.
Add to the Russian submarine fleet.
I'm sorry?
Add to the Russian submarine fleet.
Oh, they left?
No. When you sing the Moskva, right? It goes from a surface combatant
Oh,
to
right.
submarine.
Yeah. So yeah. No, I was just saying that back to the ATACMS, that one would make a huge difference. Yeah, because if they actually don't know how much you have, and you start firing, you know, they will basically assume that you have more. But anyway, we hope for more. My question was, are we seeing a net decrease in forces in Kherson, or a net increase? Are they throwing everything in like they used to do in the Luhansk, or they even can't do that? That's my question. And it's for Gurney or Axel?
Mr. Pickle, I just caught the end of that.
Is there a net increase or decrease in forces in Kherson on the Russian side?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I think we'd all like to know that. Does anyone have some general info on that, or that's held pretty close to the chest?
Portland?
So the Russians are trying to move high quality units into the Kherson region, not into Kherson proper, but to try to thicken up that defensive line between Kherson and the E97. But they are struggling to find units of usefully high quality that are not already desperately needed elsewhere. So we're seeing a trickle rather than, you know, a systematic flood of new personnel.
So you could say they're in a pickle.
They are in a very serious pickle. I mean, Kherson is like... The Ukrainian forces at Kherson are positioned as the metaphorical equivalent of a knife against your kidneys. Like, yeah, fine, you can fight them everywhere else, but that knife is still resting against your kidneys.
Oh, this is getting glorious here with the puns. First Portland and then Axel with the pickle. I'm loving it.
What should we do? Let's go to Nightlight, and then back to Mr. Pickle, and then to William. Nightlight.
Is CJ back?
Think so.
I am ready. What do you got for me?
Oh, more artillery questions. So when the M777s first showed up, there was a lot of the OSINT people were pointing out there was something missing, some sort of computerized fire control system that seems to have been taken off of it, because I don't know why they would have done that. Maybe fear that the Russians would find them, or who knows what. What was that, and how important was it? And also on the Gimlers and MLRS and so on, my understanding is they withdrew a lot of the DPICM munitions and replaced it with an alternative explosive warhead, which is just basically a lot of fragments. I was wondering what you know about that and how effective it is.
So first, the M777s, you're referring to the Alpha 2 versions, which have the digital fire control systems, or the DFCS, which basically allows for the gun to emplace digitally and use GPS guidance to get it set up more accurately, more quickly. From my point of view, since the first batch of ammunition didn't really have much precision guided munitions, it wasn't necessarily relevant. And since the Ukrainian fire support systems are completely different anyways, it would have been giving them something fancy that wouldn't have really given them a tangible impact on the battlefield, unless you were going to give them the radars and also the precision guide munitions. And so that's why now they're being given with the DFCS in the last at least one, if not two batches of 777s. And they also the United States gave 1,000 precision guide munitions as well. So that's kind of why it didn't happen at first, and it really wouldn't have helped them too much with the current force layout, but now it can be a huge boon to their operations. In terms of the M30s, so you're referring to the basically improved cluster munitions that are in some of the older Gimlers rockets. Even though the United States didn't sign the convention on the banning of cluster munitions, and neither did Russia, neither did Ukraine, they still weren't used because, maybe Gurney remembers, in Iraq, basically they had a dud rate of somewhere around 1 to 4%, which was deemed too high for the United States ethical standards, regardless what you think about them. They didn't want kids picking them up. It was just kind of a nightmare. So, and the other thing you have to remember too, of course, is that once the Iraqi army was defeated, it was mostly an insurgency. So these kind of DPICM rounds they're really good against vehicles and tanks and things like that, but against insurgents, it's not necessarily any better. So they were in the process of demining the M30s and, kind of putting them into different weapon systems, like the M31s and et cetera. So, I sort of thought that they would give the M30s to Ukraine, because not only would that be very beneficial against large amounts of Russian tanks, but there was also a lot of them that weren't just simply going to be destroyed or turned into other things. But as it turns out, we have no confirmation that they received any of the M30s or cluster munitions, and I think that just kind of goes within line of the trend of where not only the United States is headed, but where Ukraine is headed, where they kind of have the moral high ground over Russia, because Russia's using cluster munitions. And so, regardless of the fact that the US and Ukraine haven't signed that treaty, it was just decided that it wasn't going to be worth it ethically. And so, and now let's talk military. So these kind of things, the cluster munitions don't really make a better impact on these ammo dumps. As we've seen, they've used the MiG-31s or the unitary warheads, right? So it's just one basically 200-pound explosion, but it's deadly precise. And so this was deemed as a good military solution for, fixed point targets. It remains to be seen how Gimlers will be used against, sort of assemblies of vehicles. But now Ukraine is getting more and more firepower, more and more artillery. Their Air Force is able to make a resurgence due to the fact that, not only HIMARS are able to take out S-300s and S-400s, but, sort of the doors are opening to really use an effective use of non-cluster munitions. So I think the window's probably passed, but it's okay because as many people have pointed out, if you can take out a lot of the Russian fuel and ammo, you don't necessarily need to take out the tanks on the move, which is what cluster munitions are good for. You can just, basically starve them of fuel of ammo and get the same impact without any of the detriment of having, 1% of your cluster munitions not exploded and picked up by kids or civilians at a later date.
And let's just note a couple.
Before we move on, Dorman, wait 1 second, please, because this is a great opportunity. CJ, don't you think that if there is a salient closed and heavily engaged troops which have committed atrocities, troops which are about to be attrited and are still fighting, mechanized infantry, not really very well entrenched, that such ammunitions might come in handy? Isn't this exactly what they're built for?
I mean, yes and no. So what I would point to is, let's say there is a salient or Russian troops are heavily concentrated. if they're going to be static, right? If they're not moving too much, and you have to choose between cluster munitions or high explosive unguided, the reality is the difference there in weaponeering is only about 10%. And by that I mean you only have to fire 10% more HE rounds to get the same effect you would get by cluster munitions. So the difference isn't too significant in my opinion. The only difference for why cluster munitions become much more effective than HE is when vehicles are on the move and very spread out. That's where, like, if you're looking at the military efficiency, goes up greatly by using cluster munitions. So I think in this scenario, it wouldn't matter too much. Also, Axel, I would like to take this point in time. I know that Russians have committed atrocious war crimes, but I'm seeing sort of the most ridiculous calls and claims that some sort of like order should be like given across by the Ukrainians to basically on megaphones to tell the Russians to surrender or die. And I hope everyone understands this is not how war works by any stretch.
Of course not.
No, I know you know this, Axel. I just mean for the general audience, like according to the Geneva Convention, like this is the thing that I think people are kind of confused about. So to be absolutely clear, if you are a soldier and you're in uniform and you are running away, you are still a valid target until you leave that country. Like absolutely, it doesn't matter if you have a weapon in your hands or not. You're still targetable under the Geneva Convention. However, if you do a war crime and then you immediately surrender, or you look like you're surrendering, then it doesn't matter if you have a weapon or not. You are not a justifiable target. So just I want to make those two things very clear. Like if the Russians are retreating, they're still fair game. But if they surrender, then that's the end of it. So just for everyone's awareness, but regardless of how people feel about it, that's how it is.
How would troops surrender appropriately?
This is a good question. I'm always very curious, Axel, on the status of the POWs on both sides, really, just because this is a situation that, in the last 20 years of America's fighting really was not brought up because it wasn't really a declared war. Not that this is either, but, the enemy, as we would say, was not wearing uniforms of any type, so it was not really a thing. You'd have to ask people that were in the Gulf War when, 50,000 Iraqis in uniform would surrender at a time. Nowadays it's probably a lot easier with technology to do it. I'm a little bit fuzzy on the exact ways an army would surrender, but I think based on the fact that, again, allegedly with a big A, Russia was trying to set up a corridor to get out of this specific pocket, that's something that's not going to fly in any case. Just because Russia wants to leave a position doesn't mean they can do it. They have to surrender, or they will be continued to be shot at and killed until they leave the whole country. So, in terms of the specific ways, you got everything from a white flag to, if an attempt is made by the Russians to message or put up signs and say they surrender, and they carry that out. Now, will they do that? I mean, it's not necessarily likely, but based on how I've seen as a majority, and again, it's not all cases, but pretty much in every case, Ukraine has treated Russian prisoners, with the due dignity and respect that, is owed by the Geneva Convention. I don't even think that Russian soldiers think that they would get shot for no matter what they're told. I don't think that's realistically what they're thinking will happen. So there probably maybe is a strong desire to just end it and just throw their hands up, which I hope they do.
Скажу вам так, що процес триває. Ми впевнені в тому, що нам вдасться забрати ще наших людей, поміняти, повернути додому. Але це дуже непростий процес. Там дуже багато нюансів. На ці перемовини впливають просто мільйон різних аспектів, і в тому числі те, що відбувається на фронті, те, що відбувається в геополітичному плані. Все це, на жаль,
falling from their positions with arms raised, or by yelling at you to stop firing so that they can give up. The way they signal their desire to surrender may vary, but you must allow them to give up once you've received the signal. It is illegal to fire on enemy soldiers who have thrown down their weapons and offered to surrender.
Yeah, hopefully they got the Russian version there because they're going to need it. This is the problem with their escape route threatened. As David's pointed out and many have pointed out, the bridge being damaged, maybe beyond repair, has a lot of psychological damage, and they are very far from that bridge. There's a long way to go before they escape. And if they're hearing that, 50 to 100 kilometers to their rear, there's no way out but through Ukrainian partisans, they may just decide that this is it.
Поки що йде складно.
Okay, at this point, I would like to briefly note that it was very reasonable for us to expect the cluster munitions would be sent for the HIMARS, the M30 missiles, that is, because of the whole hullabaloo with the Germans and whether they could be or would be allowed to be fired from the German Mars variant MLRS. So it was kind of assumed by all of us because of that they're probably going to be sending those, because why else would there be all that hullabaloo? This is with respect to something you were talking about 10 minutes ago, CJ. Right, let's go to Omar and William and Tom. Omar.
Yeah, I mean, as far as cluster munitions, although I'm not hawkish in general, but I would actually use them as a card in my pocket. Meaning, since they're bombing civilians with them, and that's most certainly is worse than many things they do. But I would just say that if you do, we're gonna use the same on your soldiers, but maybe they stop, maybe they don't, and if they don't, I would use them. But anyway, are we seeing an attack that is the goal of it is actually Crimea, in terms of it being the most vulnerable for logistics-wise, and would take a lot of time to move forces there, even if from where they are. So is that the plan, or we don't know the plan, or should it be the plan?
Okay, Portland. Should Ukraine be going into Crimea ASAP, and how would they do it? And what would need to happen first?
No, they shouldn't. Because the thing about Crimea is it's an extremely exposed piece of territory. It's essentially a desert. It gets all of its water through a canal, which runs through Ukrainian territory. And there are only two routes in, one via the Kerch Bridge and one roughly halfway between Kherson and Melitopol. Therefore, the sensible thing for the Ukrainians to be doing is bypassing Crimea entirely, containing it with light infantry forces to prevent a breakout or a flank move, cutting off that land bridge, and then smashing the Kerch Bridge. You put the defenders in Simferopol and Sevastopol into a position where they have no water and they are in range of extremely precise rocket artillery at will. There's no chance of resupply. There's no chance of getting water, and they can be rocketed around the clock. You make them put up with that for about 2 weeks, and you'll have a mass surrender.
Excellent. Sounds good. Thank you, Portland. Let's go on to, where were we? William, Tom, Dave. William.
Hey, thanks again. I guess this is, in regards to this conversation of Ukraine going on the offense for CJ, another artillery piece. It's not as sexy as the MLRS or HIMARS, but counter battery artillery and radar. I know we've seen reports of some getting sent in. I think we've seen, videos of counter battery being pretty effective. Is this I think especially as we go on the offense, is this a matter of the more the better? Is that something that could be, something that could be helped with a game changer? I think that, as we go on the offense and with the higher number of, artillery pieces that Russia has, whatever we can do to improve the counter battery measures, the better. But just your thoughts on counter battery radars, if that's something that we should be pushing to get more into the country, etc.
Yeah, William, you're right on the money. This is something that's been given about 24 systems by the U.S. The UK just promised another 12 more, and they've actually gotten some from Germany as well. So what this does...
and the Netherlands, I think.
And the Netherlands, too. I think there's probably a lot more, but they have... in terms of the ratio of radars to Western artillery, it's actually pretty good. It's somewhere between 40 and 50 radar systems for about 250 artillery pieces, which is a effing great ratio, because what it means is you can be a lot more efficient with your artillery, right? If ammunition is a problem and you're facing off against a much larger artillery force, the only way to leverage, your limited critical capabilities, which in this case is much better precision and accuracy and probably better training and morale, is with more radars, because you can make your shots count a lot more. You can basically scare Russia into stop shooting as much, which is certainly something that's anecdotally been explained, that Russia does not really shoot as much artillery as they used to, not only because their ammo dumps are primarily in flames, but really because the Ukrainian counterfire is so effective. So yeah, this is something that has been done and needs to be sustained as they get more and more artillery pieces. But to this point, I mean, if you look at, for example, in a normal artillery battalion in NATO, it's 18 guns, and it's really 2 high-end radars with 4 or 5 lower-end counter-mortar radars. So, about 6 for every 18, but really I would just count the 2 Q-53s as they would be, which are the long-range counter artillery radars. So let's just say 2 for 18, and Ukraine is running, basically not just a 1-to-9 ratio, but a 1-to-4 between radars and artillery. So really, couldn't stress that enough, how important that is. And this will go into where Russia, if they decide to keep shooting at Ukraine after the war is done, in terms of after Ukraine has liberated all of its territories, this is something that Russia will have to contend with, and they'll have to think twice before they start shooting at civilian areas. But yeah, you're exactly right, William.
Thanks. And I guess the last follow-up question is, there's a big difference between MLRS cluster munitions and just the traditional, more explosive ones. With the MLRS, with the tungsten rounds, is that armor piercing? Do you know much? I do not know much about that round when it comes to the Gimlers.
Yeah, they were only used in Iraq until 2004, and then they were taken off. So not many people really got a chance to see it in action, but with the ability to spread each one can spread about 176,000 fragments of tungsten. And again, it's much more of an EFP type design, or explosively formed penetrator, where the damage doesn't come from the fragments hitting you; it comes from the secondary burst overhead the targets, which makes it ideal for vehicles. But again, I don't know. I mean, this is sort of like my non-military opinion, like a personal opinion. If you can avoid using cluster munitions, it seems like it's preferable. Really before the war, I was definitely of the mind that, in large-scale combat, you'll need cluster munitions to win, which is, morally ambiguous at times, but really militarily necessary. And now this whole war has taught me that maybe it isn't actually that necessary. And this is kind of why, if it was necessary, I think Ukraine would have gotten it. But they didn't. And so it makes me wonder, what kind of sort of political discussions are being had on the side to keep Ukraine, obviously they're in the right, they were attacked. There's no question there. But in the ways that they conduct the war in order to keep not only international support, but also just the moral high ground, both militarily and politically moving forward, I think it was probably deemed necessary to not use these weapons. And as we've seen, I don't think they necessarily needed them, but that's kind of my own personal take as opposed to maybe my professional military opinion.
Thanks.
Максимо, ну і на фінал розумію, що треба про ці теми говорити дуже обережно, щоб не нашкодити, але менше з тим, чи тримаєте ви контакт з родинами полонених з Азовсталі? Що можна сказати про процес?
Whoops, it looks like we're cycling through co-hosts here. Tom, why don't you go ahead?
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm driving, so sorry if there's a bit of background noise. I've got a question and then a comment, both on the Russian surrendering issue. I think it was Phillips P. O'Brien, who I think is going to be joining us in about an hour. He did reports of 1 or 2 Russian BTGs having been cut off and surrounded in the Kherson region. But he said if this is true, this is big news. Firstly, do we have any confirmation on that?
So
nope.
What we have is strong indications that they are surrounded very tightly on 3 sides, and their one route out is pre-sighted by Ukrainian artillery. So we can't yet say that they are fully encircled, but certainly they are in a very, very dire situation.
Okay, thanks for that. The second thing was about Russian troops surrendering, and it's just something that I realised from some comments other people in the space made yesterday or the day before. I think it was Daryl and Susan were both talking about understanding that the Russian mindset is so very different from our own that it's actually quite difficult to understand them culturally, because we sort of expect them to be more like us. And how I think Daryl was making the point that the sort of soldiering mindset of that it's acceptable for soldiers to loot and rape is quite medieval, and that's an attitude that I think most soldiers had 200, 300, 400 years ago. It was just considered normal. And I think Susan was saying that it took her a very long time to actually grasp just how different the Russian cultural mindset is. And I was thinking to myself, because I know people in the space have been trying to persuade me that I'm perhaps assuming the best of particularly Russian civilians, and that maybe I need to adjust my thinking on that. And I was thinking, why might this be? And it's because as humans, we have the tendency to project our own qualities on others, to assume that others are somewhat like ourselves. And what I realised listening to them speak was that the Russians and the Russian army will be doing the same thing with Ukrainians and the Ukrainian army. So what I mean by that is, bearing in mind just how badly they treat prisoners and civilians themselves, they probably expect, not least of which because there's a lot of propaganda saying so, that the Ukrainians are awful and evil and Nazis. And I wonder if that might make Russian troops more likely to sort of break and flee than surrender, because they may believe that they won't be treated well, according to the Geneva Convention. Now, that makes me wonder if the Ukrainians might benefit from a PSYOP, loudspeakers saying, it's time to surrender now, you will be taken prisoners of war, you will be treated according to the Geneva Convention. And you can even bullshit them with that PSYOP saying, hundreds of your other soldiers in the Kherson region have already surrendered, there's 10 divisions on the way, whatever bullshit you want to say, in order to persuade them to surrender. So I just wondered if people might agree with me that perhaps Russian soldiers might be fearful to surrender out of anticipating that they're being mistreated or killed. Do you think there's any truth in that?
We do not know. We only have always the same kind of propaganda channels on their end. We can't judge.
Do we know if there's anything in the Russian propaganda saying that, Ukrainians are taking no prisoners, don't try to surrender, you'll be killed, that sort of thing?
No, that's a load of tosh.
Well, and I'll just I'll chime in here briefly. Sort of as a current active duty soldier, sort of my thoughts are, it comes from 2 directions, right? So the first is kind of the one that, Tom and Axel are talking about, which is, the internal propaganda, right? Which maybe during the Soviet Union was at a
якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації. Але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що.
Due diligence, whether it is allowing phone calls, not executing prisoners in mass every single day, they kind of allow that, the more positive narrative to stand up. So really it requires both things, of course, because it doesn't matter if Ukraine does all the right things if Russia still has absolute control. But as we've seen with Russian military officers and, Wagner Group and all these different people express concerns about how the war is being run, that leads me to believe it's quite clear that they don't have a absolute control on the media narrative. So if those things come together, then the chance of a surrender is more likely than it would have been, say 1941.
Right, that makes sense. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tom. Let's jump on to... I forgot where we were. Let's go to John and then to David and Portland. Portland, if you have something on the existing one, go ahead, but not otherwise.
I have a comment on the issue of getting the Russians to surrender. It's pretty brief. I can deal with it now, or I can hold my peace, because it's been covered pretty well.
No, cover it now, so we don't have to jump back to it.
Okay, no sweat. Thank you. Okay, so the thing is that one of the most effective ways of countering the narrative that if you surrender, you will be mistreated is engineering circumstances where the enemy knows. Take, for example, these two BTGs that are presently mostly encircled, right? Let's look at their situation. They have high quality, high capability, extremely motivated Ukrainian troops on three sides. There are three roads out of their position. Two of those roads run through Ukrainian positions. The other road is an elevated causeway through a swamp that is pre-sighted with Ukrainian artillery. And which I saw a very entertaining video yesterday of the most spectacular javelin kill of the war, right? So there, you have to look at their situation, which is, if I go west, I die. If I go north, I die. If I go east, I die. If I run south, I die tired. Therefore, even if I think I may be mistreated in captivity, at least in captivity, there is a chance that I don't die. That is the most effective counter to the propaganda of mistreatment. Then you get these people in as prisoners. You treat them really well. You give them cigarettes. You let them, you give them better food than they've had while they were fighting. You let them call home. And sooner or later, that information percolates into the information ecosphere. And the next time you have a partially encircled unit, they're going to look at this and they're going to say, okay, so north I die, east I die, west I die, south I die tired, or I can surrender and have cigarettes and good food. Right? These things build on each other. And you have to engineer circumstances quite rigidly the first time, and it gets progressively easier the longer you go. Because even though Russia has very tight access to, very tight controls over mainstream media, there isn't really shit they can do about Telegram. I have seen this and done this before. It works really well.
Thanks, Martin. John.
Thanks, mate. Just a very quick one for CJ. When the 109 started going into theatre, there was some reporting that they weren't really survivable because they were too slow and they were getting whacked by counter-battery fire. I know UK have just said that they're sending in another 20-odd. platforms. Is this something you have a view on, CJ? Are the 109s actually any good, or are they basically just death traps for the Ukrainian artillery?
No, great question. You know, what's not exactly clear for the newest British aid packages is it the 20 from Belgium that they bought and refurbished for Ukraine, or are they 20 that they had in storage? This will kind of change what they're capable of. You know, when we saw the report of, I think, 1 or 2 M109s destroyed by Russia early on to when they were given, my understanding from talking to Ukrainians was, in that specific case, again, this is what they said, was that they had run out of 155 ammo. And because at that time, you know, in early May, it was still very limited access to that ammunition. And so as opposed to just staying with the piece of equipment and, you know, fighting to the death, they decided, you know, there's not too many people trained on the 155 different systems. They decided to abandon that piece, and therefore it was static because it wasn't moving, it wasn't on, and it was destroyed. And so now I think it's a completely different calculus. I haven't heard any complaints from Ukrainians about the M109s. I mean, yes, they are a bit old, but really the fact that they can shoot the modern, much better ammunition, the 155, they still are highly requested and wanted. But obviously, like, again, it kind of goes to the 777s, right? 130 have been given roughly, and only about 6 or 7 have been destroyed, which is absolutely incredible. Percent of attrition. I mean, it's not even 10%. And, you know, maybe even if it was 10 or 20% in a large scale combat, you'd expect to lose a lot more. So they are protecting these systems well. But the only thing more important than the systems is the people trained on them, not only for the morality standpoint of saving lives, but really, you know, from a military point of effectiveness, keeping these people alive to fight on another system that's given. So that's my understanding of what happened there. But otherwise, yeah, I think they still would be very helpful to them, especially now that they have more ammo.
Thank you, CJ. Dave?
Mic check. Okay, thanks. Yeah, first time speaking in this new space. Loving it. Great transition, guys. I've been listening since I think late February, and the vibe here is slightly different but great. I'd like to quickly ask Portland to share that video of the that recent video of the Javelin hit. That sounds like something I want to see. But my primary question is, yesterday and the day before, we were talking about whether or not Ukraine was going to go into Kherson and the different strategies of how to either lure the Russians out, get them to surrender, or you know, straight up you know, attack and urban warfare. Things seems to have changed a lot since I listened yesterday. I know you've probably been discussing it most of last night. I think it would be for you guys. What happened? Like, how did this pocket form? Like, were they reinforcing Kherson? Were they trying to break away and run from Kherson? And is the rest of the Russian forces in Kherson in a much more dire predicament than we thought yesterday?
I would just start off by saying, you know, the specific battle we're talking about in Vysko Pilia is, you know, by the basically bird's eye or crow's eye view, is 80 to 90 kilometers northeast of Kherson, but by road it's like 140 kilometers away, so it's quite a ways. Additionally, too, basically due to HIMARS and everything else that's in theater now that the Ukrainians have, the command posts of the Russians are 40 kilometers back from this battle. So they're unable to really help in an efficient way or mass troops to help. So what does this mean? It means if this pocket is successfully secured, it's maybe 2,000 Russians that are out of the fight. There's still a long way to go, but Russia has no ability to just send another 2,000 people because the frontage here is massive. It's, something on the order of 300 kilometers guarded by 20,000 Russians that also have to guard Kherson City. So they really, in terms of the amount of troops available, they are very spread thin. So these kind of pockets could happen all the time without many Ukrainians having to fight. So it doesn't mean that Kherson City is necessarily going to fall immediately, but it's a great sign of things to come.
David, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah. So how did they actually get to be there? Like, were they coming to reinforce?
Oh, they've been kind of retreating slowly. So find Kryvyi Rih on the map. Kryvyi Rih is one of, top 10 largest cities in Ukraine. It's dead south of there. So Russians, when they first crossed the river at both Nova Kakhovka and at Kherson, 4.5 months ago, they pushed on towards Mykolaiv, as well as pushed on towards, what's the name of that nuclear power plant? Yuzhne something? So southern something power plant, Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, Pivdенно-Ukrainsk, something like that. Southern Ukrainian nuclear power plant. So they were pushing towards that, and they were also pushing towards Kryvyi Rih. And this is just their advance towards Kryvyi Rih. They got pushed back once, and then they went towards Kryvyi Rih again, and they got pushed back again. And this is what that group of troops is from. It's from when they were pushing up towards Kryvyi Rih. It's not like they were moving them towards Kherson somehow, trying to reinforce Kherson. No, they're just slowly being pushed back away south from Kryvyi Rih. Right, Portland?
Yeah. Something I just want to bring everybody's attention to. This actually really, really astonished me when I saw them pull this off. Because the thing is that the Ukrainians had pushed up into a salient of their own and were very much in danger of being encircled. And then they pushed up another reserve brigade to hold the frontage that they had just secured. And I don't know, because I'm driving, which units were involved, but the Russians clearly were expecting the Ukrainians to evacuate back north out of this pocket. They didn't. They brought up reinforcements and then immediately broke west and converted the pocket into a new front. In the process, converting a forward position of the Russian military into a salient with only one way out along a raised causeway. So I don't know who put that operation together, but that guy is bloody brilliant. It's incredibly impressive. I did not see this coming at all. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that point. I'm hugely impressed. That takes some real balls. You have to be willing to accept quite significant risks to pull that kind of a move off.
And I know you're driving, Portland, but if you could share that video on your timeline or something of that javelin hit, that would be great. But it seems the way you guys are talking that this pocket forming has changed the overall situation in Kherson.
Am I just losing the entire audio channel? Or is that
You've lost audio, Portland. Yeah, Dave was asking if the way we're talking, does that mean that the formation of the salient has changed the entire military situation in Kherson Oblast?
And can he please
I would say it has. It's certainly changed I wish I had the map in front of me. It has certainly changed the local military situation from one of fairly tenuous Ukrainian parity to a decisive Ukrainian advantage in this area. And you've got to remember, the entire Ukrainian game plan is to bypass and encircle Kherson city so that they can get through that marshy area, hit the E97, and then go hog wild with their tank.
Post that video of the javelin shot that you mentioned before.
Sorry, if you give me 5 minutes, I will look at the map again and I will try and see what this means for the whole front.
Thank you, Portland. I think you didn't quite hear Dave. Dave is asking you again to please post that javelin video up on your timeline once you stop driving as well. He'd be greatly appreciative of that, as would I.
Which video, sorry?
You were talking about some javelin video earlier.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that one is. I think I already put that in my timeline. It's under the tagline. The nice thing about being consumed in a fireball is that it probably doesn't hurt.
Very good. Thank you, Portland. I hope, Dave, that's enough information for you to be able to find it. Borderland, go ahead.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I'm going to start off with a comment and then kind of a question towards CJ. Portland, your analysis is really excellent, but I would caution, as someone who was, I mean, I've been observing Ukraine for about 10 years, so long before this war. And one of the things you saw right before this war was there was a lot of tension in Crimea over the water, the dam in the Kherson region. In many ways, you could argue that this is probably one of the single most strategic objectives of the entire war, is for Putin to gain control over water to Crimea. That being said, the strategy of cutting off the water, they even had problems with electricity because that was also cut off. All these, really would not be effective, for cutting off Crimea, in the sense that they would all just give up. So I just have to completely knock that notion out of the way. That's not going to happen. I believe Ukraine will take back Crimea eventually, but you're not going to be able to essentially put Crimea under siege and win it back. So that's this long-term analysis based on observing this conflict for a very long time. In terms of CJ, this is very vague.
Sorry, Borderline.
Yeah.
That's very nice that you say this,
Yeah.
but there's military analysis which speaks absolutely contrary, and not only from the Ukrainian armed forces, but from a number of military analysts in that regard. I would caution you to make such wide-ranging statements, especially on the backdrop of the last 10 years. Contrary to what was then prevalent, now the Ukrainian armed forces have migrated over the past 6 to 8 years to what is a modern Western army. And what General Zaluzhny and his troops have achieved so far with the additions which have come into place is significant. I would caution you. You shall see a significant movement by Ukraine onto Crimea before you even thought about it.
So again, that's not a response to what I said. I'll just repeat what I said. If you view Crimea over the past 10 years after Maidan, they were cut off from water. They were cut off from electricity. So what I'm saying, it has nothing to do with the immense capability of the Ukrainian military. I'm 100% behind them. That has absolutely zero to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying Crimea is highly resilient against that strategy. So it will
against
not.
What strategy?
Period.
Against
the
what
idea, period. Okay, let me just make this clear. Crimea has been. Let me make this clear. Thank you. Thank you. Axel, you like to talk over people. Please.
No, I don't.
Thank you. Thank
No,
you.
I don't thank
Thank
you.
you.
Just
Let me
answer the
make this.
question, which
Okay,
strategy?
let me make this clear. I told you, Crimea
Okay.
was cut off from water. It was also cut off from electricity. Do not.
Mate, I will tell you this one more time. I asked you which strategy, attack or siege. That was my question. Be clear and be polite.
He might not realize you've muted him.
He might not realize that he was repeating himself in a very aggravating way, and when I asked him specifically only what strategy he was criticizing. And if he can't say this in a friendly way, I will have to mute him, because that is not the way we talk here. And highlighting that I would be talking over people when he has been repetitively been asserting a position which I was just questioning, that is not the game plan here. Sorry. So, Bolan, if you come back, you can do so anytime. Be so kind as to highlight what you meant, and we shall be glad to discuss it.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say, and you're right, he was saying it in quite an aggravated way, was that since the 2014 annexation of Crimea, they had the water and electricity cut off. So perhaps that sort of siege strategy of cutting off the water and electricity may not be effective in getting back Crimea on its own. It would still need to be taken back militarily. That was what I thought he was trying to explain, although you're right, he sort of got into a bit of an argument.
That was my question. Attack or siege? Thank you. Whilst we're waiting for Portal to come back, we have Nightline, then Leonard and Lisa.
Yeah, that was an interesting exchange. I'm not really sure I'd argue with someone who's a legitimate expert quite like that on the matter, but to each their own, I suppose. My only thought, and I worked some numbers on this last night, like there's estimated like 2.4 million people in the Crimean Peninsula. Average person drinks about 2.5 kilograms of water a day, and they can only source about 10 to 20% of their own water. They're not going to just surrender and give the whole thing back because they're thirsty, but it does put that much more of a logistics strain on the Russians having to bring water in than instead of artillery. So it strains their already strained logistical system. So, I hope they get in a position to cut that water off and make the Russians have to, do that much more to support it, because every, tanker truck which comes over the Kerch Bridge is one less truck loaded with artillery.
Absolutely. And which is why I asked specifically, yet again, and he's not a legitimate expert if he can't express himself appropriately. I have to tell you this. I'm not having this.
Axel, you need to stop attacking people who disagree with you. Please, be respectful.
Would
it's
you
not
mind
your turn, sir.
not interfering? Respectful means you raise your hand. You didn't. So.
Well, you are talking about me and I have a right to respond to that.
I'm the co-host, Borderland. If you don't accept the rules of the game here, I'm the co-host. I was asking you a specific question to understand your position, because I came late to the game. That's why I asked the question. You got aggravated when I asked the question, because you don't know how this works here, evidently. I asked you a question, siege or attack. And I tried to get this from you. You didn't want to. Then then you became aggravated. This is not how it works.
I was specifically responding to what Portland said. I was not talking about the Ukrainian military strategy, because that is whatever has been decided at the general staff. And what I'm saying is
then I asked you that question, exactly, and you didn't want to answer the question, because I don't care what Portland said. I asked you a specific question.
Yes.
It was a simple question.
I was responding to another participant. If you enter the discussion halfway through it, then you do not need to completely derail it. I was saying the specific siege strategy.
I specifically asked the question because you said from a perspective of 10 years, you had a view on this, and I asked you specifically what this was.
And as I noted, I said the siege strategy, which Portland outlined, would not work. Period. Full stop.
Good. Did you then hear what I said later? Because we both agree that the siege strategy is not a strategy at all.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm sorry if we disagreed on this. I felt like you, my apologies. I felt like you were saying I was attacking the Ukrainian military strategy. I absolutely believe they could take back the Ukrainian part of Crimea as a Ukrainian territory.
We fully agree.
Okay, well, I apologize for the...
Then this is just a huff and puff, and that's fine. That can happen. My question is only, if I ask the question, I try to clarify for the audience, because neither I nor a number of other people who asked me in the meantime in DMs didn't understand what the fuss was about. Now that I know that it was about you were attacking the siege argument, which is, from my point of view, and I completely agree with you, completely ludicrous.
Yeah, okay, I completely apologize.
No problem. Then now we clarify.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah.
No worries. That's okay. I think we're all adults. We can do this here. Nightline, you were about to say something.
Yeah, like what I was going to say there is, I mean, I understand more of where everyone was coming from, but I might suggest to Borderland maybe a bit of a tone check in response going forward, because that would seem like a very angry exchange.
Well, then, good that we clarified that, right? Because I think both CJ and I have enjoyed significantly louder exchanges in different environments. CJ?
Well, I guess, no, I kind of want to hear more of Borderlands insights. You know, I think, you know, I've only been watching this, you know, on and off since 2014-15, and then I was stationed in Europe in 17, 18, and 19, and sort of watching from afar, but not very closely. Although it seems to me that there's a lot of things that have changed even in the last couple of months. So I guess, what do you see Borderlands as the way forward? Because from my point of view, you know, seeing the Russian Black Sea Fleet have to leave Sevastopol and go to actual other Russian ports in order to do maintenance, you know, either due to fear of long-range missiles or eventually one day maybe ATACMS. I guess from my point of view, you're right, it would be very difficult to execute a siege on the whole province simultaneously, but I think maybe the conditions will be met for Russia to leave Ukraine sooner than that. I'm just curious if you could expound a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize for all the negativity. I didn't mean to... Anyway, I completely misinterpreted what Axel was saying. So my opinion is that the Kherson offensive is very strategic. In some ways, it takes some of the pressure off of the Donbass, which in some ways, as I've seen from the 2014 original beginning of this war, Ukraine was kind of drawn into these fixed positions with a military that wasn't prepared to combat. I knew many of these people on Maidan who were part of that original military structure. And you can listen to some great podcasts on the subject from some of the early trainers, and they'll tell you that this is just a completely different military than what we have now. And so the Ukrainians, by doing the Kherson, in some ways, they forced the Russians to choose where they're going to engage. And on top of it, they're really taking the single most strategic area to Putin, I believe. And in many ways, Kherson shouldn't have been lost. So kind of viewing it in the kind of whole arc of this whole conflict from 2014, I would say that the Kherson offensive is probably the single most strategic thing that the Ukrainians could do, regain control over the water source, even though I don't believe that's decisive in terms of controlling Crimea. It does make it so that Putin really has lost. If he ended this war, let's say strategically, or just hypothetically, he ended this war simply taking Lugansk and Donetsk, he's made it so he can't colonize Crimea properly. And that is, in my view, one of the highest aims of this. And it's always been an aim, and it's one of the things that drove this war toward a certain inevitability, that he wanted to take this area. And then on top of with Crimea, you've got those military structures there, those bases, where he can pull from that to continue to have an offensive on Ukraine. And I think that's why it's very important to have these things like the HIMARS and things where you can attack that land bridge. I remember we had another discussion over the other bridge, and I think it's debatable in the strategy, but you could essentially make it so they can only move through that land bridge. Anyway, so I think the Kherson offensive, we really are seeing the turning point strategically. And just to add, my one question for you this is on behalf of, I know Ukrainians who are in the artillery. I'm actually in Ukraine at the moment. Who are artillery, and I just thought, could you give some just like short mentorship advice to them? Because many of these people are starting this for the first time. What would you say if you were like a new artillery person? What would you tell them? It's a completely vague question. It's probably a terrible one, but anyway, those are my thoughts. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, so I mean, as part of my training with Ukrainians in 2018 in Germany, it was definitely an exchange of information on artillery because, the way of the NATO firepower and Western artillery is much about massing fires, trying to shoot 18 guns at once. And what the Ukrainians were telling us and what they've done so well over the last 8 years is the ability to basically disperse their artillery greatly, into two gun sections that are very hard to find by counterfire or drones. And so I would say we have a lot to learn from them, but I think now as Ukraine begins to build up, whether it's a counteroffensive force or,
це пояснюєте, що з одного боку ви бачите до себе таку тотальну довіру, так люди переказали вам 600 плюс мільйонів гривень. А тепер вони питають у вас, де гроші.
Так це нормально. Їй-богу, це таке саме, як люди обирають владу і з наступного дня починають її ненавидіти. Це десь
Get ready for this is done in a different way, and by that I mean sort of massing artillery together, which requires timing, it requires patience, it requires a lot of planning. But I think they'll be able to pull it off. But yeah, I would say we have a lot to learn from Ukrainians, and that's why we're looking very closely at their employment of not just M777s but HIMARS in this large-scale combat. Which although the U.S. has used both these systems for almost 20 years in quote-unquote combat, not to the scale the Ukrainians are using them, and not against a peer force. So I think at the end of the day we might end up learning more from them, but. I would just hope that they're getting ready to basically use artillery in large formations. And actually today was the first day I saw a video. I'm still trying to find out where exactly it was, but it looks like Ukraine put together about 12 or 18 artillery pieces and took out, the quote was it took out a division of Russian artillery. I only saw about 12 Russian artillery pieces destroyed, but it was Mista Bs, which are some of the much newer Russian guns that they have and are much better than the D-20s or D-30s. And they took out about 12 of them simultaneously. And that's the kind of numbers that you got to be putting up every single day if you want to win. So definitely more details forthcoming, but I'll be looking forward to seeing more.
Right, let's then jump over to Leonard and to Tom and to Raver and to Nightlight and to Lisa. Leonard.
Thank you, Doman. I just wanted to follow up briefly here. I think Portland may have gotten drawn into this in terms of his assessments under a kind of a mistaken assumption. We've had several discussions previously with Portland and also with Major Jason Giroux of the Royal Canadian Regiment. And specifically with reference to what happens past Kherson. And the discussion at that stage was with reference to siege or attack, but siege or attack not with reference to Crimea. I mean, I don't think anybody has seriously broached the whole concept of laying siege to Crimea. But more specifically with reference to Kherson and whether the avenue is open to put Kherson in a form of siege, but more specifically with reference to the prospect of using the mobile armor, because there was some significant discussions with reference to the quadrants heading off to the southeast of Kherson. and the more open territory, the more open geography in that direction, that would be much more facile to employing the existing armor that is lurking somewhere somewhat mysteriously in the background, and that Portland has given some periodic insights on. But I would suggest that the commentary with regard to siege or attack was more specifically with reference to that, to freeing up the flat lands, shall we say, southeast of Kherson, to mobilized armor attack. So that's I think a different inflection on this.
Yeah, and the only thing, I'll sort of speak to that is, it depends how Ukraine wants to play it, right? Because as we saw in many circumstances with the Russian offensive, they were able to take Kherson very fast, and, we can sort of get into why that happened and whether or not there was sort of some sabotage or subterfuge going on there. But in terms of the conditions that need to be set for Crimea, if they're not going to get ATACMS, which again, hopefully they will if they want to accomplish their goals quickly, they really have to they actually have to threaten the Russian Navy in a way, right? Which is not happening yet to this point. Yes, they've been able to take out, the flagship, which is critically important. They've been able to take out a few other small ships. They've been able to take out the oil rigs. They've been able to push Russia really out of Snake Island. But, the Russian Navy still remains in Sevastopol. And as long as the Russian Navy remains there, it becomes very difficult to do your ground targets and your ground movements, despite the fact that the Russian Navy and Army aren't necessarily the most well integrated from what we've seen. They are still, a potent missile force, a potent air defense force. And so taking Kherson back is really the first step, because as we've seen, in the last week especially, Ukraine can, destroy bridges it wants to. It can do counteroffensives that it wants to, but really that last piece of everything, and despite what the Ukrainians have said, they have enough long-range missiles that they could take on the Russian Navy, but it sort of remains to be seen. So that kind of would be the next step that I would see, either in a siege or an attack or encirclement, or even just a bypass, because you basically could not leave that whole Navy in Crimea if you wanted to keep moving on the ground.
John, did you have a comment on this?
Thank you. Not on this specifically. I just wondered, I lost comms as I was driving. Did CJ, did you get my question on the 109s at all?
Yeah, no, basically, long story short, 109s, when they first introduced, didn't have much ammo, so sometimes they were abandoned. But now that's not so much of a problem, and at least to the Ukrainian artillery people I've talked to, they're old, but they're still great. So I think the fact that the UK is giving them is good. I just would ask, for those in the know from the UK, if these are 20 systems that were in the UK stockpiles, or if these are the 20 of the Belgian ones. Have we heard that for certain? I assume so, but
yeah, that's for sure, CJ.
Okay, yeah, great. I mean, so they'll join the Norwegian ones as well. Still no American M109s out there, but maybe that's coming one day.
Okay, thank you for that. And on the piece you were just discussing, yeah, agree completely. They don't have to attack Crimea. They can basically screen Crimea from the landward side. But Sevastopol as a harbour needs to be denied, and that's clearly going to be a job for the Rocket Boys, I think.
Tom.
Oh, I think Lisa was ahead of me.
Was she? Very well. Lisa.
Thank you. CJ, when you were saying that the Navy is out there knowing somewhat of how, watching the operatives and the weapons and things used, sometimes I wonder, just to stop them from taking Kherson, the Russians, I don't think they would care if they fired on their own people. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
So are you saying that Russia would just do missile strikes at Kherson in the city while Ukraine is trying to take it?
Yeah, they wouldn't care if they I don't think they would care if they even bombarded their own soldiers just to stop the Ukrainians from getting Kherson. I don't know if I'm right about that.
Well, I think we have. So what's important to remember is, like, especially in Donetsk, Russia has shelled its own people for 8 years on and off. Whether to blame Ukraine on it or to achieve, I don't know, some weird military objective. But you have to remember, I mean, what is an effective use of missile fire, right? And these things aren't necessarily, especially as they use older and older missiles, not the most effective and accurate. So I don't think that would be really necessarily beneficial to the Russians to do that. But, you know, we've seen them do some crazy things, but it's probably not very likely.
Okay, so you say is it the south part that has the swamp area? And
Yeah, pretty much almost all of Kherson, and then of course northern Crimea is a mixture of swamps and deserts, but it's all very flat, which is important for ground fighting, of course.
Right. Okay, and then what kind of military equipment does Ukraine have on them right now? Do you know? Like, I'm not familiar with. It's it's hard for me to remember all the different. Do they have HIMARS on them?
I mean, they have about 150 different pieces of equipment. Sorry, Lisa, you'll have to be more specific. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, if you have
that's
a question
okay.
about it, we
I
be
get the
happy to
whole
answer.
picture now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. I understand that if they've got that much on them, then I think taking the high moral ground of showing Russia what the Geneva Convention means is like very important. But I don't know how many civilians are still in Kherson, and a lot of them are going to be very angry, and hopefully, I don't know. You never know. Somebody may go after somebody, and then it's just all a melee. You never know. You just have to kind of wait and see how it plays out. And Mr. Axel, you're quite a gentleman, and I appreciate you apologizing to him, Mr. Border. I'm not sure what your last name is, but anyways. All right, I will just listen.
Lisa, it was equally my fault because I came late to the party. I told him that already.
Yes, I understand. But yeah, I'm glad you guys worked it out. That was great. I just, I hate to see that happen, but that's kind of like, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in Kherson.
That's just life.
Yeah. Thank you, Axel. You're so wonderful. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hey, Lisa. Tom, go ahead.
Okay. So Lisa sort of asked some of the questions I wanted to. I'll try to be a little bit more specific. So, assuming that the Ukrainians are not going to use the Russian tactic of shelling the hell out of Kherson because it's their own city and it's their own civilians, people have talked about them either trying to sort of directly assault it or trying to surround it and cut it off. So I've not got a map in front of me because I'm walking the dogs, but from what I understand, the city is mostly north of the river, which is it the Dnieper? And then to the south and east of the city, you've got the Black Sea. And so what I was wondering in terms of the Ukrainians, if they try to encircle the city, either prior to an assault or if they just try to sort of siege it out by cutting off the Russian supplies, is, what that would entail kind of logistically and in terms of manpower. Now, obviously, we know the Russians failed to encircle Kyiv, although that's a much bigger city with a lot more sort of obstacles and towns and marshes and things surrounding it. Would the Ukrainians have to cross the river to get to the south of Kherson in order to fully cut it off? Or do we think they'd sort of have a pocket where they surrounded it from sort of the north and east and west? Does that make sense? The second question that I had was, given that the south of the country is sort of described as perfect tank country and we're now well out of the mud season, do we know if the Ukrainians are using what tanks and APCs they've been sort of given or captured in this offensive? Or is that like OPSEC and we don't want to talk about it? So 2 questions. Hope that makes sense.
Well, I'll start with the first question at least, and I bet Axel will want to talk about the second. But basically, due to the fact that Ukraine now has a lot more precision-guided munitions, this is not going to look like Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, or Mariupol. And we're already seeing it play out now because with the ability to do precision-guided strikes, we've obviously not seen not only the destruction of ammo depots, but also now the disabling of the Antovsky bridge. And so there's a lot of ways to proceed forward, but it's not going to be, all just, dense urban fighting. There's going to be a lot of maneuverability based on the flat terrain that you've kind of highlighted already, and it's also kind of dependent on what the Russians want to do as well, because yes, if Ukraine wants to proceed, they're going to have to cross the river at some point. Will they do that before Kherson's taken? Maybe not. But there's risks involved sort of in any kind of strategy, whether they bypass or just focus on the city first. But long story short, the most important thing with, at least with artillery in urban combat, is the ability to use precision-guided munitions, not really only just to prevent civilian casualties, but also to, hit specific bunkers and specific buildings that Russians are in. Because it's Russia's bringing all these bunkers up from Crimea. They're setting up these concrete fortifications all around the city, and that's all well and good. But if you have, an Excalibur round or an M31 HIMARS, basically it's one shot for every bunker, and all those Russians are dead, and the fighting position is useless. So Ukraine can actually proceed much quicker than, let's say, in Severodonetsk, where it's both sides with a lot of towed artillery, and you basically just have to destroy every building to gain an inch of ground either direction. But the thing I'll say to maybe set up Axel is, there's the British have just promised even more armored personnel carriers. There's obviously the Polish tanks. There's a lot of equipment that's been flowing in that has not made its way to the Donbass for one reason or another. And Axel, I assume you'll take it away.
Axel made the mistake of being away from his desk when the question was asked. Tom, I am utterly sorry. I would have to ask you to restate it.
Okay, so
it's silly, but I'm trying to multitask, and that was wrong.
That's okay. So very briefly, given that it's ideal tank country near Kherson, the second part of the question was, do we know if the Ukrainians are...
запитатися, куди вони пішли. Інша справа, що на Байрактарах життя не закінчується. І я не можу щоденно комунікувати тільки цю історію. І відбувається кожен день дуже важлива операційка. Тобто це те, що така рутина. І, в принципі, ми звітуємо перед людьми постійно. Просто в випадку з тим самими Байрактарами це була, подальша історія.
To me is if they did surround it and cut it off first, if they could push back the Russian forces outside of Kherson, out of artillery range, then if they eventually take the city, the Russians won't shell them back immediately, which obviously we know the Russians wouldn't hesitate to do. So I hope that makes sense.
Hey, Axel, can I take this?
You can. I have an answer, but please, Rayla, go.
Okay, so you're probably not going to see big armored sweeps by Ukraine anywhere, no matter how good the terrain is, until Ukrainian artillery has been able to push back Russian ADA systems to allow the Ukrainian Air Force to operate and at least give Ukrainian tank crews contested skies. You don't operate mass tank formations under hostile skies. That's how you die as a tanker. It's a really bad thing. Second, I think the Ukrainians are probably going to use their artillery advantage that they're building to start pushing the Russian forces back, their artillery, their ADA, away from the city and set up a virtual siege of Kherson. The city that's actively defended is only going to fall by famine or fire or both. There's no easy way to crack that nut. Even with precision weapons, we already know the Russians will take hostages. We already know that they'll set up missile storage inside of a nuclear reactor. So they start fearing Ukrainian artillery, they're going to pack in human shields. Sorry, it sucks. It's a war crime. It's horrible, but that's just who the Russians are. And so people need to be ready that there's going to be a big body count coming out of Kherson, and it's either going to be fire, famine, or both. So hopefully, Tom, that answers your question a little bit.
Yeah, that does still be good to hear Axel's view of things, because obviously, this is really complicated and hard to predict for any of us, isn't it?
It is, and I wouldn't wish to predict it. I just view as these two options you refer to as not mutually exclusive. I think that this is a as someone else said it in recent days, this is a rather fluid attack movement, and almost likely, in order to both protect the civilians as well as to keep their options open, they will attack both things at the same time, not knowing which vector will bring them most of the success. And I think that is the overall resilience and flexibility of their approach. They will poke through different areas. They might even just simply go around with SOF through the biosphere delta and try to set up good firing positions from that end in order to make sure that whoever flees out of Kherson doesn't have it easy. But I tend to believe that they will try to go around as quickly as they can to, if not encircle, then at least to pursue retreating and withdrawing troops out of Kherson and pursue them as enemy combatants. I think this is the more likely version, but that's just my view.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Late.
Thank you very much. So, the report that the Russian fleet had left Sevastopol there and gone to the east there, my understanding is they had moved a lot of stuff out of the area, but that might have been more for like trainings and workups, and they're still going back and forth there. They're operating out of the east, but they're still, maybe they redistribute their forces, but it's still very much an active naval base, and it's very critical that, they start dropping rockets on it, because that's where the calibers are and a lot of things. I don't think the Black Sea Fleet would have much influence on the actual ground combat, just because, whatever their equipment is, they have cruise missiles, a few of them, like maybe 8 or so on a ship, and then they have like a 5-inch gun, maybe 2 5-inch guns. That's, the equivalent of, 1 or 2 5-inch guns. So I don't think it would really have a huge impact on the ground combat, with the exception of their surface air missiles. And that's when you roll in harpoons and just take care of that. At least that's my understanding. And a question back to CJ on artillery again. I know, obviously you're familiar with the M109A6 Paladin there. If you, just looking at all the things which have shown up in Ukraine in terms of self-propelled artillery, if you could, pick a favorite, one like you'd want to operate or have in U.S. Army inventory, what would you pick?
So real first, I'll hit the Sevastopol, fleet maneuvers. As far as I understand, if there is any ship movements, it's just routine at this time. Like, we don't want to get too optimistic about what it means or what it not means. But to your point about, what can the Russian Navy do on the ground, it's all a question of taking risk, right? So obviously you got like 3 major branches here at play. You got the Russian Army, the Russian Air Force, and the Russian Navy. So in order to help the Russian Army on the ground, which is not doing as well as it did initially, and that's just how it is, the other branches would have to take some risks to help out. So the way they could take risk is, for example, sending the Russian Air Force to go hunt down HIMARS, which again, maybe they're doing, but they're taking losses in the sky, so it's not going well. You could have the Russian Navy come closer to either provide, radar coverage or air defense to help the Army, but then they're now at risk from being hit themselves. So really it's, in joint warfare, which is how NATO fights, everyone shares the risk evenly because it's an equal venture, but that's not how it's playing out here. The Navy at least seems to be the most risk adverse, and then followed by the Air Force, and then the Army has really no choice in the matter. So really, moving forward, yes, the Russian Navy could play a huge role in the defense of Crimea, but the question is kind of, will they, or will they turn and run? It's that's definitely out of my pay grade, but that's kind of the way I would see it. Is it's if they can't figure out how to do a joint defense, then they're going to fall to the Ukrainian, joint offense in that regard. In terms of what the American Army should use, it's tough to say. With the advent of HIMARS in all of our aircraft, like, I wish we had this self-propelled howitzer. It wouldn't necessarily fit in the whole scheme. Like, the reason why we use so many 777s is because we don't need a light artillery force to bound around and take out targets, because we have a massive air force, right? We need towed artillery that's effective, and it can be slow. But some of the things like the Caesars, and the Panzer howitzers, those two have really shown how effective they are as independent units. I know the Army is working on prototyping basically an FMTV or a big truck with a 155 on it, so it'll kind of be like a Caesar-ish. So it's definitely something that we're working on, but everything kind of has a time and place, and in the American scheme, it's not something we need as much. But for the Ukrainians, where they can't necessarily break the stalemate in the sky as easily, these things become much more effective and much more valuable than it would be to sort of look at the American military and add a change or something like that. But yeah, some of these things that haven't seen large-scale combat, like many countries haven't, including the U.S. in 80 years, they're showing how important they can be.
Thank you, CJ. I'll just take this little break in talking to highlight everyone that in 53 minutes, just under an hour, at the top of the hour, we'll be hosting Phillips O'Brien, who is a professor in strategic studies at the University of St Andrews, the oldest university in Scotland, third oldest in the United Kingdom. Far, far older than CJ, anything you have on your side of the pond. Far, far older. Anyway, so that will be very interesting, of course, and very insightful. So just for everyone, don't miss our conversation with Professor O'Brien at the top of the hour, whatever time it is, wherever you are, in just over 50 minutes from now. Welcome up, Gunny, and let's go on to Nina and then to Raver. Nina.
Oh, it's Gunny here.
Yes, he is. Nina, carry on.
Oh, wonderful. Now I got completely gobsmacked. Domen, such an interesting and hopeful and this discussion about what might be happening in Kherson city. But I have another topic. Just I will throw it in and you can discuss it when you want. But I just read that Transnistria is fulfilling its long-time dream to become Russia. So they are now going to be a part of Russia.
No, that's all. No. Okay, so Transnistria can't decide to do anything. No. The mafia/FSB chap who's in charge of the Russian occupied part of Moldova called Pridnestrovyan Moldovan Republic, that is to say Pridnestrovska Moldavska Respublika, that is to say the Transnistria, he said that he wants to now join Russia. That's it. It's not the same thing as Transnistria now becoming a part of Russia. No, they have no legal standing. They have no standing anywhere at all. Really what's going on is that Moldova has prevented Russian forces to rotate through Chisinau airport, and now the old batch of Russian forces are stuck in Transnistria, don't have anywhere to go, and Moldova is telling them to leave permanently. It's great that Moldova has mustered up the strength and the courage to do so, and Russians are, well, you know what Russians are. If you've been following Ukrainian social media all the last few months, you know exactly what Russians are. So don't worry about that. They can say whatever they want. It's a big distraction, and they're doing it because other things aren't going to plan. And because they didn't get their sham referenda in Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, in occupied Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, instead now they're making noise over in Transnistria. It is meaningless, it is pointless, it is just a show.
Domen, I actually kind of was sure about this because it was RIA Novosti and then Reuters, so...
Yeah, no. Yeah. They want it, but they will not get it because they are not a legal entity. Because Transnistria is an aberration, and it is wrong that such a thing as Transnistria exists. There is no reason for Transnistria. Transnistria is only there because the Russian military willed it to existence. They have no standing anywhere at all. So, no, don't worry about that. It's fine. We should really be getting Vic and Daniel up to be talking about this. but for some reason Vic isn't listening, I will hold this against him because we should really have a big old discussion about this. If we won't have it later today, maybe we'll have it tomorrow. It's all good. You will be party to it, and if I don't see you listening, I will DM you whenever we have Vic up next. How does that sound? Excellent. Don't worry. We can elucidate everything.
You.
Yeah,
it's
we
not
can.
that I wouldn't believe you.
Oh no, but I think it'll be a very fun discussion because it usually is.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's jump on to Raver. Raver, go ahead.
Hey guys, so somebody had made the comment just a couple minutes ago that a 5-inch tube on a ship was equal to a 5-inch tube on land, and that's really not the case. Just a quick primer. I really wish we could get somebody like H.I. Sutton over here. But a 5-inch naval gun is probably going to have a longer caliber. It's also going to have a fully automatic feed system. That one tube is going to outshoot a couple of batteries of its land-based counterpart. It's going to have longer range and way higher rate of fire, and that's just one of the advantages of naval rifles. So, and I'll go back to being quiet.
Thanks, Raver. Since we have Gunny up, how are these naval guns?
So off the top of my head, a 4.5-inch gun, so that's 115 millimeter. We would fire one round every. Let me think. I won't cheat. I won't use Wikipedia. I'm going to go back into my memory as missile gun controller visual. Probably one round every 3 seconds, and you will keep firing. With boys and girls reloading the carousel, so it's a lot faster, a lot faster because there's nobody in the turret. It's all automated, and they're simply sticking rounds onto the carousel. So the Russians, no, they don't have 5-inch guns. They've got I think the biggest that's left now, the Moskva's gun is 76. You can use RBU. Anti-submarine mortars as like a short-range multiple rocket launch system, but you got to be sat off the coast to do that. Look, I just want to be a fly in the ointment here because I think sometimes in the group we kind of we jump over ourselves and we start talking about things that aren't really in the near future, as though they're a real possibility, and we ignore the practicalities of it. So Crimea, first of all, the Russians haven't evacuated Sevastopol harbour. What we've seen, and those of us who track this on a regular basis, is we see a routine rotation, if you like, of naval units. So they go off to that place in the east, Novorossiysk, and then they come back. They're still using Sevastopol as a forward staging post for naval units. The submarines still ammunition there, and the submarines still go to sea, and 2 kilos are out at the minute. To give you an idea, I think 1944, the Russian army, Red Army, put about 500,000 men into retaking Crimea. And that's on quite a limited frontage, because there's obviously far more worthy land warfare experts here, like
Он нам лично и сказал. Смотрите. Вы не хотите говорить со своим сыном?
Я не хочу говорить. For the Russians, I think 1944. So, if you look at the Crimean peninsula within itself, there's water there. They ain't going to run out of water any time this side of 2030. There's arable land, there's livestock, and of course, one thing everyone seems to be forgetting is Crimea is full of Ukrainians. So if you seal off Crimea, not that that's a practical proposition, because I've had a quick look at the East Coast now, and I tell you, you take the Kerch Bridge out, I could run resupply convoys and get enough stuff in for the military there fairly easily. That's just using ports. I could probably do it over a beachhead as well. So if you seal it off, the Russians are going to scream blue murder. The Russian army, Russian military, first of all, they'll take food off the civilian populace, who are Ukrainians. And when the Russians will scream blue bloody murder about it being a humanitarian disaster, which has been caused by the Ukrainian army, even though they can easily resupply it. So I foresee a lot of problems. Sevastopol itself is very heavily defended. The Ukrainians haven't really gone after it properly. Even if the Ukrainians knocked out the airfields and the emergency operating strips in Crimea, they can still do air defense from the East Coast. It wouldn't be a problem for them. They can still do that kind of thing. They can provide good airborne early warning. They'll get malleted by artillery. But at the end of the day, if you're content that the Ukrainians don't have the punch, the ability to get into the peninsula and start liberating it, you can disperse your units, you can do all kinds of things. Sevastopol will be a very, very tough place to hit. And I say again, I've said it from the start, one of the problems, you can kick and scream and say, do HIMARS on Sevastopol. Sevastopol is a civilian city full of Ukrainians. You start hitting cities full of Ukrainians, you lose a moral high ground. And as we know, for stuff like partisan activity, things like that, you really need to keep the local populace on side. Nobody in Crimea is having a good time. Yeah, a lot of them thought it was going to be a great deal because they thought Russia was a savior and they had this rosy, rose-tinted view of the Russian Federation. They've learned since 2014, but it's pretty fucking awful. Just have a look at the economy of Crimea. So this idea of starting to chuck artillery at Sevastopol, when you get drop shorts and overs and you start killing the local population, or you hit an ammunition dump, and when a naval ammunition dump goes up, it's quite an emotional event for everyone involved, especially the people living in that area, because Russian naval ammunition dumps are in cities, hence a disaster in the 1980s when hundreds died up in the Northern Fleet Base. I just think that we're kind of really overreaching ourselves here. It will not be an easy operation. It will probably, if it gets to the stage where the Ukrainians are in a position on the northern border of Crimea, there will probably be a lot of Russian units stacked up there, I would imagine. That means it will need quite a substantial screening force. There's still going to be fighting going on everywhere else. And I really, honestly, I'm not a land warfare expert. At best, at absolute best, I think Crimea is going to have to be given over by treaty, post-ceasefire. I cannot see the Ukrainians having 500,000 people and sufficient units to run in there and continue the momentum everywhere else. So, yeah, I would just be wary. And if you hear any talk of the Russian fleet evacuating Sevastopol, bollocks, ladies and gentlemen. They're not. They're just doing routine rotations. They're doing everything that we expected to see. It looks like they're still working up. Black Sea Flotilla Commander has definitely got a plan in his head. That much is obvious. It screams basic operational sea training to me. And because of that, and because of the fact that they're not pulling people off warships and redeploying them on land, they've got an idea in their head, something fairly substantial. And that means that they're confident Sevastopol is going to remain theirs for at least in the medium term. And finally, just think about it. Can you imagine Putin losing Crimea? He'd rather nuke it than do that. There's no way on earth he's going to settle for that. He would defend it tooth and nail. So,
well, he only stole it a few years ago.
Yeah, he stole it, but it's all about prestige with Putin, isn't it? He's a dictator, Axel. You and I know what they work off. They don't work off practicalities. It's face, isn't it? Dictators rely on strength, be that domestic policy or foreign policy, and strutting about the place. They don't like being knocked back in the teeth. They do not like embarrassment on the world stage. And losing Crimea would be a huge embarrassment because he stole it in 2014. And there's no, I doubt very much he'd survive the Ukrainians actually taking back what is theirs on the world stage. He just won't. He will not wash it.
Well, stole it, can't have it. He won't have it. They'll take it. I'll petition you now. What happens when our Ukrainian friends hit the jetties just the jetties, with the same kind of precision they have, but with significantly bigger and better missile capacity, meaning with warheads such as the ATACMS or ATACMS, and hit all the jetties in Sevastopol, what then?
So have you looked at the overheads where the kilos ammunition?
I've looked at all of this.
Yeah,
You
so
would hit, of course.
let's say they've got 50 caliber in there.
All jetties.
So let's say they've got 50 caliber in there, maybe 60, 70 heavyweight anti-ship and anti-submarine torpedoes, and a load of mines. You will say goodbye to probably at least half a square mile of Sevastopol on that alone. Now, yeah, you'll kill the kilos. Happy days. You're also going to kill hundreds upon hundreds of Ukrainians because they're Ukrainians. They live in Crimea. Crimea is Ukrainian, therefore you kill lots and lots of Ukrainians. So on the world stage, A, that looks pretty bad. B, population are not going to be overly chuffed about that. So again, you hit the jetties, you're going to have to hit jetties in every single small town and city on the coastline of Crimea. And even then, I could resupply over the beach. There are going to be a lot of war stocks built up there. You're not going to be able to interdict Russian air movements, and you're not going to be able to interdict sea movements east of Crimea. So it won't be cut off with the best will in the world. I've looked at the satellite overheads. There are places where you can get supplies ashore. And the Russian army the Russian military being the Russian military, first of all, when they start running short of food, they'll steal off a local population. So then you're going to have film of the local population starving. So it's a PR loss for Ukraine. The Russians will scream humanitarian disaster. It will take months and months and months. And if the Russians have got enough units stacked up there, I just think that the Ukrainians are going to be very wary about having to dedicate a screening force to stop any kind of breakout, even as they continue kind of moving east, north, whatever. So I simply don't see it. I think Sevastopol is absolutely key for the Russian Black Sea Fleet when they fuck up this grain deal. And be under no illusions, if you think that the deal signed today is done and dusted and Russia is going to let Ukraine start shifting goodies, commodities, in return for hard cash
of course not,
in the war effort, think again. There's something very, very nasty coming along the rails, I think, regarding this. They've got a plan. I think Sevastopol is key, and the Russians will not give that place up anytime soon.
They will, because they will be bombed to bits, and it's not going to be half a square mile, but you'll see. I'll bet you a proper bottle of whiskey, you'll see that the Ukrainian armed forces will take them out, and no, they will not fulfill their plan. I agree with you. They want to try and pull a nasty, but they won't, because the grain deal is falling apart anyway, already as we speak.
Okay, Axel, do you remember the order of hands? I was a bit busy with other stuff.
I'm not sure. Gani, did you see, was it John Howard who came up first? Or...
Let's go with John anyway. Let's go with John, and then Tom, and then Nightline Finance, Mr. Pickle. John?
Thanks, mate. Just responding to Gunny. I mean, number one, they don't have to just roll in and try and take Crimea immediately. But what they do need to do is demonstrate that they can hold the harbour at risk. And if they can do that, then it's no longer a viable base for the Black Sea Fleet. Because if the Ukrainians demonstrate they can drop, whether it's Gimlers, ATACMS, whatever, and we've seen now that S-300, S-400 is not an effective platform to interdict these weapon systems, then that is just US for the Black Sea Fleet. They have to bug out and go east and go back to Berdyansk, whatever it's called. The other
Novorossiysk.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the one that's actually in Russia, isn't it? And at that point, Crimea becomes strategically irrelevant. And they can screen it from the landward side, from the north. And the Russians can resupply it. Great, resupply it with what? You know, the manpower, they're absolutely hanging out now. They're stripping sailors out of the Northern Fleet to put together scratch battle groups to send south. You know, they do not have the manpower to try and reinforce Crimea and then launch some sort of assault out of it. It sits there basically until the end of the war, and the Ukrainians decide at that point whether they're going to take it or whether it's going to be, as you suggested, a diplomatic solution to settle ownership. I don't think they'll attack into it either. But to neutralise the harbour, all they need to do is put 1 or 2 precision-guided munitions into the middle of it, and that Black Sea Fleet commander, it doesn't matter what plans he's had; those plans are over.
But first of all, Northern Fleet's been stripped of naval infantry. A quick look at Russian naval movements shows us they're as busy as ever. So they're not stripping surface combatants, anything like that. Secondly, I can extemporise a resupply convoy across the east using civilian ships and the LSTs that they've got. That wouldn't be a drama. All their ships in the Black Sea Fleet, bar the really old stuff, all the stuff that was looking pretty decrepit, is still running. And bear in mind, we heard reports weeks ago that ships companies were being stripped off warships and then sent to ground units. I've seen no indication of that whatsoever. Their operating tempo seems to me to be accelerated, at the very least, if not as it was before. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they'll go in there. I think it would be a huge effort that would take up far too long. But I still think that everyone... Look, there was a bloke with a silly moustache and a comb over, okay, who in October 1941 said that the game was up, and he was already looking back west, ready for an invasion of the UK in 1942. I'm always wary of everyone getting too fast, too far on this, and writing Ivan off. History, if nothing else, tells us that they do have a habit of just cracking on, absorbing every single punch to the face, and then rebounding and coming straight back at you. And I think any talk about MRLS strikes on Sevastopol Harbour and the Russians suddenly bugging out, going east, and then Putin going, do you know what? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Crimea is a bit of a liability now. I might as well fuck off from there. I think you're looking at it through Western eyes. You're not looking at it through a madman dictator. You're not looking at it through a surfeit of pride. And again, I just say we seem to do that on Spaces quite a lot, and we assume that the Russians beat, and that he will see sense, and that their military will see sense, and they'll do everything that NATO would do, and maybe write off places. And again, they don't do it, do they? They don't do it because they're not like us. Therefore, they will continue to do completely the opposite of what we do. And as far as operating the ships goes, Sevastopol is key. They need Sevastopol. Therefore, Sevastopol will not be given up unless it's across the negotiating table. They'll fight tooth and nail for it. And just also be wary, just because HIMARS is proving to be a bit of a force multiplier in the land battle. Again, I would be very wary unless you know anything about Russian naval AAW capabilities and things. Probably slightly different. To my knowledge, the Russians don't use things like flatbed phalanx, stuff like that. If you stick a pair of Makarovs outside the harbour, you're going to introduce into the mix all sorts of capabilities that might be a little bit better than you would imagine.
They can't stop.
And before anyone says, don't quote Moskva at me, because she was probably operating fully MCOM. She had no radar systems flashed up.
Which is why this matters. So I posted to you, they will use ATACMS and they will take out the jetties and they will take out a series of items there, and then we'll see what happens. And then we have a bottle of whiskey together.
You know me, Axel. I'm always happy to drink any kind of spirit. Actually, I'm on my second Ukrainian one shot at the minute. But again, you know, hands up here, who has been in the ops room on the Admiral Makarov and who sat as close-in weapons director, and who here has been maintainer on an AKS 630.
We still have 4 hands up. They don't know what you're talking about. You have to talk about this in more detail. But Gunny, before you do this, let me just highlight, we have a special guest upcoming. I just want to highlight this because we only have half an hour left, and then you can continue. In half an hour, we have Philip P. O'Brien. He's a professor of strategic studies at the University of St. Andrews. And I think, Gunny, he will be very interesting for us. He's an author. He's the editor-in-chief of War and History, and he'll be with us at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, or 1700 Zulu, meaning in just about 29 minutes. Please, Gunny.
Yeah, has he been PDC on a Admiral Makarov? No,
no, but I'm sure.
Well, who knows?
It's going to be fun and interesting.
Yeah, so you know, I think my point is don't try and jump 2 hurdles, everyone. I think this is a little bit in the future. I also think I think you're going to be surprised. I think this grain deal might just blow up in everyone's faces. I think this is going to grow arms and legs for us over the next few days, maybe next fortnight. I might be wrong, but Spidey senses are tingling. There's 2 kilos out at the moment. There were reports that all 4 are out. Reliable sources tell me otherwise. There's 2 out. What are they up to? You know, there's a couple of really bad possibilities here. The Russians might just stick a knife in this absolute load of bollocks grain deal anyway and hit Odessa, depress trajectory shots, smash up the port, and then it's game over. Or there might be some fresh fields being laid, ready to try and interdict anything. So I think the Black Sea Fleet, which has been pretty quiet recently, might be about to become fairly big in everyone's consciousness, especially if the Turks really go for it and decide they're going to start escorting convoys with warships. Then I'd become seriously concerned about where this might be going, because a sensible Russia, sensible Putin, will not touch a Turkish escorted grain convoy with a barge pole. And he's not sensible. And I'm deeply concerned about the possibilities for this. Because if something goes wrong, if the Russians decide to pull something off, and the Turks get clobbered, or even come under fire, then we are suddenly in an Article 5. So I think this deal, either it's a load of old cobblers, or Erdogan has got some kind of present out of it, and he's a sneaky fucker if ever there was one walk the planet, or the Russians think we really do care about starving black children, which is highly unlikely, or they've got method to their madness and they've got something knocking around the plan. And that would tie in with the Black Sea Fleet really working themselves up and doing everything indicates to me basic operational sea training ready for a major op, which I know I've been saying for ages, but Spidey senses.
Okay, Tom, then Raver, then Finance, I think. Tom?
Yeah, I think Gunny's right to err on the side of caution. I think it's would be very unwise to underestimate the Russians. I think just the fact that we overestimated their competence rather, early on in the conflict, doesn't mean that they're going to continue to be equally as incompetent all the way through. They will gradually learn. They will change their tactics. And I think he's right to be very cautious, because, you know, that way, if you're cautious of what horrible things they could do, you know, you might anticipate something, you might be able to prevent it. I'd be really amazed if they did shoot at a Turkish vessel, though, Gunny, because, I mean, you know, if the Russians had wanted to, they would have had the capability of, say, firing some cruise missiles into Poland for, like, you know, supply depots where Western arms are coming into the country. You know, they could have hit Polish roads or rail depots and things like that. And obviously they haven't. and I would assume that's because, you know, Putin and his generals are rational enough to not want to trigger Article 5. So I think, I hope that you're being a bit paranoid there. Did you want to come back and say something on that? Because your hand shot up.
Yeah, so again, people tend to look at Russian capability through the eyes of Western capability professionalism. Was it 1988 the Iraqi Air Force put 2 Exocets into a US frigate? There's no reason for it, really. There was, you know, there probably wasn't any intent. It was just bad training, misidentification, and a bad call by the leadership. So when we look at Russian military capability and all the things that they've done in the past, if we can imagine the Kremlin saying, look, you know, if you go after a convoy, can you avoid the Turkish frigate and 2 Turkish minesweepers and kill both grain ships? Yeah, boss, not a problem. We can do that. All right. Happy days. So they launch a strike sortie and they do it and they kill a Turkish frigate. Right. These things happen. It's hard to explain, but it looks very binary and very easy if you've never been in the military. But operations go terribly wrong. That's why we have blue on blues. People have died in Iraq and Afghan through what you might assume to be absolutely simple, outrageous circumstances. But in the heat of the moment, when the 1,000,001 factors come into play on an operational sortie, things go wrong on you. So we're dealing with a military that A, has proved itself not to be exactly competent in many areas, and B, which is led by a dictatorship with a man at the top that has very little care for potential consequences should things go wrong. Because he's like, yeah, well, fuck you. You know, if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. That's been his attitude from the start. The man sanctioned the CBRN attack in Salisbury, which, when you think about it, is an act of war, isn't it? He used highly radioactive material in a tea room in London. Why? Because he didn't give a fuck. The man has no concept of repercussions, or he's very disdainful of the West's willingness to respond in kind. So I would be very wary. I would also be very wary. Say he lays minefields, you're all dependent that the Turkish MCMV squadron or the ships involved sweeping are competent. Well, I've worked with the Turkish Navy. I hate to break it to everyone, they ain't that good. Right? They really are not, like a lot of NATO navies. So we're dependent on their ability to, say, get a convoy through a swept area. Supposing that they don't. Supposing a Turkish MCMV runs onto a mine. Supposing one of the grain ships runs onto a mine. You know, this is a problem with military operations. They are packed full of potential. And I would shove back on the paranoid thing, because the way that we win wars is we are absolutely paranoid and we absolutely overestimate our opponent's capability. Because the minute that we become blasé about it and we say, actually, they are shit and we can probably carry this off, that's when you start evacuating off the coasts of places and you run with your tail between your legs. So I foresee great peril in this grain thing. They didn't do it for humanitarian reasons. They did it for another reason. So remove humanitarian reasons, remove financial reasons. What's Ivan got to gain? And everything points towards military gain. And then that opens some real nasty possibilities, mate.
Raver? Oh, sorry, Tom.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Raver. Can I just quickly say something? Yeah, Gunny, on the paranoid thing, actually, I think it's really good that like military planners and people might be a bit paranoid and consider every awful thing that could go wrong, because that way, you know, you're preparing for the worst case scenario. So I'm not saying that you're like stupid or imagining things that aren't going to happen. I was saying I hope that you're being paranoid, and I hope they're not going to deliberately shoot at the Turks. But as you pointed out, something accidentally happening when they're targeting a Ukrainian ship, I could see that being far more likely. So thanks for explaining, Gunny.
Raver, thank you.
Hey, Gunny, a twist to throw at you. So Putin and Erdogan just met. So what is the price that would have to have paid to Erdogan for Turkey to sacrifice a frigate to cause the escalation, to then force a de-escalation and freeze the conflict? What's Turkey's buy-in to be the silent partner for Russian gains?
Yeah, I mean, this won't involve sacrifice, but what we've got is we've got two duplicitous, pretty nasty national leaders who have come to some kind of deal. So Erdogan has decided to strike a deal with someone, despite the fact that that someone's military is committing genocide and acts of unbelievable barbarism. Therefore, why would he do that? There's only one reason: for some kind of gain, i.e. he is going to get something out of that. What is he going to get out of it that mutually benefits Putin? Because Putin is a man overseeing genocide, and he's not going to strike a deal unless he gets something out of it. So we've got two bad people who've met around the table and have come to some kind of deal where they both feel that they've got something useful out of it. So remove the humanitarian stuff. Is it purely they want to look good on the world stage? So Putin goes, hey man, I care about starving black kids. And Erdogan goes, hey man, I'm a big player in the region, if not in the Western Hemisphere. Therefore, check me out. I've managed to strike a deal that looks after the fat little bellies of starving black kids. Can't see it myself. They're not that kind. Therefore, is it economic? No, not really. Therefore, it's got to be military. There's got to be some kind of military deal. Could it be to do with the Kurds? Can the Russians really be of any assistance to the Turks fighting the Kurds? I don't know enough about the region. Given the performance of the Russian military, the Turks will probably go, no thanks, mate. We're good. Cheers. So you've
and he doesn't care. He doesn't care for Africa at all. Africa,
no, he doesn't.
He couldn't care less.
He hasn't got a humanitarian bone in his body, the little ball.
Yes.
And Erdogan is only concerned about what's good for Turkey, and more importantly, what's good for him in retaining power. Therefore, this has got to be some kind of deal that's been struck, i.e. the grain deal, supposedly, and it's got to be mutually beneficial. Will Putin be happy that the Ukrainians can shift grain from Odessa down south to Constanta, a commodity that creates wealth, and the wealth is used for warfighting? No. Therefore, has Putin been offered something that offsets the fact that Ukraine could potentially use a commodity in exchange for finance in order to pursue the war effort? Or does Putin think, I can sign this off and actually no grain's going to be moving for A, B or C nefarious reasons? What are the nefarious reasons? Is he going to do a depressed trajectory strike tonight, destroy Odessa port, throw his hands up in the air and say, look, the Ukrainians didn't like the deal and they sabotaged support? It sounds laughable, but it wouldn't be for us, would it? It would be for Russian internal consumption, because all their propaganda, and we laugh at it. We keep forgetting it's not designed for us. They know that we just go, fuck off, Russia, you bunch of idiots. It's designed for the population inside. Are they going to absolutely smash some mine laying over the next 24, 48 hours and therefore sweep in the area? And again, I've got some experience in this. It's going to take so long, no grain's going to be moving for months. That's a real possibility, I think, because mine sweeping is very intensive. And if you put enough down, if you make it hard enough, there are challenges to them doing that. But if you make it hard enough, nothing's going to be moving for a very long time, especially if a ship hits a mine, because then everything will shut down anyway. Or C, or D, or E, or F. What is his plan? It just stinks to me. And when you tie it into the obvious Black Sea Fleet increased operational training tempo, there's lots of threads there, and I can't tie them all in together and do you a figure of 8. But what I can tell you is from a maritime point of view, this really fucking stinks. And I think there's a plan here. What it is, I don't know.
Okay, Gunny. We have 15 minutes and we have 6 hands up. I would just like to invite everyone to please go apparently. Ian, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I had to get to my microphone. So the question was for Gunny, and Gunny, I agree with you in terms of Crimea being an unlikely place that Ukraine would send ground forces in to take over anytime soon. And I appreciate your analysis of the ATACMS and your skepticism on whether or not they are going to send them in. But hypothetically, if they were able to, and in a way that would make the port in Sevastopol kind of unusable for Russia, then hypothetically, what would you see significant cascading effects for Russia, and what would those cascading effects be? Even though you don't believe it's likely.
I mean, so in terms of Russian maritime assets, what are your priorities? Probably hit the kilos first. A submarine isn't a particularly easy target unless you actually put a round down on it, because of the material that they're constructed from. They're inherently very, very strong.
Submarines are very good to resisting pressure from the outside, right? That's the problem. And an explosion is pressure from the outside, just like lots of sea above you is pressure from the outside. It's really hard to puncture them that way because of it.
Right.
And, you need to put a round on a casing in order really to make a dink into it. If the periscopes are extended or anything like that for some reason, they're doing maintenance, you might damage the periscopes and things. You'll damage the sail, probably the fin, because that's normally free flooding. So it tends to be built of lighter material. But yeah, submarines are not particularly easy kill. So if I was brutal, I'd want to catch them at the ammunition in facility. I would hit that, bearing in mind it's going to be full of caliber, heavyweight torpedoes, mines, things like that. And I would accept the fact that I'm going to destroy about half a square mile of Sevastopol and kill hundreds of people. And I'll remove a kilo threat for you.
But what about just...
It'd be easy. If I had the range, I had the kit, and I will have the eyes on, because there are a lot of people in Sevastopol who are supplying information. You only have to look at the high quality photographs that are coming out. And I had the timing right. I could kill, if all 4 kilos were in, I could kill all 4 kilos. I would kill a lot of civilians though. And the Ukrainians won't do that. But of course they won't, because Crimea is Ukrainian. So tempting though it is, you're not really gonna lower yourself to that kind of level and scream operational requirements. So you could hit something else. You could wait till a pair of frigates are alongside. Frigates are a lot easier. Warships don't tend to be armoured unless they're carriers or maybe a Kirov or destroyer size Kevlar, something like that. So I could use airburst munitions, something like that. I could put a rocket onto the jetty next to a frigate, and I'm going to cause havoc. She'll be in tatters. How good are the Russian air defences? Everyone, stop looking at S-300, S-400 performance as a notational indicator of capability. There are all sorts of things that keep playing into it. Ergonomics of the cab, training the operators, stuff like that. If I put a Makarov maybe out in the harbour with her detection capabilities, naval air defence is a lot different. Might perform worse, might perform a lot better. So, is it doable? Yeah, well, of course it is. Most things are doable in life if you dedicate enough assets to it and you can get the kit in there. Is it worth potential collateral in order to make Sevastopol untenable as a naval base? That'll be for Ukrainian High Command to decide. I would respectfully suggest anything that kills Ukrainians through action carried out by the Ukrainian military is probably not desirable, because they have the moral high ground there and they do not want to lose it. And I don't think anyone in the Ukrainian military has an appetite for anything that causes collateral damage unless necessary.
I guess my question is if all those things aside, if Ukraine was able to establish the conditions that made Sevastopol no longer a safe harbor for the Russian Navy, then what? Like what collateral, what cascading effects do you imagine, or have you just not gone through that thought exercise because you just don't believe it's going to happen?
No, I'll continue projecting power, but I'll do it through Novorossiysk. It's not that fast steaming time, to be honest with you. If I cracked on at 30 knots, let me think off the top of my head, I could probably, from the East Coast, I could probably be parallel with Sevastopol, maybe 24 hours, if that. So it's not going to adversely. I think it would be the difference between me operating from Plymouth and operating from Dover. It wouldn't really make that much of a difference to my op tempo. I think Sevastopol is handy because it's got the airfield and it's got all the air defense there. So when I'm operating in the vicinity of Sevastopol, I'm thinking I'm in a nice little air defense bubble, but that would still be there. So the Black Sea is not particularly big. Ships have really good endurance. So yeah, I could do speed runs and I could be operating off Sevastopol from the east really easily, to be honest with you. I think my primary loss would be the ammunitioning facility, but they will be able to ammunition elsewhere. They're not doing a lot of alongside maintenance, and anything that they are doing can be carried off in Novorossiysk. So yeah, losing Sevastopol, I don't think it's really going to affect Black Sea flotilla operating. It just won't. They'll still probably run command and control from there. But what the ship's doing, they're going in, they're re-ammunitioning, refueling, topping up on food, and then they're sailing again. And they can easily do that further east and still do speed runs and then still project power around the Crimean Peninsula.
So in a Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south, though, if they were able to deny them Sevastopol, it would at least significantly increase the amount of time it took to get rearmament done, and therefore, reduce the amount of firepower they could unleash from naval assets in the Black Sea during a counteroffensive.
Nah, not really.
No?
I mean, what's the distance of Sevastopol to Novorossiysk? I think I'll have to have unless someone wants to quickly have a look at Google Maps for me, but I reckon it's probably a 24-hour run at most. It's probably not even that, to be honest with you. So bearing in mind, let's say 25 knots. How long would it take Makarov to do a 25-knot speed run up to Sevastopol? Probably not very long at all. A kilo, do you know what? They could probably run it on the surface if they wanted, but a speed run, let's say 15 knots on the surface. These things are designed to run from the Northern Fleet bases into the Atlantic. So yeah, your transit time is going to be increased, but not to a degree where it's really going to affect your on-station capability. In fact, the Russians they're not really pushing their warships. We're not seeing frigates at sea for 4 weeks. 6 weeks. NATO practices getting ships to sea, and I've been at sea for 12 weeks before. We've not seen that at all. So the Russians aren't pushing their surface flotilla and their submarine flotilla. They're going out, they're doing maybe a week, 2 weeks, maybe on station, and then they're pulling them in. Is that because they've got a problem with defects? Could be. It could be that there's a real mechanical problem with Russian ships. And they're literally having to go to sea for a week, 2 weeks. That would change things slightly, but I don't think it is. I think they're just putting units, surface and subsurface, out there. They're doing 7 days, 14 days, and then they're pulling them in simply because they're firing off all necessary ammunition, maybe cruise missiles, and then it's a waste of time and being out. So they're coming in and re-ammunitioning. So no, I don't think losing Sevastopol would really mess them around that much, to be honest, mate.
Clearly, I should never have said it. I'll run through all the hands in the next 3 minutes because I can't, right? So I will go to Nightlight and everybody else with their hand up. I'm very sorry, you won't get to ask your question, and blame Ian for asking 4 follow-ups. If you'll all be so kind as to dropping yourselves down to listener, that would be greatly appreciated, because we're getting Phillips O'Brien up in a matter of minutes. But Nightlight, go ahead. I'm guessing it's aimed at Gunny, and I'm very sorry for everyone, but we will be back in with this conversation right after we talk to Phillips O'Brien with Professor O'Brien. Nightlight, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would say with Sevastopol there, I mean, as soon as it's under threat, I would think they'd have to move operations. The Ukrainians managed to take out an LST with a tactical ballistic missile that was sitting on a pier, so I would assume they'd be able to do the same there, with enough shots. Regarding the grain deal, my biggest concern with that is, I mean, yeah, like what was the exchange? What was the bargain that was struck with the Turks? And I worry a little bit about the Montreux Convention, because they might say, all right, well, if we're going to export Russian grain and fertilizer, then we have to escort it. And that means we have to escort it through, the Straits. And that might open up the Straits again for, Russian warships to go back and forth. So I worry that might have been the bargain, and I really hope not.
Yeah, I'd just like to dive in. So a quick look to get me south of Sevastopol from Novorossiysk. It's about 220 miles. So if you can imagine doing a speed run at 25 knots, it's absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So yeah, it's not going to mess them around at all, losing it. It's just the ammunition and the fuel. But even then, how much fuel to burn to get that distance? Again, nothing. They've got plenty of fuel, and they've got ships that can crack on it and get into theatre very quickly. So Sevastopol is it's prestige rather than operational.
All right. Thank you very much, Gunny. Perfect timing. Welcome, Professor O'Brien.
I got through finally. I've never used Twitter Spaces before, so this is all new to me.
Well, welcome and good evening.
Delighted to be here. How you all doing?
Very well, very well. We, as you will have heard from Francis and others, we've been online since, the start of this phase of the invasion, 24/7, with a bunch of volunteers, an ever-growing army of volunteers, I have to say, and we've been in support of Maria Aid, a charity now, founded by the leading staff and the former last commander of the Canadian Armed Forces training the Ukrainian Armed Forces. We couldn't stand it idly by. So we take this very seriously, and we like to present some create information awareness and present some facts and good experts. So we're delighted having you with us, so we can talk a little bit about the current state of affairs and the strategic impact. And
Sure.
given the discussions which have emanated today out of Mr. Erdogan's pursued grain deal and the likes, and the new tactical situation on the ground, Atacams being not just rumored, but seemingly en route, and the impact of HIMARS on the battlefield, I think there's so many things to talk about. But maybe you could just introduce briefly as to your background and what you've been doing in the past. Not everyone is familiar with you. I apologize.
Sure.
We tweeted it out before, but I'm sure people would like to hear it from you.
No, absolutely. I mean, this has been a fascinating experience on how this has all come about and to why I'm speaking to you. I'm a professor of strategic studies at the University of St. Andrews, and what that means is I do study war and conflict. I have primarily been working in 20th century and some a little bit in 21st, but 20th century war. My interests go back, probably my most well-known research is actually on air and sea power in the Second World War and logistics as well. So if I say my real specialties tend to be air power and logistics. And I've been working on that also now in the more modern era in the last few years. So I wasn't a particular Russian army specialist or a Ukrainian army specialist at all. I was sort of an air power and logistics person, and that's what interested me. The reason I've ended up taking part in this discussion is because I was one of the few people before February 24th that was simply saying, why do we think the Russian army is so good, and why do we think the Ukrainians won't fight? Because it seemed to me that people were making very bold claims about Kiev falling in a few days, and that the Russian army would be this tremendous army. And
людина, яка кинула гривню 20, 100, 1000, мільйон на Байрактар, вона усвідомлювала, що вона докладається до придбання чогось, що буде нести смерть окупантам. І тому ми перебирали різні варіанти для того, щоб вибрати той
do what people said it would do. And I suppose that's how this all started, because I was just asking that question. It doesn't seem to me that this is a military force that could achieve anything like what people were saying it could achieve. And when I started looking at the war, I thought, okay, I'll look at the things that I know about are air power and logistics. And I would simply pay attention to those in the first part of the war and see what I see. And see what develops. And what I saw for both of them were the Russians fighting in what I would call a really tactically and strategically poor method, not being advanced, not able to operate complex systems in the way that everyone thought they could operate them. There was the famous logistics mess up with the 40-mile column heading down to Kyiv. The air power to this day for the Russians is really disastrous. They're unable to fly over Ukraine for any reasonable period. I mean, the whole fact that Ukraine can use these ranged systems in the last few weeks are because the Ukrainians have been able to keep the Russian fixed-wing aircraft out of Ukraine. It's quite a remarkable achievement. And then what I saw on the other was, in fact, the Ukrainians fighting a more intelligent war. Again, if you looked at both air power and you looked at the logistics war early on, you saw Russia doing things that seemed to me pretty mediocre to poor, where Ukraine was doing things that seemed intelligent and thought out. The way they neutralized Russian air power through the combination of two different kinds of anti-air systems, both the smaller handheld, but then the larger systems, the S-300s, and the way they very intelligently used a small number of fixed wings to basically make it too dangerous for the Russians to fly, was really quite a well-thought-out plan, I think, in many ways, that it changed the course of the war. And the way that from the very beginning they attacked Russian logistics as the Russians came in, which was very well thought out. So that is probably why I've ended up becoming involved in this debate, is for asking questions and saying that what I was seeing was very different than what people thought was going to happen. And from that point on, I think what I've seen in this war is Ukraine fight a progressively smarter and smarter war. Fighting an intelligent, well-thought-out war, and it's now one which Ukraine can start turning to its advantage, that it has the longer-range systems, and the Russians fighting, to me, what seems to be an increasingly unthought-out plan of just one heavy artillery method, but without fighting what we would call a modern combined arms war.
These are very good points, and thank you. People, unlike, of course, our friend from the Canadian. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, for a second you dropped.
Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, there's very few people who, unless of course you were amongst those Canadians who trained the Ukrainian armed forces in recent years, and Colonel Melanie Lake, who co-founded Media Aid in that regard, a dear friend of ours, and we support them, and made that remark very early on, that they had learned, the Canadians that is, as much as they had been able to teach them in order to help the Ukrainians to progress on that path to a modern Western Army's combined arms capacity, full well knowing that the Air Force was small by comparison to its prospective adversary, that the anti-air and anti-missile defense capacity was by far not sufficient, as we have seen, and that the Ukrainians would have to simply know their territory and their strengths best, and probably find ways in terms of, well, shall we say, not allowing electronic warfare and cyber warfare to take hold of Ukraine and shutting down their infrastructure. And these are the things, as you just highlighted, which the Ukrainians have achieved.
Yep.
And they have repelled the Russians on those matters. As our friend and, very regular speaker and supporter and of the program, Colonel John Spencer, has highlighted many times over, is that the Ukrainians have prosecuted this war to the best of their available capacity, very, very effectively. And whilst they had to take losses, but they have fought, and especially these delays they have been fighting and the resistance they have shown in, at times, very, very challenging environments, be it Severodonetsk or now then the very cleverly mounted delay and withdrawal then from Lysychansk, or was it beforehand the defense of Chernihiv and
Sumy
and Sumy, yes.
Yeah,
I was just about to come to this axis, which many people have forgotten: Chernihiv, Sumy, Konotop. That is probably what held up, just like Mariupol tied up a lot of resources. This is pretty much an astonishing feat if you think about it, and they've planned this well through, and many people have criticized. I don't know why, I don't know what you think about it, but many people have criticized at the very early stage Zaluzhny and the general staff, but I think that they've made the best of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few points actually we could go on there. I really think, I mean, I don't know if you saw it. I was very interested in what the Ukrainian strategy might have been early. So I tried to write an article in The Atlantic that was called The Ukrainian Way of War. And it was simply trying to say, what do we see? I had not talked to Zaluzhny, I've not talked to the Ukrainian general staff, but to try and see what, to see if there's some kind of way of fighting that the Ukrainians have been doing to contend with the fact that the Russians have a lot more equipment and a lot more advanced equipment. And I think what we saw in that axis, the Sumy, Chernihiv, Konotop, all of that, and Kharkiv as well, was a really well thought out plan of denying the cities. Basically, if the Russians really want to get to Kyiv, if that's their goal, keep them from having easy transport through the cities, so they have to go around them and have these cities behind them all the time. Get the Russians strung out along the road. I mean, the Russian army just got strung out all the way along the road from Sumy to Kiev and all of that, and then chop into it with small units. And it seemed to me, and actually, you don't do that by accident. What we saw in the Battle of Kyiv was to me, it looked a well thought out plan. And that's what I tried to write about in the article, that it seemed to me they knew what they were doing. They took advantage of weaknesses in Russian logistics from the very start. They went after trucks. That was talked about very early in the campaign. If you string the Russians out along roads, they're going to have a real problem with trucks. And the Ukrainians went right after the trucks. In many ways, they were going after the trucks more than anything else early on. And they ground that Russian army to a halt. And it just couldn't move. It was stuck, and all it could do is a lot of the soldiers had to pull back and leave behind their equipment. So that, again, doesn't happen by accident. And I thought that was a really interesting and well thought out plan. I don't know what else they could have done at that point. And if I was going to say the controversial one, and I'd like to hear what other people think on this, was the decision to fight all the way out in the tip in the Donbass. When you look at it on a map, places like Severodonetsk and Lysychansk should have been easy pickings for the Russians because they're so far deep into sort of a crook of the Russian line. The Russians were actually relatively close from the north and the south. They did push a huge amount of artillery into a very small place, and they eventually battered it to heck, and the Ukrainians pulled out, having suffered. We'll only know, and actually I'd love to hear what you think and other people think. I think at some point the Ukrainians might have overstated the casualties they were suffering. I mean, they were still undoubtedly heavy, but when you had people talking about a few hundred people dying a day, every day, that if that's true, that was maybe not the best choice to make. I don't think it was true because of the way the army pulled out in good order and the way they started fighting the whole time. So if I was going to say if there was one controversial decision, it was fighting at that tip. But on reflection, I would say that probably was the right choice because they've basically kept the Russian army moving so slowly until they got the range systems. The war has really changed since June 30th, July 1st. And it's changed because Ukraine now has better range systems than the Russians, not nearly as many. But what they did is they were willing to expend forces to keep the Russians as far back till the equipment battle turned their way on quality.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. If you don't mind, I would like to point us back to the Battle of Kyiv, also, and there to the northwest, because there is this amazing setup. Again, good planning, where the Ukrainian armed forces and their engineers opened the dams and flooded the area. And our friend and colleague, as I just said, Colonel John Spencer has just joined the panel because he had the opportunity to travel to Kyiv and analyze the arena and be, so to say, on that axis all the way up to Ivankiv. John, good evening. How are you? Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, actually. I'm quite enjoying the conversation. All I can say is yes to everything that Professor has said up to this point. I mean, I did get to travel. I get to see how I agree, lots of planning, probably years of planning with multiple scenarios, right? And as I continue to process all that I saw from walking the ground, from Dmitriev, the flooded village and the flooded rivers. But I mean, like the professor says, you cannot discount area denial. If 1st Tank Guard Division had not held off all Russians from advancing south of Chernihiv, the plan for Kyiv might have not worked. It was luck played a lot in it, but planning and then intelligence, right? So Ukraine lacked no amount of intelligence, although they did I think a historic and will be studied by many militaries intelligence fusion. Taking intelligence from civilians all over the place, taking international intelligence assets, infusing that into actionable maneuvering limited forces, maneuvering limited capabilities to create this block. And I think my personal, I'm a layman, right? So I'm a student. In all these places, it's more for me the Spartan way, right? Give them nothing but take from them everything. So don't give them 1 inch of Ukrainian land without making them pay for it.
That certainly seems to be what they did in the Donbass. I mean, so when you would, so I don't mean to move back to that point, but so when you do, and I'd like to actually go back to the Battle of Kyiv, but on that last point, do you think that was then worth it, fighting in the tip in the Donbass like that?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. I mean, because they're fighting the information domain as well, right? So there can't be they needed, in order to maintain this coalition of international support and weapons flow, they need to be able to show that they're not, the cards aren't falling. So I think what they did in Severodonetsk, not overcommitting forces, not a Mariupol stand of, which was an operational amazing feat, but in Severodonetsk in that tip was make them to fight for every ground. And then if the Russians, like they did in the first 2 or 3 weeks, create a mistake, they rapidly got a Legion battalion in there and made the Russians pay for that mistake, but then fell back and had a plan for falling back. I think it was a good decision. I mean, they did. We'll never know the casualties that were suffered for that decision, but it made the international community. There is the fight of killing Russians, but this is a geopolitical fight to maintain what they need to win the war.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good. I think that probably is the strongest. Yeah, that's the sort of real strategic argument for doing that choice. But returning back to the Battle of Kyiv, I was wondering, did they have that strategy, an actual strategy of stringing the Russians out along roads, or did the Russians just expose themselves quite rashly? because it did seem to be they in certain cases let the Russians go down the roads and get sort of in these long columns where they couldn't react to anything.
So, I didn't get access to like a full, like you said, the general staff, right? I got access to the 72nd Mechanized Brigade.
Yeah.
Clearly, there was a rub between a political decision not to be in positions, maintaining an awareness of what the Russian decisive operation was. There's a little bit of both clear planning of how to utilize a defense in depth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, most of these battles didn't happen in key proper. This is the peri-urban way out.
Yep.
And there's a couple interesting things of like there's an interesting 11th Mechanized team of people engaging a Russian formation at the way up north, even before the Ivankiv Trackle Circle. Like nobody knows, like why would it? Who was that? What were they doing there? I don't personally think. So I think it was a porcupine strategy, a territorial defenses that were armed.
В якомусь так званому ДНР або навіть в Російській Федерації, але треба розуміти, що нічого під цими судами серйозного немає. Це фейкові, абсолютно неіснуючі суди і судові рішення. Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде.
We can study that, whether they held off for the China Olympics, or not. But the conditions were not favorable to them, and then so long story. I don't think that was it might have been one of the course of action plans, but this defense in depth was clearly part of the plan, and cutting off all the main roads, like the easy roads, right? This decision to blow 300 bridges, right? So that clearly was a area denial, and that had to be approved by literally the Ministry of Interior, because that's national infrastructure.
Yeah.
How they did that so quickly is because they had to have planned it. There's no way you can blow that many bridges in that quickly without having planned resources, planned forces, everything. So I think this area denial plan, but I think it went better than they thought it would, right? So this is the Wolverines, the total defense, thing that the civilians that showed up, they couldn't have planned it to have worked that well to take advantage of the planned elements of, taking away all the main avenues that the Russians wanted. The Russians were really trying to come through, right? In Markov and out east and west of Sumy, that main access, that they were really searching for a way in.
Well, actually, the last thing I don't want to keep firing questions, Jay, but this is fascinating to me because the third example why I thought the Russians were in trouble right from the very beginning was not just air power and logistics, which seemed to unfold very poorly from the beginning, but actually the way the Ukrainian armed forces react to the Russians taking Hostomel airfield. The Russians got onto Hostomel airfield almost instantly, it seemed. But within 12 hours, the Ukrainians had reacted so effectively that they'd taken the airfield back. Now, again, that can't happen by accident. That has to be a part of a thought-out plan to have a rapid reaction force with enough firepower to get there and to clear the airfield. And plus, the way they might not have expected the Russians to do that. So, maybe put two questions. Did they actually think the Russians were going to try something like that? Or were they just well prepared enough that they could react when the Russians did?
So I think, if they thought the Russians were going to conduct a joint forcible entry and take airfields, I think they would have done things differently than they did. And this is that political rub of not letting the military be in position.
Yep.
So the Russians fainted at all the airports, right? In Vasilkiv and in Bodankiv. I mess up the names in the southeast. The fact that they got the Russians got 20 helicopters of VDV in it, I think it deserves the credit. What happened though is, so I think it was. I don't think it was a plan how well Hostomel went for them, because the 4th Rapid Reaction National Guard element wasn't there. Like, even though they're based there, somebody had sent them away to a different location. and it was really what we call the rear D, like the elements behind. But somebody made a decision to keep the artillery there, right? So that's what defeated allowed them to counterattack. They never really have reoccupied Hostomel. They did have forces available to send a special forces element within 6 hours of planning, be a part of that, destroy what's on the airfield. I think for you and me, from like logistical and air power, is that how impressive that the sources that they did have, the Ukrainian artillery was able to damage the airfield enough, right? The Russians occupied Hostomel, a few hours later. I mean, they had to scoop up all the dead paratroopers after the special forces counterattack in combination with artillery. But what I'm most impressed of, as an old ranger who used to practice airfield sieges, is that the Ukrainians destroyed enough of the airfield that it could no longer be used as an air bridge. And that's the fact that they destroyed, most of the VDV, that's great. And that and I talked to the special forces officers who were part of that night attack, instead of just like shooting an arcade, video game, because the artillery would come, Russians would run at them, and they'd just shoot the Russians. But the mounted forces show up the next day, as you know. I mean, the mounted elements of the Russian advance successfully made it to Hostomel and occupied the airport. But they had damaged it enough, which is very interesting, right? So the transport planes that were sitting in Belarus that would have airdropped even more combat power and allowed them maybe to punch from Hostomel to make it to the 15 miles to the headquarters of the Ukrainian government couldn't land, even if when they secured it. It was that damaged. And I think that's pretty impressive on how you do that with indirect systems. Usually,
and so they had the right ordnance to do that. They actually had that prepared. They had the right ordnance to take out the airfield. Wow.
Possibly. Usually what you do is you dig up the airfield, right? You use construction equipment, things like that, and like the ISIS did in Mosul and things like that. So I think that's the interesting part of the Hostomel story was, yes, the counterattack was impressive, but there's a little bit of luck there. Had that been Vasil Kiev, of course, the 11th Mechanized and the 95th Airborne might have had something to say about that. But there is a little bit of luck. There is a little bit of lack of planning what it was necessary to hold it by the Russians. And they didn't have to hold it for long, right? They just had to hold it till those mounted forces got there. But I would like, if I could go back with all my list of questions to like the general staff, it would be like, how did you destroy the airfield so well?
Wow, what a great story that would be. I mean, I'd love to find out, because that just seemed to be, that whole engagement seemed indicative of something, at the time.
Right, it took the momentum, right? So the plan of the Russian attack had to have this speed and shock effect, right? Not shock at all. They had to have this in order to get into where they wanted to go. They needed that air bridge. They were still trying without it, but it took away some of their momentum, and they had to respond. And like you said, it's when you can't respond to the friction and the fog of war that you start to get defeated in detail. And that's when your 72 hours doesn't end up working out. And now your logistical plan gets put to the test. And I think Michael Kaufman has said it well enough that, look, that 40-kilometer logistical convoy was never it was attacked. It was never fully it wasn't stuck. Because if it was stuck, it wouldn't have been able to turn around and just leave. It was not able to do forward logistics. It wasn't allowed to push to the now cut off Russian forces and get them the fuel and things they needed.
No, absolutely. But I mean, that the idea that they thought they could do that in that way is a bit bizarre. Unless they really thought the Ukrainian resistance was going to be so weak.
Well, they thought they could take the airfield and resupply forces from there. That was the idea. This is why this Tochka-U strike on Taganrog in the east, for example, was so important, because it took out a lot of the supplies which would have been airlifted to other airfields. John, I have a question for you. Given the fact that you were there with the SOF, did they use artillery, or did they find other ways to explode the fuel dumps at the airfield?
They didn't answer that question. It sounded like this was they had a limited objective of attack, but the Joint Forces Command was orchestrating, this is the thing that was so impressive about the Battle of Kyiv was their ability to allocate their limited from TB2s, which they lost a lot in these first 2 weeks, right? They lost a lot in defending Kyiv. But the 4th Rapid Reaction National Guard's artillery, so I think they used a lot that night in conjunction with covering this Special Forces raid that they directed because they identified the need like that. If they lost Hostomel, all could have been lost.
You think it could have been that bad?
Yeah, if those IL, the transporters that we've seen, we knew where they were in Belarus, had a chance to just 8 hours. It's what I did. I jumped into northern Iraq, into Bashur as a paratrooper. That was cool. But we held that airfield and we brought in C-17s to drop tanks and Bradleys, and it didn't take but a day to do that. If the Russians could have gotten those transport planes in, the fight would have went a lot differently.
So I wonder, and this is a larger question, whether we sometimes, with the problem we had with our evaluation of the Russians, is we fall into what I've actually started calling the American trap, by looking at them as a slightly smaller version of the American military, when really they just are not capable in the same way. Their air power usage seems to me, it's not just a small version of the USAF, it's basically a few leagues down.
No, I'm probably guilty of that as well. Well, people need these similes, though, right? So these light comparisons, just to
because they're not capable in the same way. I don't think. Maybe I'm being too harsh on the Russians, but I've just not seen the kind of to do the complex operations that the U.S. armed forces can pull off, and maybe no one else could pull them off. But the Russians just seem to be a whole different world away from being able to pull off a basic complex operation.
I think we discussed it. They don't do it at all. They don't train for it, John. They don't train for the Air Force, and they don't train combat arms.
Right. So I would just modify that a little bit to say joint operations, right? So the air-ground integration with naval. That's something we spend a lot of time on. You have to give not them credit, but you have to be not impressed. But they mounted a very large-scale ground invasion. It's really over 7 advances, and that's their mistake, right? But their planning mistake. That's a lot of combat power they projected in 48 hours to a week.
It is. This has brought up something. I've always, and again, from an outside perspective, I just sit here watching, and I don't know really what's going on. Did these losses in the first few weeks, these very heavy losses of the frontline troops, basically rob Russia of the kind of forces that can show initiative because they did show initiative in the first part of the battles, first part of the war. They did show initiative in places. They were able to do these kinds, even though they failed, they were able to do these kinds of more advanced operations. Whereas since they've suffered those losses in the first few weeks, we've seen nothing of that kind of sophisticated, even not as sophisticated as the U.S. would do, but we've seen this kind of real plodding warfare, just artillery-based. And is that because they lost all these troops that actually had the training to try these?
So from my, I'm not a Russia expert. I'm a one-trick pony with urban warfare. But from my understanding it's really the force structure the Russian military applied, with each military district having their separate objectives. That was another part of their weakness. And when they focus on the Donbass, they bring in an overall commander, and they start to combine military district units to be operational on assigned main efforts, rather than every military district who has a bandwidth of professional to not as good units, and letting them plan out their objectives by themselves. Bringing that back, using more experienced personnel, and then collating resources. All these things that we say are important in our military, in the operational arts, massing, things like that. Some will say that this is just Russia tried something that isn't something they trained, isn't their doctrine in this invasion. Now in the Donbass, they're going back to their more fires-based maneuver, which is lots of fire, push forward, lots of fire.
Yeah, lots of fire, not much maneuver. But.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
I don't see any maneuver. Real. I mean, the fact is they couldn't close a tiny pincer.
Correct.
So in fact, there's almost no maneuvering going on. It just seems to be clear a space out with artillery and then try to occupy the empty space.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. For maneuver, I'm just doing that military term of fires that support somebody else moving, not side flanking maneuvers or anything like. Literally, just something shooting in front of me, and I'm taking a step forward, shoot. And they're doing at that massive scales. They still outnumber. The artillery that they brought in. It is impressive. I can't even find anywhere it knows exactly how much guns are firing at one time, but it's massive.
It was. We don't know how much they can actually fire now.
Right.
Yeah,
If you allow me, both of you, I would like to invite our colleague and co-host CJ to enter the discussion, because as an artillery officer and West Pointer, he can, I think, chime in quite easily in that regard. And he had a number of questions too.
Well, no, I would just add a little bit of context to this Hostomel operation, which I think, is such an important talking point, because it kind of is the juncture between the training and the execution, which, is a large gap. And of course, in strategic studies, it's so important to study this stuff, long in advance so you can better predict. In Crimea, March 2021, so about a year before the war started, the VDV did a couple airborne seizure practices where they did a very similar thing. However, the difference was they airdropped in BMDs and self-propelled howitzers and self-propelled mortars in. And what is so interesting to me, and I'd love two of our distinguished guests here to kind of chime in on this, is we saw evidence of, in Belarus, these armored vehicles that were wrapped and ready to be pushed out the plane, but they never seemed to get there or get dropped. Do you think that would have made a difference? And why do you think the Russians didn't do what was in their training, which was to get some mechanized forces and also artillery into the battle? Because I think that would have made a big difference for them.
Well, I think
людина, яка кинула гривню 20-100 тисяч мільйон на Байрактар, вона усвідомлювала, що вона докладається до придбання чогось, що буде нести смерть окупантам. І тому ми перебирали різні варіанти для того, щоб вибрати той, який зробить смерть ворогам у величезних масштабах. І, власне, ще якраз з безпекових моментів, щоб не зірвалося
major threat, whether that was through air systems they just didn't target or didn't destroy, or the man pads. That's outside of my specialty, but clearly became a part of the decisions on why not to do what CJ is saying that they had trained was the threat to the air.
So I think that I do think, I mean, I don't want to be too much of an air power nerd, and I wrote this piece with David Deptula and Ed Stringer on that. And I think a lot of this goes back to the fact that simply the Russian Air Force was not able to, and Russian air power was not able to do what everyone thought it could do. From the very beginning, that the Ukrainians kept it off. Both the fact I don't think the Russians could coordinate, they don't conceptually actually know how to use air power in the way that, say, the Americans or the Israelis do. But the Ukrainians denied them that ability. And everyone, I think, had this vision of modern war to be done by the Russians, like the United States, with air supremacy, which would allow them to tie the Ukrainians down. Ukrainians wouldn't be able to move, sort of like the Iraqis wouldn't be able to move. But they simply have not, they when they use air power, it seems to be very limited for very specific tactical operations, but they can't exercise any control over Ukrainian movement. I've not known that. I mean, I'm stunned to see the Ukrainians driving around on major highways in bright daylight.
So again, I guess then the question sort of becomes, Dr. O'Brien, how do we get this so wrong? Because myself and others were stationed in Europe training to fight the Russian menace. And we had this sort of large idea, based on the national strategic directives, all these sort of things to kind of guide our training as to what we could expect. Where is that disconnect between how the Russians train and how they actually employ their forces, do you think?
It's a really tough question. And anything I say now is tentative and will be, I think, there's a group of us who are studying the pre-war evaluations and looking at the war, but it's going to take years to fully understand this. What I think, I mean, there's two things. The overall one is because the U.S. in a sense has been the world's leading military power and used military force, there was a tendency to look at other militaries through that lens. And the American trap, as I'm sort of calling it. This is my own concept. And therefore, we said, if the Americans had the Russian equipment and the Russian doctrine and they could do these operations, what would they pull off? So there was that overall, I think, problem in the way it was. And by the way, that was probably a Cold War problem as well. This is not anything new. That they basically, I think, during the Cold War, probably overrated what the Soviet Union would have been able to accomplish from that same perspective. The other one is that this is, I think, the analyses that focused on weapons and doctrine and didn't look at the fundamentals of Russian national power and society tended to overestimate what the Russians could do. If you look at a military force as weapons led by doctrine and training or maneuvers, you have a very different view than if you look at, this is the 11th largest economy in the world with a corrupt system, with not a high motivation to fight, and with no military experience fighting anyone who can fire back. So it tends to be from where you take your perspective. Now, a lot of the analysis tended to be, okay, let's look at a war game. Let's take Russian forces and fight with their doctrine and see what they would do. Oh, and they do really well. But it doesn't ask the question. So if you're looking at the historic comparisons, and all historic comparisons are problematic, and this one is just too, it's a bit like the viewing of Mussolini's Italy in the 30s and then when the war breaks out. Mussolini's Italy is considered a great power, has one of the largest armies in the world. It has what people think is a very well-equipped army. But the society is not an advanced society. It's not a technological powerhouse. The system itself is prone to generals who take a little money here, take a little money there. The soldiers aren't that well looked after. And lo and behold, when it goes in the field, it doesn't perform the way it's supposed to perform. So I would think those are it's not that the fact that they were wrong, because if the Russian army did what its doctrine said it could do, and if they could operate their weapons as efficiently as one would think, maybe they could have done it. But I would think from that, if you take a step back, it's the wrong questions were asked partly. Does that make sense?
No, it definitely does. I know, here in the space we talk about Russian combined arms not really following their doctrine, but I think it may be to a bigger sort of strategic problem in terms of you mentioning, their training not lining up and the equipment being maybe overvalued in terms of the American side. So I really appreciate that answer. Colonel Spencer, did you have a follow-up, or Axel, do we want to go to Hans after?
No, I wanted to go back further to a number of other topics, Professor O'Brien, if you allow us, because John Spencer has been there and has looked at specifically also the whole area up to Ivankiv. I thought we can go back to that ill-fated cordon of trucks and the like. As a preparation, the Ukrainian armed forces achieved, with the assistance of Mr. Reznikov, who had negotiated the deal, immediately after he came into his job at the end of last year, Reznikov perfected the deal to transfer 5,100 German anti-tank mines, which could be easily mounted and were used heavily, specifically in those areas you mentioned, both from Chernihiv along Sumy, Konotop to Kharkiv, but also in exactly that arena all the way up to Ivankiv. It seems that their planning, while it's not perfect, was very well focused on shaping that battlefield. I mean, and John, you've been there, you've seen the road, you went all the way. What was your impression as to their preparation, how to attack those supply and logistics chains?
Sorry, Axel. I got
no
half.
Okay, it was about the supply and logistics chains and how the Ukrainians attacked essentially that whole column and the various troops which gathered between Ivankiv and essentially Irpin.
So, yeah, so I studied, as you know, which I thought would be I was actually going to follow up, and I unfortunately have a couple more minutes. Was like Professor said, in studying the Russian doctrine or having those fallacies, I studied what I wasn't able to study as much as I needed to those counterattacks on the let's say frozen Russian logistical lines, right? So the doors were closed in Irpin, in other places. The logistical lines couldn't get to now the formations that were basically in defensive holds in Bucha or Irpin. What I studied on the way up to Ivankiv, like you and I have discussed, was how the Russians actually executed a very textbook. Maybe it's because it didn't rely on any air assets. Planned withdrawal, a textbook military withdrawal with heavy amounts of artillery, while still under attack. Now, I know you want to know how the Ukrainians were still successfully engaging, even while the Russians had made a decision to withdraw. But the Russians did hold multiple key bridges, one very vital bridge north of that Ivankiv traffic circle. The entire time that all this was not going their way, and then implemented a very powerful and effective under contact withdrawal. So that's, I wish I could give you more on how they implemented, the logistical strikes. But there's still, again, so much that we don't know.
Yeah.
That are questions. I just have better, honestly, I have a lot better questions now than I have answers on what did the Ukrainians, like Professor Brian has, like what was planned versus what was very good adapting to the enemy.
You have to go back soon. I mean, this definitely merits more attention. As you just highlighted, they did this astonishing and well-executed withdrawal. That begs the question, if they were able to do so, not only were they sufficiently well-trained in that regard, but also well-prepared, which begs the question, which was always brought forward as a Russian narrative. Is it really true that their officer corps was not briefed at all? I think it's pretty clear that they had everything they needed there, at least in those attack vectors. They had maps, they were prepared, they knew where to go, they knew how to defend it, and you can't pull this off if you don't know at all where you're going.
Yeah, I think from a tactical, right? So tactical, or really at the main effort, the two military district planning efforts, they had a plan. I agree that it was 72 hours to achieve, that they thought they would achieve phase one. They didn't have good, what we call branch and sequels, to adapt to that, and then have trained that adapting to on the fly under condensed timelines. What people I have talked to that are higher up said that this withdrawing under contact was something that was rehearsed, planned in large scale planning exercise, training exercises. I mean, urban war to train, to be frank.
John, can I ask you a question? So you say you have to go soon. First of all, I want to actually get in touch with you after this, because I really, what you say is fascinating, and I'd like to continue this conversation. What is your view as an urban warfare specialist, and you're tops in the game at this, in terms of what we've seen in the Russian ability to do urban warfare so far? I mean, we've seen, obviously, Mariupol, Severodonetsk, and places like that. What is your evaluation of their ability in that?
Yeah, so we do have to. Hopefully, you can still hear me. I know I'm in a spotty spot for a connection. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So right. So urban warfare is a spectrum across military operations. So to assess Russian capabilities, some of it's unit based. Like there are some. They have shown the ability to do the close fight. I think where they really showed a major inadequacy is in the in the closing of these deep to close and shaping it for their formations, where they really led with their face. And what the Russians faced wasn't necessarily the urban warfare that people like to talk about, like the house to house stuff. They faced the understanding the city itself, the infrastructure, and how that those can come into mobility and counter mobility challenges in the urban terrain. But in places like Mariupol, those are different assessments based on the units there who don't have the capability to do. There's nothing I've seen from any Russian fight, to include advances in Severodonetsk, that show the Russians know how to do even the most basic combining of arms in the urban terrain. So the use of engineers, mobile protected firepower, infantry, and fires together. So like other militaries, and they're not the only ones, they didn't prioritize that vital. It's not just a unit base, but vital. Like we say, people fight combined arms, and post World War II, we know it's combined maneuver. It gets really tested when you have to fight this combined arms fight that arguably there's very little maneuvering happening, but you are taking ground with combined arms teams that take away the defender's ability to hold it. So there's some huge inaccuracies that the Russians have shown they have. They have to destroy what's in front of them to be able to move forward. That's not a acceptable strategy, but every city is different, right? So it's a really hard assessment. I will write about Kyiv, but Kyiv was really an urban terrain denial. So they didn't have the ability to penetrate, which is really the buzzword of the U.S. military, especially ground forces, is this idea they'll penetrate any enemy territory, right? We'll have a penetration phase, a penetration phase. But what
Oops.
John, you're breaking up a little.
Yeah, I lost John a little bit there.
There's a little spot where it's always breaking up heavily. We might get lucky in a second. John, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's getting better again.
Ми будемо далі давити на те, щоб якомога швидше їх поміняти, але сьогодні цей процес складно йде. Поки що йде складно.
Like your work, and I actually think it'd be really good to have a chat going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And Axel, CJ, love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks. You're a champ. Very lucky to have him. Great leader, a wonderful teacher, and a fantastic analyst. So, CJ, let's carry it away. Yeah, Professor O'Brien. The thing is,
by the way, you can call me Phil. You don't have to keep calling me Professor O'Brien.
Yes, sir. I'm old school. Won't change. It's all right. No worries. I think we're pretty much equal in age, but that's a different thing. Anyway, the item which was just highlighted by John is that every terrain is different, and that the capabilities the Russian troops have shown and their commanders have shown, at least in 3 operational arenas so far, when it comes to urban warfare, whether they attack or whether they withdraw from it by being denied, doesn't bode well for them. And both CJ and I have looked at our favorite topic at the moment, and that is Kherson, where essentially the next stage battle is about to develop, and a big, offensive is coming up. How do you view what, in terms of strategy and setup, how do you view from your perspective what is coming?
Well, I mean, I'm fascinated is probably the wrong word to talk about war. We know partly what the Ukrainians are doing, which is, from what we're seeing, they're I think very intelligently trying to cut off supplies wherever possible, destroy command and control, weaken Russian overall sort of force structure. What I don't know is what their plan is to advance and how they plan to actually advance. They're not going to do, I assume, what the Russians did, which is simply saturate an area, as we heard, saturate an area with artillery and move in it. So they're going to have to try something else. It might be that their hope is to so destroy Russian communications that the soldiers, that in many ways the soldiers won't fight as well. But I don't actually know what their plan is to move forward. We can see what they're doing now, but it'll be a great test of what the Ukrainians have learned when they do try to move forward.
CJ, you and I were looking at this now for weeks, and I think our colleague Emin, we both called it out before, that Kherson and the tank country surrounding it will be one of the more interesting battles from an analytical point of view, but also pretty bloody. We've now seen the impact of HIMARS. We've seen the perforation, quite literally, of that bridge. What comes to mind when we look at this in terms of shaping the battlefield, CJ?
Well, I think. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, Phillips, if you could kind of talk a little bit more to Axel's question in regards to how you think Ukraine will act differently, because as you said, you hope they don't do the same thing. But as we sort of kind of stated, the basics in combined arms maneuver in terms of taking a lot of casualties and using a lot of artillery, there's a lot of things that are overlapping in the same. So could you highlight some of the differences you hope to see Ukraine execute in an offensive?
Yeah, I mean, all I will say, when we talk, what I think they're doing from what I'm seeing is fighting an attritional war to such a degree, and they might not go ahead for a few weeks. I mean, I think they want to weaken the Russian forces so much, bleed them out, deprive them of supplies, which the Russians didn't do to the Ukrainians. The Russians just blew things up and tried to move forward. The Ukrainians just seemed to be doing the opposite, not moving forward, except being very, very careful, a little bit here, a little bit there, sort of nibble. The Ukrainian is nibbling all the way up and down the line, and keep the Russians sort of constantly engaged to the point that the Russians actually don't have the forces, because the Russians don't have a lot of soldiers. So I assume that's what they're trying to do, is attrit them down to such a degree that the soldier shortage becomes so acute for the Russians that they can't start holding a very good line. But that would be what I would think they would be trying to do from watching them in action. It seems to be the plan. I mean, I don't know. They're not going to have air superiority over I don't think either side will have air superiority over the battlefield. If any defender in this war we can see does fight with some real spirit and professionalism, it's not that easy to move forward against modern weaponry. So I really think they seem to be just they want to whittle the Russians down to such a degree that the Russians lose the ability to hold the line. And then if they can make a hole, I might think the Russians will just sort of split apart. But that it will be an extraordinary test. And I'm not the world's greatest land power expert. I tend to look at logistics and air power. But that's what I'm seeing the Ukrainians trying to do in this engagement, is sort of keep the pressure up, don't take any huge risks, and wear the Russians out, because the Russian army is actually not that large. The Ukrainian army is probably considerably larger now in terms of manpower that they can throw into the fight. But I don't know what you think, CJ.
Well, I wanted to bring your attention to some of these recent figures we're seeing from US and UK intelligence, and they kind of speculate that perhaps the Russian military is coming to a more permanent pause in the future, that they've expended 60% of their precision-guided munitions, that perhaps 85% of their entire military is devoted to this certain war. So my question for you, sort of on the more strategic level, is: has Russia fully committed to this at the war, or where do you see the ability for Russia to act against NATO or other areas in the future? Because from where we're sitting right now, it seems like they really are tied up in a deep way.
Oh, this is a catastrophe for Russia. I mean, this is what I mean. When people talk about NATO beefing up now, that's such a low. The highest priority for NATO has to be to have Ukraine win the war. If Ukraine wins the war, I mean, I don't want to guess how many. A decade minimum till the Russian army can be rebuilt. I mean, look what happened to I was trying to think this through. The Berlin Wall collapsed in 1989. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. That was 31 years ago. And in 31 years, it took them to make this army. This army that we're seeing, 85% deployed? Something like that. 85% of its real combat power is in Ukraine. And it's getting chewed up. I mean, how many years will it take it to rebuild from this to actually be any kind of threat to NATO? I think we're talking decades. So I don't see how the Russian armed forces can represent for at least 10 years after this a threat, because Russia's economically so weak. This is not you say, okay, Germany rebuilds after the First World War. Well, Germany is the largest industrial economy in Europe at that point. It's one of the high-tech superpowers of the world in the interwar period. It has actually quite a young population. Everything that Russia doesn't have. Russia's not an economic power. It's not a technological advanced country, and it has a demographic problem. So, I mean, from that larger point of view, I don't think we can underrate just how devastating this is to Russia. And that's why, I mean, if you want to guarantee security for Europe for a while, just have Ukraine win the war. And then it is sort of, it's hard to see Russia coming back for a long time.
I'll have a question as to this a little later, pertaining to gradualism, because I think everybody here agrees that Ukraine, not only for its own sake, but also for the sake of long-term security of Europe, needs to win this war, but it needs to win it soundly. Russia needs to be defeated in the battlefield, and in such a fashion that it actually leads to a reckoning in society. But having said this, strategic perspective, NATO. I think we have a question from Francis, who came up beforehand and who has been instrumental in setting up the interview, so I would give him the floor for a second. Francis.
Thanks, Axel. Hey, Phil. Thanks so much for being here. And just for the people who are listening in, retweet the space. Let everyone know that Professor O'Brien is in here discussing all things Ukraine. Phil, just to drill in a little bit on one thing that you mentioned there around NATO's top priority being to ensure that Ukraine wins the war. Obviously, we've seen a progressive escalation in the magnitude and the lethality of war material that's been provided by constituent states of NATO to Ukraine. What's your prescription moving forward for the types of support that you think are needed? And in particular, I know you have an interest in air power, and there's now discussions around equipping Ukrainian Air Force with Western airframes. Yeah. So I'm curious to know your thoughts and prescriptions in that space. And more broadly, I'm also interested to ask you about your read on the geopolitical sphere. Obviously, this war has been it's monumental in terms of its implications for global security, right? And with two major European states now acceding to NATO, really the landscape is shifting profoundly. And I'd like to know what your read is broadly on the global security posture and in Europe in particular.
Oh, the first question, I mean, when it comes to systems, I always think it's not the weapon that's important, it's what the weapon does. The great thing to give you, I mean, what has made the real difference in the last 4 weeks? We say HIMARS, but it's not HIMARS as a HIMARS. It's the range and accuracy advantage. And that's what Ukraine now, I mean, Ukraine is not going to match up in number of systems with the Russians, but they don't need to. They need to have this qualitative advantage in a certain specific areas, and that is one, if they can shoot farther than the Russians. That is shown to be hugely important, particularly if air power is not, the Russians can't use it. So the HIMARS are in a way a form of tactical air power. They're sort of, they can be used so far. So it's range and it's accuracy. You have to actually hit. I mean, that's a major difference between Russian artillery range fire and now Ukrainian range fire, is the Ukrainians can hit things. So anything that can help them with range and accuracy, now that goes up and down the line. That goes to the type of ammunition, we're talking about the super long range, and that goes to the intelligence gathering, which allows them to know what to hit with the accurate systems. So that's what, that's how I would look at it. Now, you can accelerate and escalate up the line if you want to go to fixed wings as well. Had they started preparing the fixed wings back in March, then maybe they'd be ready for some kind of summer offensive. The issue we have now is it's going to take, I mean, what I was talking to U.S. Air Force people, they said 3 months to retrain the pilots. They don't know, the infrastructure could take longer. So it does look like fixed wings a way off if they're going to do it, and that won't help with the summer offensive. So it's unlikely you can say get them trained up in NATO tanks by that point. So give them what they can do, but better. Give them better range, better accuracy, better intelligence, and that's what I would concentrate on right now. Geopolitically, it's basically ended the great power era of Europe. And by that, I mean, it's done. With Finland and Sweden in NATO, there is NATO. And Ukraine wishes to be in NATO. So that Europe is now, outside of a really weakened and economically distressed Russia, Europe is NATO. And I don't think you have had a situation where European security has been so united since the Roman Empire. And that does have massive geopolitical implications. For Russia, it is basically either Russia, and I know this might sound counterintuitive, either Russia has a generational change and basically signs up, or it becomes a Chinese poodle. But it's hard to see it doing anything else.
As the owner of 3 poodles, I would agree with you. But having said this, very, very clearly, let's put this out there. After a successful war prosecuted and won by Ukraine, we will see an immediate application of Ukraine to NATO, and it will be accepted, because the single biggest, best, and most experienced then land army, having won a war in Europe and having defeated I shall call it Mordor, will have to be, within the Western society, a leading light and a guardian.
You want my optimistic hat or my pessimistic hat? If I put my optimistic hat, my optimistic hat says yes. I mean, that Russia will be so cowed by this, it will go. Russia will have to have this period of introspection, maybe a political crisis, maybe a new generation of political leaders, which it needs. I mean, that what it's not had is a proper reckoning for the failure of the. And in that case, they don't. Their opposition to Ukraine joining NATO is really because they have this vision of themselves as almost a competitor power to NATO or a competitive power to the United States, where it's just not in that league and maybe needs to reassess. That's my optimistic mind. My negative mind is that you end up with a just lunatic nationalist leader. Doesn't have to be Putin, who's desperately trying to hold on and rattles and then it doesn't use nuclear weapons, but then you end up with this real sort of crisis in NATO about whether it's worth having Ukraine in, having already humiliated Russia to that degree. And maybe there's a little, you need to have every NATO country agree to let Ukraine in. And does every NATO country agree to let Ukraine in? I could see a scenario where some didn't. So that's my pessimistic hat, and the other one is my optimistic hat.
I'll differentiate your pessimistic scenario. If Ukraine wins the war, but you have an ethno-fascist dictatorship in Russia as a consequence thereof, in order to suppress whatever fragmentation of the country and whatnot, we can let Turkey go as a NATO member of convenience and have Ukraine in.
It's very hard. You'd have to rewrite NATO to kick Turkey out.
Oh, we should talk about this again when Peter Doran and I are here on this screen, because we've discussed the Montreux Convention as well as NATO's charter many times over. And a friend of the program, General Ben Hodges, who's been with us a couple of times, apart from the love of logistics, which we all seem to share, he also highlighted that obviously at some point in time, the two most important nations in NATO, meaning in this case the United States and of course Great Britain, have to make a decision as to what to do with Turkey. And that decision can be made, given the fact that Turkey knows that it will never get the F-35s, and the spare parts and a few additional F-16s really don't move the needle, as long as the strategic aims of the current ruler of Turkey are so antithetic to Western society. And I think at some point in time that decision will have to come. But that's just my view, and we don't have to go into this today, because I'd really like to point it back. We have a number of questions, if you allow.
Okay, I have to go get my 4-year-old ready to bed, so I have to leave by 7:15. It's 7:15 in the evening here, so just to say I have eight minutes before I have to go.
Then we have to rack and stack the questions. We'll go through Raver, Leonard, Nightlight, and Pendolino, and we'll do this quick. Lightning fire round. Raver.
Hey, Professor, I don't have a question. You were talking to John Spencer about the battle for Hosmel. You really need to get in contact with Operator Starsky. He's a friend of the program. He was there. He fought. He's very articulate, and he's your witness you need to talk to.
Can you, if you're on Twitter, can you friend me, and I'll friend you back, and then you can DM me?
Yeah. And Professor O'Brien, I will get you Operator Starsky in touch with you. He's absolutely, Raver is completely right.
Great. I'd love that. Thank you very much, Raver.
Good point, Raver. Thank you. Nightline, then Leonard, then Pendolino.
Thank you very much. Lightning round questions. What does Russia look like as a future as a Chinese?
What does Russia look like as a future? A bit sort of what it looks like now, to be perfectly honest. It looks like a weakened state with very few economic options. All it can do is sell oil, but it will have to buy everything it needs from China, and it will only have influence if China allows it. By the way, China could end this war now. If China wanted to, at this point, it would basically could say to Russia, look, get out. You failed. You've lost. This has to come to an end, because the Chinese are the only way the Russians can get their hands on any technology going forward. And by the way, the Poodle ultimate point, I don't think we've ever had a time in modern history where the Russian border is completely undefended. The entire Siberian front of Russia is basically just sitting on Chinese forbearance. They could walk across the border at any time. They could take any part of it. Basically, Russia is undefended. It's undefended on the Finnish border, too, from what people are saying, except for very small units. So Russia is living completely on the forbearance of China at this point as a nation, because the Chinese could just take what they wanted. That's what that poodle looks like. It basically, China now can dictate to Russia.
Knowing that no one in the West is willingly dealing with them anymore because they have lost all credibility and accessibility. Before we go to Leonard, we have a question from CJ. I know he's also short on time. CJ, shoot.
No, I just wanted to. We'll want to know if you can come back, really, is the question. But just wanted to pass on from my father, Stephen Drew, that he really enjoyed those car rides from Newton North to Trinity, 30 some odd years ago. So we really hope you have.
Oh my God! Yes, Steve Drew. Oh my God! Yeah, I remember one time the car broke down.
Yeah, that car was very old. So hopefully, with that, we can get you back on here because the amount of questions we have in the DMs is just so large, and you've been so great in the space.
Oh,
today.
sure. I'll come back sometime. That's not a problem.
Much appreciated. Leonard, lightning quick.
I'll make it quick. And thank you very much, Professor O'Brien. It's great to hear your viewpoint from the great old St. Andrews vicinity, and I assume the John Erickson tradition and so on from that neck of the woods. But I have a quick question for you, just relating to perhaps the global picture. And sorry? Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you disappeared, but you're back now. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay, so just to get beyond all the great granular details that we've gone through, and I mean, that's absolutely fascinating. But I have a question for you that relates to the overall perspective, and I detect from your accent that you're perhaps not a native Briton, but what it relates to is the differing perspectives we see perhaps out of the British sector, and contrasting that with what we see out of the U.S. And specifically, it seems that the military analysis out of at least the military sector in the U.S. is very much in support of what the Ukraine has done and accomplished, and shows very much a great appreciation for all the reasons for the success on the battlefield. But there still seems to be some scholarly doubting Thomases. And I just refer briefly to the article by Posner in Foreign Policy, and there seems to be a whole strain there. I'm sure you're very familiar with. But we contrast that to, say, the Ben Wallace perspective in England, and there seems to be a much more acute appreciation for the valor and the bravery and the accomplishments that the Ukrainians have achieved on the ground. And I'm just wondering if you have an explanation or some theory as to explaining the little bit of a difference in the sort of the wavering on one side as opposed to what seems to be almost a complete commitment to cause in the British side of the equation. So any comments you have there would be helpful. Thank you.
It's a really interesting. I'm not sure it's a division between, say, Americans and Brits. And yeah, I mean, I'm born and raised Boston. My family still lives there. Just so ended up that I spent my academic career here in the United Kingdom, but I go back and forth all the time. So I'm a British and American at this point in my life. I think the difference is, and this is going to sound probably. Maybe it's those who invested in the big Russia idea before the war are having a hard time giving it up. And by that, I mean the group that called themselves the realists. And then that was an academic, people like Stephen Walt, John Mearsheimer, a bit Henry Kissinger, a number of the think tank people who built their sort of arguments that Russia's a great power and therefore, Ukraine should be told what to do, that Ukraine has no agency. And even though what we've seen, in fact, shows that Russia's not the power they thought, and Ukraine is a far more formidable force, I think they just cannot fully accept the reality of what they're seeing. That Posner piece might be an interesting one. They really do have this vision that the Russian army is going to find a way to win this war in the end. And so that I tend to think the difference is in American and British. It's those who invested in the big powerful Russia idea fully are having a much harder time moving on from that than others who questioned it. And the other difference, and this is, I don't know whether this would follow. It did so much. The active people, the active duty people in both the MOD in London and the Pentagon tended to be a bit more, not pro-Russians, the wrong, but thought the Russians would do better than a lot of the retired people, like Ben Hodges or Mark Hertling or Ed Stringer in Britain. The retired officers were the ones who I talked to or I saw them writing, and they were always the ones who I think really asked the difficult questions about why do we think the Russians are good? Why do we think the Ukrainians are not going to fight? But for some reason, there tended to be a hive mind within the people in the sort of ministries at the time, and that was what I think. But a lot of them have now moved away from the hive mind if they weren't too associated with the big Russia idea. But this is all, by the way, this is all impression that I'm just trying to work it out in my mind. But that's what I see. But it might be that we'll find out, when this is all said and done and we go back and do the data, that it's different.
Mindful of your time. Thank you, Leonard, and thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Mindful of your time. Pendolino had his hand up for a long time. Do you still have a minute?
I have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Shoot, Pendolino.
Okay, thank you very much. In order to win the battle for Ukraine, it's decisive that they keep the support from the United States and the UK.
Yep.
If the Kherson operation fails, do you think there will be no longer that support for a win, but rather for a stalemate and for a ceasefire?
I mean, as I've always thought, I tweeted about a long thread. The American public opinion, certainly in war, act very differently than people sometimes think. Americans don't get bored with war. They don't actually react to casualties in war. They react to victory or defeat. So what you asked is a very interesting question. If Ukraine ever looks like it cannot win the war, that will be a very dangerous time for U.S. public opinion. That they'll say, oh, and by the way, that's what happened with the U.S. in Vietnam. It wasn't the casualties that turned the U.S. public opinion against Vietnam. It was the war looked unwinnable in 1968. And you'd say the same thing with Iraq and Afghanistan. The American population really wavered when it looked like these were going to be endless wars with no end. If Kherson is a catastrophe for Ukraine, and so the Ukrainians throw a huge amount of force in, and the Russians just beat them off at huge losses, that will be very damaging for U.S. public opinion. I personally don't think that will happen, but I think that would be the worst possible result. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
So, when do we continue?
Well, we'll arrange that. I mean, I'm away for the next few weeks, and I'm finishing a book, but probably at the end of August, early September would work for me.
Oh, by that time, Kherson is behind us. I think if you can shave off half an hour in between, whenever you're writing your book, I think there's a chapter to be written.
Yes, well, I mean, I'd love to actually talk to more of the people who have been there and could talk about what happened on the ground. I mean, I tend to observe all these things, obviously, from a distance and look at long-range things like logistics and air. But I'd like to hear more about the people who are actually there.
Well, send me a message. You see my avatar, which is actually a call sign, and you can actually look at it and you'll find out which unit that was. And then I'll get you in touch with the people, because I think there's a lot of people who have DM'd us and would really like to get this conversation going. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys, and I'll speak to everyone later, okay?
All righty. Thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor. And we here are going to keep this conversation going, and we're going to turn our attention to grain, where something important happened in Istanbul earlier today. Ladies and gentlemen, hang about, because our dear friend Finance has a lot of thoughts to share, and I think Gunn is going to be joining in on all these naval matters. Don't you think so, Axel?
Oh, absolutely, because it's not just a grain issue, it's not just a market issue, not just a strategic issue per se. It is really an issue. Can it be done, and should it be done? Finance.
Thank you all. I'd like to say thank you to our last guest. He was excellent. I loved listening. Besides being a sometimes host and regular panelist, I am also a happy listener here at the Maria Report, and I really enjoy some of the really great guests we get on, like Mr. O'Brien. To all of our friends who are currently in Ukraine, I hope you are as safe as
та селища Дептівка Конотопського району області. На автошляхах Охтирського, Конотопського, Шосткінського районів області безперебійно триває відновлення дорожнього полотна. Досить напруженою ситуація залишається в Харківській області. Постійний, не побоюсь цього слова, терор з боку РФ мирних харків'ян дається в знаки.
has maybe signed on, sort of. So, on the surface, this is making great headlines. Russia, brokered by Turkey, has agreed with Ukraine to allow for exports of grain from the port, mostly of Odessa, probably of Odessa, I should say, out of the Black Sea, so that Ukrainian grains can get out of their silos and into do the broader markets. This would be a difference from, say, 10% of their grains leaving via rail to 40 to 50% being able to leave via port. It would be a huge difference on the ground if it could happen. It is a big deal in terms of optimism. It is exactly what people hoped for. So on the surface, this looks great, especially with Turkey as a semi-neutral country. They probably, in some ways, lean slightly Ukraine. They're selling them lots of Bayraktars. In some ways, they are nowhere near considered pro-Ukraine. President Erdogan definitely maintains closer diplomatic ties with Vladimir Putin than one would expect, given the historic Turkish-Russian relationships. This has warmed up in the last decade for a number of reasons. They're both dictators who don't really care about human rights, so they're on the same page on some things. That said, for these things, the devil is in the details. I asked Gunny, who thankfully is up here with us right now. I've asked some other friends. And what this deal is missing is security guarantees. Now, if you own a multi-million-dollar ship that moves hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars of grains from one place to another, you need insurance. And more importantly, you need some sort of guarantee that you're not going to blow up in a friggin' fire shot at you by some random cruise missile. Let's not forget that this is Russia, the country that has agreed to safety corridors in Syria and Ukraine, both of which they then shelled, bombed, or shot with machine guns. So it would not be the first time they agreed to some sort of corridor for humanitarian, if you want to call it that, purposes, or definitely not for economic purposes, that they then just reneged on and said, oh, look, we have lots of soft targets, because in the Russian mind, murdering civilians is an adequate military activity. I believe the term for this is animals. And I'm being way too offensive to animals. I have dogs, and they're much nicer than this. That said, so this would not be the first time they've reneged on any sort of deal that had a safety corridor with it. So one, the security is provided by details in Clause F, not explained. There's possibly something that's supposed to be done in Istanbul to work out the details of the logistics, also not explained. So if you don't have the ability to know that your multi-million-dollar shipment is going to go in and come out without being shot at by a cruise missile, then it's really, really, really hard to actually want to send that, or for me or anyone else to have some sort of optimism that this is going to go on. The other key, now, the only optimism would be this could be a roadmap, and the things that would change our minds to be from highly cynical and pessimistic, and Russia is playing this game for trying to win a pep talk, or trying to win a popularity contest, or Erdogan's just looking to be seen as a guy who makes power plays and a big player, to something that's real, is if legitimate security details come out that our military experts say this is actually the real thing, and or you see some kind of facility put down like, hey, Russia puts $100 million into escrow in, say, Turkey, and the Lloyd's of London insurance market has access to it. So if a ship that goes into Odessa that has grain on it gets blown up, all that money gets seized and goes to Ukraine. Those kinds of details on the financial and the security side would make us lead towards optimistic. But right now we've got nothing. To give an idea of how much nothing we have, I would love to go to Gunny for a moment to talk about just how much security is not in this deal. Gunny, I know you're there. I saw you put up a heart.
Yeah. Hello, Finance. Yeah. Thanks for giving me a shove and asking me. Look, everything I'm going to say is just based on feelings, essentially. A little bit of maritime experience, gut feelings, and I would declare now an inherent dislike of Russians. So what do you got? You got a deal, apparently, where the Russians say they are happy to move grain for Ukraine to move grain, a commodity in exchange for finance, which will aid the war effort. So there are a number of possibilities here. One, Russia cares about the rest of the world going hungry. Well, let's all stop taking heroin and join planet Earth. That's not happening. Right? Russia doesn't care. Therefore, two, Russia has entered a deal with Turkey that involves the movement of grain along a coastal route that is mined, and they're getting something out of it. What could Russia possibly get out of this that would make Ukraine being able to move a commodity freely worthwhile? Right? Putin doesn't do anything for nothing, right? He doesn't care about Sri Lanka, he doesn't care about Nigeria, he doesn't care about Ivory Coast or the Congo or Egypt or anywhere like that. Therefore, he must be getting something out of this. I have a couple of suspicions. One, he will sign up to this and he will smash Odessa port. And he will, for domestic consumption, say it was the Ukrainians, they sabotaged the port in order to try and make Russia look bad. Remember, all Russian propaganda is not designed for external consumption. It's designed for internal consumption. We all laugh at Russian propaganda, but internally they lap it up like little puppies because they're fucking idiots. Two, will Turkey limit or stop supply of certain key equipment to Ukraine in return for this? Not sure that will wash really. I think NATO would be able to fill that capability gap, reference UAVs, things like that. So I don't think that would really go. Three, what worries me is the Montreux Convention. In return for the free transit of grain convoys, is Turkey about to lift the Montreux Convention? That means that the Russians will be able to put the surface action group from the Med into the Black Sea. That will fundamentally change the balance of power. That will open up for them all kinds of options. Four, are we missing something here? Are we... I really don't know. The option 4 is something that's way beyond my thinking here. I always run on the assumption of for a Russian to sign a deal, the Russians got to get something out of it. Therefore, there's got to be some kind of gain out of it. Maybe they think that it won't come to fruition anyway. There are 2 kilos at sea at the moment. Are those 2 kilos sowing fresh minefields? If the Russians mine enough real estate over the next week, 2 weeks, this whole thing is academic anyway, because the Turkish Navy will not be able to sweep safe transit lanes. You need 2 safe transit lanes, really. You need 2. You can do it with 1 and you can run like a traffic light system, but really you want 2 safe transit lanes. You want the north-south, south-north. So you've got to clear your outside Odessa, you've got to clear the port area, you've got to do your convoy form up. Then you want to run a convoy north to south, roughly, and you want the empty ships to be running south to north from Constanza. So really, you want 2 lanes. You're going to have to continuously sweep them because there's going to be the danger of drifting mines. If you don't have enough anti-submarine warfare assets in, you will have to assume that Russians will be out there relaying mines in between convoys. That's entirely probable. So this whole exercise... And I said a few weeks ago, those of you on the space will remember, I said this whole exercise of running convoys will be entirely dependent on Russian cooperation. Without Russian cooperation, this won't work. Ivan will drop mines behind convoys and fuck you around. He will drop mines before convoys and slow and stop things. And the minute that a grain ship hits a mine, all bets are off and nobody will insure those ships anyway. And the minute that a Turkish ship hits a mine, well, fuck me, we're at Article 5, aren't we? So this stinks to high heaven. And my old adage is, if you wake up and a Russian tells you it's sunny, go to the fucking window and pull the curtain back and have a look, because he's probably lying to you. So I'm deeply, deeply suspicious of this. I think it's a PR stunt. I think something will probably happen in the next few days which will obviate it anyway. I think it's a means of Putin to try and look good on the stage. And he's doing it in concert with a Turkish leader who's also got a burr up his ass about making everyone in the world think that he's a major player. Yeah, and if that sounds like I'm deeply suspicious of the Turks, and I'm wondering why they're in NATO, yeah, I'm sorry, I really am wondering why they're in NATO. Lots of Brits go to Turkey, and I hear it's really nice. Not somewhere I'd ever go. But as far as Erdogan goes, I wouldn't trust that fucker as far as I could throw him, and he's a big lad.
I'm a big lad. I could probably get some distance. I would actually enjoy throwing Erdogan as long as it was off a very short pier and a very long way down. Then I would like throwing him. That said, yeah, I think that you're right. I don't view this, when I see no security details, I don't view this as a good faith activity in the first place. So I don't think it makes any sense to try to speculate on what Russia might have gotten out of this deal. I think that you were spot on with the idea that this is either closer to a PR stunt or some other cynical explanation, like maybe they'll hope that Ukraine spends effort and time and logistics to try to push stuff through that then, oh look, they'll hit, and they'll just take the negative press for it and blame Ukraine in their press, which we know they'll do regardless of the truth. So, I think that this is just a cynical ploy. I would assume that it's completely a bad faith deal until we see some very legitimate, on the ground, serious, details around security that we would be on here reporting and say, hey, look, this turned into a real thing. And until we see that, I think that there is absolutely no need to treat it like a good faith deal. I think that speculating on it like a good faith deal is a category error at this point. We have some hands up. Doman, then Leonard. Oh no, we lost. Oh wait, no, we lost Raver, but we still have Dunny.
Okay, thanks, Finance. Right, I've got a couple of points here. One, what does Russia get out of this? I think that something that can't be completely ignored is that Russia still requires, but Russia has some goodwill in some third countries. Some third countries that import wheat, and some third countries that rely on fertilizer heavily. Such third countries that have recently seen what happened in Sri Lanka. These third countries are not the most developed and not the richest of countries. Their support, their diplomatic support, or at least they're looking away from what Russia is doing in Ukraine, kind of matters. Those governments are kind of freaked out now because they saw what happened in Sri Lanka, in a country that couldn't supply sufficient food and so it didn't want to supply fertilizer. Now, if their countries kind of can't get to fertilizer and food enough, there are all of these governments that might be flying out in a similar fashion than the one in Sri Lanka just did. I think this does somewhat matter. Propaganda cannot solve, empty stomachs in various parts of the world. And when Russia is kind of seen to be blocking that can be a problem for Russia, because at least it needs, a couple of dozen countries abstaining. I don't know how significant this is. I think I might be overestimating this effect by a couple of orders of magnitude. Fine, whatever. I don't think anybody else knows how significant this effect is either. Maybe Russia does. That doesn't really matter. What does matter is this JCC thing, Joint Coordination Center. I've been reading this awfully short agreement, and I don't understand how that's supposed to work. And I would be very curious to understand how this is supposed to work. Does it mean that everybody has a veto, or how does the voting work? Because they seem to be tasked with actually figuring out all of these important details, and that kind of matters. Because how all of these details about security, about everything else are going to get figured out, all of that is actually the important stuff that should probably have been settled in this treaty, which I don't really consider a treaty. Well, they don't either. They call it an initiative, right? not a treaty. That's why they get to not specify anything. But it's all down to this joint coordination center that will have Russian, Ukrainian, Turkish, and other representatives. And they will figure out all of these details. Has anyone seen actual details on this JCC thing, or none at all?
Зокрема, завершено розмінування територій населених пунктів Братське, Люджа, Семереньки, Охтирської територіальної громади та селища Дептівка Конотопського району області. На автошляхах Охтирського, Конотопського, Шосткінського районів області безперебійно триває відновлення дорожнього полотна. Досить напруженою ситуація залишається в Харківській області. Постійний, не побоюсь цього слова, терор з боку РФ, мирних
When the players are President, again, I use the term very loosely, Erdogan, and Vladimir Putin, that ain't going to happen, or it's not going to happen in any sort of timely fashion. Like Olaf Scholz might find his balls before they set this up. So, yeah, there aren't details. That doesn't exist yet.
He needs a microscope.
I think, I think he just needs a compass that points to the Kremlin, and he'll find him. It's one or the other. So, yeah, Stoneman, you're absolutely right. The points at this joint operational center, there is no joint operational center. There is no coordination center. It's something that needs to be created in Turkey. Doman, how long do you think it will take for them to create that?
I don't know, longer than 120 days that this initiative is meant to be good for?
Right. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. I assume Whiskey wants to respond to that. Gunny, Whiskey is Gunny, and then we'll go to Leonard's question.
Yeah, so okay, so it's UN sponsored. So hands up, everyone listening who's been part of a UN sponsored military mission. All right, they're a clusterfuck. They're an absolute nightmare. And I would point to Srebrenica, where I was on station, as an example of why the UN is an absolute cluster. It was fucking dire, and a lot of people died because of the constraints of the UN mandated operation. So I'm sorry, I do not trust UN brokered agreements. But let's dig into the weeds. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the logistics of moving, let's say, 4 grain ships at about 40,000 tons. If they're not in position in Odessa, we need to move them from Constanta, and we need to move them northeast to Odessa. Therefore, we need to sweep a path. It took us weeks and weeks to negotiate from the southern Arabian Gulf, the SAG, all the way up to the NAG, the northern Arabian Gulf. Get 2 battleships, 8 escorts, 6 sweepers, and conduct naval gunfire support against Iraqi units. That's what you're looking at. It's probably going to be as mine intensive, if not more mine intensive. And that's NATO MCMV squadrons in 1991, the very best. So Avengers from the US Navy and Hunts and US airborne minesweeping assets, clearing boxes, clearing safe transit lanes, through which you've got to move at 2 or 3 knots into each box, and then clear it and move again, and clear it and move again. And even then, coalition warships hit mines, Princeton and Tripoli. Now, that's NATO sweeping units. We're talking about the Turkish Navy. If you're Turkish and you're listening, I'm sorry, but fucking bollocks. You're not going to be as good as the UK and the USN at sweeping mines. So ships are going to hit mines, because there are so many mines down there, Ukrainian probably and Russian. It's an inevitability. So we're talking weeks before we even clear safe transit lanes north, and then you need to sweep safe transit lanes south. And you'll need at least 1, probably 2 minesweepers actively pinging, clearing in front of the convoy, and that convoy will need escorting. Now, if you don't escort it, the Russians will mallet it one way or another. So that's going to mean Turkish surface combatants, frigates and destroyers. That's going to be needed. There's going to need some form of air defense. Is it a UN-sponsored humanitarian mission? If it is, then that means that NATO can put cap up over the convoy. So now you're starting to see what a complex operation is, because NATO could turn around and legitimately say, well, If this is a humanitarian grain convoy that's going to feed Africans, well, we need to put combat air patrol over it to protect it. Now, hands up, who thinks the Russians are going to buy into this? Again, it comes back to, are the Russians happy with the Ukrainians exchanging a commodity for finance to support a war effort against them? Or have the Russians been bought off with something that makes this entire operation worthwhile? Now, they can drop mines all over the place. There are 2 kilo SSKs at sea at the minute. They can drop mines all over the place, and they can extend this operation into months before it's safe.
Do you think then, Gunny, I know last time we talked about this was 3 or 4 weeks ago, but notably it was before Snake Island was given up by the Russians. Do you think that at least the naval or military situation has changed significantly in any way towards this discussion, or is it still a long way off from actually becoming a reality in that regard?
Yeah, hey CJ, how you going, mate? I love your artillery thing earlier, by the way, really good. What would exchange? What would change the balance of force in the Black Sea at the minute? More Russian warships. What do the Russians have south of the Bosphorus? Warships. What could the Russians be bought off with in exchange for a deal for the free flow of grain from Odessa to Constanta? Mediterranean warships. My big concern here, I've got 2 concerns, mate. One, this is just for show. The Russians are going to mine the fuck out the routes along the coast. They're going to put 3 or 4 belts of mines in, and they'll make the whole thing undoable, certainly for weeks. Bearing in mind that the Turkish MCMV squadrons, they're not going to be capable of doing this to our standard. Could the US and the UK sweep 2 safe transit lanes? Yeah, we could do it probably in a few weeks. But we wouldn't do it without major escorts. So are the Russians aiming for that? So it's a big PR exercise, and yeah, we're very happy. And oh no, there were mines everywhere, and it's not us, it's Ukrainians because they're horrible and they put mines everywhere. Or have the Russians been bought off and the Bosphorus is suddenly going to open, the Montreux Convention will be binned, and we're going to see the Russian Mediterranean Fleet Surface Action Group suddenly appear in the Black Sea. It's a stretch. I can imagine NATO absolutely going fucking skits at the Turkish. But if you saw 2 Slavas and some other major surface units and a couple of submarines suddenly turn up in the Black Sea in return, and the Turkish saying, hey man, we did it because we want the grain to flow, who in Africa is going to argue with that? And a couple of Russian cruisers and some major surface ships in the Black Sea is suddenly going to change things around really rapidly. For those of you who say, well, it's just more targets for the Ukrainians, just don't go down that road. Honestly, militaries learn very quickly, and the Russian fleet hasn't lost a major surface unit since Moscow. They are picking up fast. They are learning, as all militaries do. We all do. So I would say either the devil's in the detail here between the Turks and the Russians, or this is some kind of PR exercise and nothing will come of it whatsoever. But the Russians will just say, well, we tried, and yeah, it didn't really work out, and it's not us. I mean, we want grain to flow, but the Ukrainians just made it far too difficult. But just assume this deal isn't struck for black kids in Africa. Russia's got something out of this, and Turkey's got something out of this. And unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, Turkey's kind of one step down from Russia. He's a sneaky fucker, that bloke, and he will have got something out of this, or at least he thinks he's got something out of this.
Gunny, just a reminder, Turkey is on the verge of 100% inflation this year, and Turkey imports about 1.4 million tons of grain, of wheat alone, not just grain, but of wheat alone from Ukraine, or imports generally. Anyway, they import a hell of a lot of grain. And if you look at their population, it's the equivalent of, I think, about 22 kilos, almost 50 pounds per person, per Turk, of imports of just wheat alone, I believe, last year. So what Turkey gets out of this, I mean, for Erdogan, just that he knows that his people are going to be fed and won't be fed up with him. That alone is probably quite a big win.
Discounted grain is what he gets.
Exactly.
Because he has no money.
Because the inflation ain't at all.
Exactly.
I would seriously.
Erdogan.
I would seriously.
Erdogan is nearly bankrupt.
I would seriously look at what the Russian Mediterranean fleet is up to in the next few days, or maybe the next 4 weeks. I think it would be a hard push for the Turks to obviate the Montreux Convention. But if you think about it, it's just come out in the UK. We've got 2 minesweepers that have got Ukrainian crews, and we're training them up. So if the Turks opened up the Bosphorus and said, you know what, we're going to do it for X number of reasons, and that means the Ukrainians sail 2 Royal Navy minesweepers in to start sweeping, suddenly the jigsaw starts to come together a little bit, doesn't it? Whether that's worth the Russian Med fleet putting a surface action group in there, maybe the Ukrainians have been tipped off and went, yeah, fine. You let the Russians send 2 cruisers and 3 frigates in, and we'll sink the fuckers anyway. Maybe that's their attitude. Maybe they're just, yeah, come on, give it a go. But it's just funny, but this has come along the same time as the MOD has said that a lot of us already knew, but we kept quiet. The Royal Navy is training up 2 Ukrainian mine hunter crews. So it you know, wheels within wheels and jigsaw pieces start to fit together, don't they?
Okay, apart from this, if your assumption were to be true, and they were to open up the Bosphorus, in that moment, at least 1 Arleigh Burke and 3 additional surface ships of the US would go through. Don't forget, the US has never signed the Montreux Convention and does not feel compelled to do so, and is not constrained by it. It has made this amply clear to Recep Erdogan before.
Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Yeah, whatever. That guy. Hold on 1 second.
Мы сюда сегодня приехали, у нас было 2 основные цели. Это доставка гуманитарной помощи всем нуждающимся.
Axel just got his kebab. It takes a second to pick it up.
Could I, while we're waiting for Axel to get his kebabs back, maybe I misunderstand this new version of this treaty. Doesn't Ukraine have to sign part of it as well, or is this just a bilateral Russian-Turkey agreement? Because, you know, I feel like Gunny's concerns are very well made and very accurate, but it just seems that Ukraine would never come close to signing something like this if it was going to affect them so negatively as well.
Yeah, so Ukraine has signed. However, again, the details aren't there. So that gives everybody who signed it the ability to say, I didn't agree to that. So they've signed, but everybody signed a deal that doesn't have serious security details in it. So when you sign a deal without serious security details, you haven't really signed a deal in this kind of, for lack of a better word, business climate, because there's a friggin' genocidal war still on. And to put it real politely, trust is low. So Ukraine signed probably because it would look so bad for them not to sign that they seem to have gotten stuck with it. Like, you know, the chair of the UN went himself to personally have somebody sign it in Ukraine. So that should tell you how much diplomatic pressure got put on them. I am pretty disgusted that the UN is involved at this deal with this kind of writing. If the UN really wanted to be serious, maybe they should have pressured Russia to, like, well, besides walk their damn troops out of Ukraine, that would be the first way. Then, you know, they could just ship their grain out, no problem. They could also have pressured Russia to, like, put money up, put up real guarantees, walk their ships out of the Black Sea, all the things that would make this have real security guarantees. Instead, they're pressuring Ukraine. So, yeah, let me go poop on them for a moment.
Yeah, but okay, fine. So let's go back to the point. I apologize for the interruption, but slight emergency here. So, none of this deal has any relevance if it can't be executed. And as Gunny quite rightly said, this needs minesweeping. The minesweeping has to come from the outside in. It needs protected corridors. It needs probably the Dutch and the Royal Navy to do it. And if Montreux were ever to be dismembered by the Turks or the Bosphorus opened, as I said, one Arleigh Burke and 3 surface ships of the US Navy will be in that pond quicker than you can say poop.
Yeah,
There is no
exactly.
need.
And that's what makes this so suspicious, doesn't it? So let's say the Russians act as guarantors. So the Russians.
Збройні сили України продовжують мужньо боронити нашу державу, а працівники екстрених, спеціальних та комунальних служб майже цілодобово забезпечують відновлення та безперебійне постачання основних життєво необхідних робіт і послуг. На всіх звільнених від російської окупації територіях тривають оперативні відновлювальні роботи. Зокрема, на Житомирщині особовим складом ДСНС продовжується очищення території.
Flag officer submarines, Royal Navy, said a few years ago, they're actually pretty much on top of the game and they're getting dangerous. So let's assume that the Russian submarines are very good. Let's assume that there have been lots of mines dropped, etc. The Russians will say, in order to facilitate the safe transit, we will provide minefield charts. We need the Ukrainians to provide minefield charts protecting Odessa and the area south. Right, hands up who
They
thinks
can't
that
demand. Sorry, they can't demand those. No. Sorry, if there's an independent surveillance, they can't demand those minefield charts.
Well, they won't get them anyway. They won't get them anyway because the Ukrainians will just go, "Yeah, fuck off, mate. You're having a laugh, aren't you?"
Exactly.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So that will be one of the prerequisites because you're going to need safe transit lanes. So safe transit lanes will go through Ukrainian minefields and go through Russian minefields, and whatever the Russian supply reference minefield charts will probably be a complete load of crap anyway because the Russians have no interest in this happening. So it's a paper agreement that looks very good for the Russians. The Russians will go, "Hey man, we signed up for this, because we care. Because Comrade Putin, the small bald dwarf, he really cares about starving black kids and he doesn't want people to be hungry because even though this is a fight between us and the Nazis in Ukraine, blah, 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 world hunger is a problem. He'll get his Bob Geldof head on and everyone will be really impressed." In reality, though, this is going to go nowhere because it will involve the basics. A forming up box in a minefield, 2 safe transit lanes, an escorted convoy system by the Turkish, and an absolute guarantee to the Turkish that no one will be shot at. Now, the Americans could, as you say, Axel, they're not signatories to the Montreux Convention. They could put in an escort. It would be pretty ballsy. I like the idea. I don't think the Russians would actually go after a convoy in that circumstance. I think if a Montreux Convention was lifted, I think the Royal Navy would put in at least one surface combatant as well, and stuff would run, and the Russians wouldn't be able to touch it, certainly without the real danger of them fucking up a strike and killing a NATO warship or attacking a NATO warship by accident. Therefore, what have the Russians got to gain out of it? That's the thing, isn't it? If you imagine Ukrainian grain convoys running from Odessa to Constanta with one Arleigh Burke, one Type 45, one Type 23, a Turkish frigate and 3 Turkish MCMVs, what have the Russians got to gain out of it? What have they earned out of it? Goodwill? I mean, Domin, you say African states depend, and will look very happily on a Russian incentive to supply the African continent. Mate, the Russian soldiers have been filming themselves gang raping toddlers. So what the fuck do they actually care about the attitude of Africans? This has been going on. there is enough footage out there of the conduct and behavior of the Russian professional military that all goodwill has either evaporated or the goodwill resides with tin pot African dictators who don't really care what Russian soldiers do to people in cellars. So I don't think that's really in their psyche now. I think Putin has got one concern, one overriding concern, one goal: the subjugation of Ukraine. I think that's slipping out of his hands. I think he's probably looking at his get out clause here. How is he going to look like the if not the victim, then a victim of circumstance maybe, and this deal might be along those lines where he says in a few weeks' time, it's all a big misunderstanding, we've achieved our aims, we don't want it anymore,
and we saved Africa. Is he going to say he saved Africa from hunger?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think so. But again, it's Russian propaganda, isn't it? What's Russian propaganda aimed at? So,
gentlemen, may jump in real quick.
Yeah, there's a video out of parents buying a larder with the money that they got from the death of their son who died in a shitty T-64. Right now, for you and me, the idea of losing an offspring in order to buy a larder, I'd rather fucking walk or get a taxi or cycle, right, is laughable. But to Russians, it's legit, isn't it? So I think all propaganda for Russia is not aimed at you and me because we just piss ourselves laughing at it. So when Russia says, well, we actually care about black people, that's what it's aimed at. It's aimed at the Russian interior. It's not aimed at us. I keep saying it. None of the propaganda is aimed at you and me, right? None of us are stupid enough, apart from a few people who I've clashed with today, but none of us are stupid enough to swallow it. It's all interior. It's all designed to shore up, support his position. So I think this might be kind of along that lines. Look at us. We're pretty good. We care. The world's starving. Russia cares. Nazis, sea lanes, cooperative. And then when they put the conditions in place that make it completely unacceptable to the Ukrainians, they'll go, whoa, Nazis, stopping transport of grain to starving kids, all that kind of thing. It just smacks of that, to be honest with you. And as Finance said, there's nothing concrete. There's nothing. Nobody said convoy forming up boxes. No one's mentioned minefield charts. No one's mentioned convoy plotting. No one's mentioned MCMV protection. No one's mentioned Turkish air defense. No one's mentioned NATO providing combat air patrol. It's a massive load of fucking bollocks. It really is.
Okay, I'll just jump in real quick. That last thing, I think you're exactly on point. The reason why Ukraine signed up is because they couldn't get blamed for this in the world, right? Now, as to Russia, it's not about starving African children. That's not the problem. That's not what Russia cares about. What Russia cares about is continued support by China and India. China specifically has significant investments in a number of third countries, which depends significantly on imports of food and, importantly, fertilizer. Those third countries' governments are, just as corrupt as Turkey's at the very least, or worse. They do not want destabilization. China cannot afford for those countries to be destabilized because it relies on the goodwill of the useless governments in those countries to continue running all of those countries effectively, right? So, Russia depends on China. China wants stability in third countries. Stability in third countries can only be assured if there's enough food and fertilizer. Therefore, what Russia gets is China keeps supporting them and supporting their war in Ukraine to at least some degree. What Turkey gets is grain. I think that is a lot of what both of those countries get out of this. Does that make more sense? It's not about the actual people in Africa. It's about making sure that the governments in Africa don't get toppled and that China's happy with the governments that they support not getting toppled. Is that more? I hope that I've clarified, but I think Ian and Chris have been waiting for ages, CJ, and you should get to them probably.
No, I'm good. If someone else would rather co-host because they're better suited, I'll just hang out as a speaker. But this is super interesting because, again, I guess the only question I would have really about this specifically, in terms of the security guarantees, I mean, a lot of their effect, of course, is always that they're very public, right? Like when Sweden and Finland first announced their intent to join NATO, there was a very public move of at least a Marine Expeditionary Unit and a lot of U.S. warships in that area. And, of course, the UK signed on as well. I wonder if there was a way that maybe the U.S. signed some sort of more discreet security agreement with Ukraine. Because, again, I don't see as Gunny's pointed out, I don't really see the advantage unless Ukraine has something to gain from it as well,
So I would say the Baltic Sea thing is all about securing the sea lane, because there's one alternate route for Ukrainian grain, and that's via the Baltic, and that's why you saw the enhanced NATO presence there. Could Sweden and Finland and the northern Baltic states handle the Russian naval threat there? Yeah, absolutely. The Finns and the Swedes would absolutely spank the arse off the Russian Baltic Sea Fleet. That's a fact. They would absolutely brutalize them. So why did we see a reinforced NATO presence there? Because we knew straight away that the Baltic was going to be, I think, the alternate route for Ukrainian grain. And we didn't want the Russians to think that they could in any way interfere with that. Domin, I think respectfully, you and me are going to end up really disagreeing here. I think Putin is in a fight for his life here. I think the invasion of Ukraine will make him or break him. I think all other secondary considerations are absolutely meaningless. I think what the opinions of African states are towards Russia and China is very much secondary. I do not think he really gives a flying fuck what happens in Africa regarding grain, transportation, or the potential impact of Chinese influence in Africa, which is nefarious and which we have all ignored.